Welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of The Law of Self-Defense. I am, of course, attorney Andrew Branca for The Law of Self-Defense, and welcome to another long day on the internet. Today, we're covering day 3 of the Hannah Gutierrez trial. Hannah Gutierrez, of course, is the young woman who was the armorer on the set of the low-budget Western Rust. An executive producer, actor Alec Baldwin, unintentionally shot and killed Halyna Hutchins, the cinematographer. It's not working. The audio is not working right. Let me take a look. I set it just before the show. It should be working. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Audio is horrible. Okay.
Let's see if that's any better. You can give me testing 1, 2, 3. This is why we start 5 minutes early, folks. Because my earbuds have broken and I'm trying other. All right. I have on the way. Hopefully they'll be here soon. There we go. All right. So welcome to today's episode of The Law of Self-Defense. I am, of course, attorney Andrew Branca for The Law of Self-Defense. I can cut out the bad portion for the playback recording version of today's show. We're here today, of course, to cover Hannah Gutierrez trial, day 3. Hannah Gutierrez being the young woman who was the armorer on the set of the low-budget Western Rust, when executive producer and actor Alec Baldwin shot and killed Halyna Hutchins, rather, not Hannah Gutierrez. So we have the camera in the court is live, but it's only displaying the court seal at the moment. So I'll go ahead and take a moment to mention that today's show of The Law of Self-Defense, today's episode, is brought to us by our good friends at CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. They promise to pay your legal expenses and do much more if you're a member and you're involved in a use of force event. There's a number of companies out there that offer similar things in the marketplace. CCW Safe is the company I trust. I'm personally a member. I like their basket of products and services. My wife, Emily, is also a member of CCW Safe. If you'd like to learn why they're the ones I trust, check them out at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I have a little video there where I explain exactly why they're my choice for this kind of quote-unquote self-defense insurance. That's lawofselfdefense.com/trust. And there you can also get a 10% discount code to save when you become a member of CCW Safe as well. All right, let's get to the court feed. See if I can do this properly. And it's been an interesting couple of first days. So far, we've heard the state's still on direct. The state's presenting their case in chief. Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey and Jason Lewis. So far, they've presented Santa Fe Sheriff's Office Deputy Nicholas LaFleur, who responded, the first officer on scene after the shooting. Santa Fe Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Tim Benavidez responded shortly after. Deputy LaFleur. San Francisco Sheriff's Office crime scene tech Marissa Powell took a lot of pictures of evidence at the scene as well as evidence taken back to the Sheriff's Office, mostly dummy and live cartridges. That was all for day one. On day two, crime scene tech Marissa Powell came back because she wasn't done with her testimony. Then we heard from Santa Fe Sheriff's Office Sergeant, Criminal Investigation Division, Christopher Zook. We heard from Ryan Litzinger, who runs Production Outfitters. They were on set filming background footage for making of footage for the movie. And in doing so, they captured a bunch of footage that was of interest to the investigation. We heard from Jason Hawks from Hawks Consulting. He's a cell phone extraction and analysis expert. He shared some text messages between Gutierrez and her father, Thel Reed, and her lawyer, Jason Bowles, which was allowed into testimony. I have some motions to share with all of you about how this could happen. You would think that lawyer communications wouldn't be admissible as evidence, but it looks like Attorney Bowles may have screwed up. And then we heard from Catherine Rowe Walters, a unit production manager on the set. So she would have been observant of how people were doing their jobs and how things were organized and whether they were sloppy or not sloppy and so forth. So that's where we are today. I'm not sure who the first witness will be today, but I expect we will be finding out very shortly. Over the weekend, we did do a couple of shows. Yesterday, Sunday, I did a breakdown of Alec Baldwin's December 2021 interview with Stephanopoulos, George Stephanopoulos. So you can find that on anywhere we streamed it yesterday, which was pretty much everywhere. And then on Saturday, I had done kind of a breakdown analysis of the opening statements of the state and the defense, because I think it's always worthwhile to remember what the state promised at the beginning of the trial and what the defense promised at the beginning of the trial. So as we're hearing experts and witnesses, we can fit in their testimony to the narrative, the framework that was shared by the parties at the beginning. Are they meeting their promises? And it helps make the evidence make a bit more sense as well. Now, I do have an aggregation page where we've, aggregated all our prior coverage of this Baldwin event, starting with the day after the shooting. So our first blog post on this was October 22nd, 2021, the day after the shooting. And we have, I don't know, perhaps a dozen or 20 blog posts and videos that we've done since then, including a nice interview with my friend Adam Baldwin, the actor from Firefly, Independence Day, Chuck, The Last Ship, Full Metal Jacket, and much, much more. And he was kind enough to come on and share with us the SAG-AFTRA rules for safety generally and gun safety in particular. So we covered a bunch of that as well. A bunch of that was covered in yesterday's show, Sunday's show. But the Saturday show, and if you're a law self-defense member, I wrote up PDFs of this analysis of the state opening and the state defense opening, and they're available as downloadable PDFs if you're a law of self-defense member. And if you're not a law of self-defense member, I have to ask you why, because it's dirt cheap. It's 99 cents, folks. You get a 2-week trial membership for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Cancel anytime, and that'll cover you through the completion of this trial. It's scheduled for about 2 weeks. And if you stay a member after the 2-week trial, it's still dirt cheap. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a law of self-defense member. But you should at least try it for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. And that brings us to today. So we're back again with the judge. The judge is, did I lose the judge's name? Mary Marlowe Summer is the judge. She seems to be pretty much in control of her courtroom, which is good. The lawyers aren't running away. The lawyers are acting very congenial, actually, in the courtroom. I don't think that's how they actually feel about it, having read more of the pretrial motions between the parties, especially Carrie Morrissey's responses to defense motions. She's been pretty darn snarky with the defense. But in the courtroom, her demeanor is very congenial. I don't think the judge owns a hairbrush. We'll see today. Maybe she bought a hairbrush over the weekend. The first day of the trial, her hair looked, I mean, the only way to describe it is post-coital. But we'll see what happens with the judge. Yes, so my earbuds are working today. These are my old ones. For some reason, they decided to work again. I don't know why, but I do have higher quality ones coming in the mail. I think today. Out for delivery. So when they arrive, I'll see if I can't get Emily to bring them by the office. In fact, I'll send her an email right now about it. Dear Emily, when these arrive, can you bring them by the office? Stat. Thanks. There we go. All right. And I do want to apologize. So I did a long show yesterday on this, on the breakdown of the George Stephanopoulos interview with Alec Baldwin. I thought it went pretty well, but I have to confess I was super tired, and I forgot to do the Q&A for the Law of Self-Defense members at the end of the show. Another benefit of being a Law of Self-Defense member, by the way, is that's where we do our Q&A, only from the Law of Self-Defense member chat. So if you're putting questions in YouTube, I don't really see them, folks. So become a member for 99 cents. You can still watch it on YouTube if you want, but if you have a question or comment you'd like to make, then you should put it in the chat on the Law of Self-Defense live stream dashboard. And be sure that it's going to be answered there. I'm also trying to pull together, apologies here. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything in court. Not yet. I'm also trying to pull together some of the police interrogation interviews of some of the other people involved here, people who are on the witness list to testify. And perhaps we can play those during the lunch hours, so we're not just wasting time. Or so I don't have to, think of stuff to talk about for an hour. I can go off camera for a moment and have a sandwich. Okay, let's see. And by the way, I've noticed when I play back the video on the I guess I can take that off. lawofselfdefense.com/trial, folks, for that 2-week trial membership. I've noticed when I embed the video from the day for my show into the Law of Self-Defense blog for the playback version of the show, that it's choppy. Not me, but the embedded YouTube video is choppy. I'm going to have to figure out what to do about that. But if you folks have observed that, if that's happening during the live stream, let me know. And I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about it, but I'll try. All right. So, yeah, it's a one-man show here at Law of Self-Defense. Unless somebody sends me a text and they'd like to hop on. I'll keep an eye on my Twitter DMs, or try to see if anybody makes an inquiry. You can't go full screen with the blog posts, but you can with the live show. Maybe she bought a hairbrush over the weekend. I guess we'll have to see. So these earbuds are not very high tech. These are the ones I actually wear on the motorcycle, or an identical pair. And they're good. They fit under the motorcycle helmet because they fully embed in the ear. They don't have any, plastic parts that come out like Apple AirPods do, because those don't fit under the helmet properly. These do, but and in a helmet they're protected. But wearing them here at the desk and taking them off and slamming them on the desk, they're kind of fragile. And they usually last about a year and then they break. But I bought a much better set from Shure, so hopefully those will be more robust for office work, and these will get relegated to back up on the motorcycle again. But no, I don't wear these to the range. To the range, I have over the ear electronic earmuffs. Probably got half a dozen pair from different companies I've aggregated over the years. And those work great for outdoor shooting. I don't like shooting indoors. It's just unpleasant. And it tends to be noisy. And then you need earbuds and the earplugs and the over-the-ear protection. And much prefer to shoot outdoors. Let me make sure that I've pinned. I hadn't. Got to pin today's live stream in Twitter. Let's see. Well, the Shure earbuds I bought better be good because they were damn expensive. I'll say that. They were several times the cost of these. Zakusa says, I got my JBL Bluetooth buds when riding. They fit well under the helmet. The trouble is, often I ride for like 8 hours, and Bluetooth earbuds don't last that long. My Sena communications thing on the side of the helmet will last all day, but I don't see how in the earbuds, Bluetooth earbuds, unwired earbuds. When I use my Apple earbuds, they're only good for an hour or 2 hours, something like that, before they need to be recharged. Not 6 hours or 7 hours or 8 hours. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't really been following the Fannie Willis stuff, except, of course, my buddy Joe Neerman and other lawyers have been following it. And it looks like she ought to be in serious legal trouble. It does not look good. The evidence is utterly inconsistent with what she said in court and what her boyfriend said in court. The actual lawyer who is the special prosecutor in this case. What a bunch of clowns. Zakuza says, I wear one Bluetooth earbud on the bike, one at a time. Each lasts about 8 hours each. Huh, that's interesting. Maybe I will look into that. A lot of Bluetooth, though. I get nervous. So the phone's connecting to the Sena, and the Sena's connecting to, or do you do that in place of the Sena? Do you not have a helmet-mounted communications unit like a Sena or whatever the other major company is called? I forget. And the Sena, of course, it's got a wheel on it, so I can control the volume. Like if I get pulled over and have to talk to a cop. Not that that ever happens. Yeah, I'll check that out, Zakuza. Thanks. Still waiting on court. Still waiting. I wish I knew. If I knew that they were like going to be delayed for 10 minutes, I'd start reading some of those snarky motions. I can tell you that just over the weekend, the the judges ruled that an expert witness desired by the defense is not going to be permitted to testify. So on February 12th, apparently the defense had an armorer expert witness in mind. They put him on the witness list. But each side's expert witnesses are subject to pretrial interview by the other side. So the state said, all right, well, when's your guy going to be available for an interview? Because each side is allowed to prepare for the other expert witness's testimony so they can prep their own witness. And this works both ways. It's essentially part of the discovery process. And the state didn't hear back from the defense about when they can interview their armorer expert. And a couple weeks went by, or a couple months, whatever it was, and the state contacted the defense again and said, hey, when can we talk to your armorer expert witness? And they didn't hear back again. And then shortly before trial, around February 12th, the defense told the judge in court, we can't reach our guy. So we'd like to replace him with a new expert witness. And on the 13th, the state responded and said, Your Honor, this is BS. The trial starts in a week. We don't have time to prepare to interview a previously unidentified expert witness in the last week before trial. And just last Friday, the second day of the trial, the judge filed her response to the defense request to allow their new expert, their suddenly revealed expert witness armorer, to testify. And the judge said, no, you waited too long. And this is the kind of screw up that looks like ineffective assistance of counsel. By the way, when it comes to these text messages between Gutierrez and her lawyer, Jason Bowles, it looks like he also screwed up there. And those text messages that are harmful to his client may well be admissible as evidence, properly so. Certainly the state filed the motion, rather the defense filed the motion to get them excluded, and the judge denied the motion. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that she'll allow it. It means she's not going to exclude them, period, before the trial even starts. Now, when the testimony is happening, the evidence will be offered, that communication between lawyer and client, and the defense can object in the moment, and the judge might uphold that objection. But she was unwilling to, as a matter of an in limine pre-trial exclusion, simply exclude them outright without hearing what was happening in the course of the trial testimony itself. And it looks like that door is open. The potential exists for client-lawyer communication to be entered into evidence before the jury only because the Gutierrez lawyer, Jason Bowles, screwed up. And if we have time, I'll share those motions sometime when we have time. We'll definitely go over it at some point. But these are, I've said before, following the first 2 days of the trial, that I feel wishy-washy about this defense counsel. He's not been impressive, but maybe he's just generally low-key. His opening wasn't terrible. Although when I summarized it, I did have to resequence parts of it to make logical sense, which is not encouraging. I mean, this should be something that he'd perfected. He's had months to perfect his opening statement. So it could be that the defense isn't going to be able to bring in an armorer expert witness, which is crazy. And that text messages between that ought to have been protected. Like, they're three-party. They're between the father, Bell Reed, Gutierrez, and the lawyer. There is a vulnerability there because there's a non-lawyer participant. But I think even communications just between Gutierrez and Bowles, defense counsel Bowles, may be admissible because Bowles screwed up. Because he gave permission. So basically what happened is Bowles gave blanket permission for the state to extract data from Gutierrez's phone with no limitations but if you find any attorney-client privilege, that's got to be set aside. He actually signed a document that said that. So the state pulled all the info, and the state's arguing, hey, he gave us permission for everything. If he didn't want us to have access to the attorney-client stuff, he could have just said that up front, and we wouldn't even have looked at it. But we'll go into more detail when we look through the actual motions. The defense motion to get that stuff excluded in limine and the state's objections. And so far, the judge has gone with the state, saying she's not going to block it outright. And still no court. Let's see. Yeah, it's really remarkable. And they're the kind of errors that can't really be explained away with a strategy. So the threshold to be found to have provided adequate legal assistance to your client is pretty darn low, because there's always judgment calls that are being made by defense attorney, right? They can make argument A, but not argument B, or they can make argument B, but not argument A. Oh, we're not. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. First witness. We are on.
Mr. Zig. Oh. Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay. Mr.
So this
Ziegler,
is Zook.
Go ahead and just state your full name for the record.
My name is Bryce Ziegler. First name spelled Bryce. Last name spelled Ziegler.
Forensic
Mr.
examiner.
Ziegler, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Laboratory Division, specifically within the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit.
Can you give the jury a summary of your educational background and training?
I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
Since the summer of 2011.
And since 2011, what positions have you held at the FBI?
I was initially hired into one of the DNA units at the laboratory, and I essentially worked as what's called a technician in that discipline. So I essentially did the majority of the DNA processing operations, but then a examiner would come in, review my work, review the profiles, and take it from there. In 2015, I transferred to the Firearms Toolmarks unit, which is where I am now. And I was also promoted to a forensic examiner. So in this current position, I receive evidence that's related to my discipline. I perform the requested examinations on those items of evidence, and I issue the results in a formal laboratory report. And also, if I'm called to, I can testify to those results.
And sir, other than your undergraduate degree, what kind of training do you have in the area of firearms and tool marks?
In order to become a qualified forensic examiner in this discipline, I had to complete what's called the Forensic Examiner Training Program. And that program, it's developed and implemented by the FBI lab, and it's specific to each particular unit. So I had to complete the program specific for firearms and tool marks. And this program, so I was assigned a mentor, and I was also given a training manual. So this mentor kind of guided me through the process, reviewed tasks in that training manual with me. And to essentially complete that process, I had to pass a series of written examinations, oral board exercises, practical competency tests, as well as moot court exercises.
Thank you, sir. And have you ever been qualified as an expert?
In court?
In court, yes.
Yes, I have.
And in what areas have you been qualified as an expert?
Some of those are general firearms examinations. Sometimes it's firearms identification. So that's the microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components back to firearms. I've also been qualified in shooting incident reconstruction.
And in terms of shooting incident reconstruction, did you do that kind of work in this case?
Is it just me, or
No,
does
I
it
did
look like
not.
he's 12?
And I apologize. We were having a technical difficulty here. In terms of the work that you did on this case, What areas of expertise have you been qualified as an expert in that apply to this case?
Sure. I would say those two areas are the examination of firearms and also firearms identification.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will ask the court to recognize, well, you know what, let me pause. Have you testified before?
Yes, I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert in other courts?
Yes, I have.
And
That's
how
Carrie
many other
Morrissey,
courts have qualified
special
you as an
prosecutor.
expert?
Behind her, that guy's the
13.
IT specialist for
And
her.
are those all
His name's
federal
Chad.
courts or state courts?
10 of those are federal, 3 were state.
Okay, thank you. I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Ziegler as an expert in firearms examination and firearms.
Identification.
Thank you, identification.
All right. You are recognized as an expert in examination of firearms and firearm identification.
Now, it's okay, thanks, you can have a seat. In this particular case, were you provided certain items of evidence for testing?
Yes, I was.
And approximately how many items of evidence were you provided for testing?
That's difficult to approximate because I was given a certain number of item numbers, but those item numbers may have, for example, 30 cartridges. So I believe that item numbers, I would say maybe around 50 items. But again, that could mean a much larger set of items.
Were you provided a firearm to examine in this case?
Yes, I was.
And did you have any understanding where that firearm came from?
I don't have personal knowledge of where the items of evidence are submitted from. They are generally submitted with some information that gets populated into our laboratory database. So I do have a description of that. That information gets populated into my lab report, but I don't have direct knowledge of where those items came from.
So what was your understanding, and I appreciate your qualification there, what was your understanding of where the firearm in this case came from that you administered some testing on?
So in this case, it was just labeled as a revolver. There was no description as to, for example, no address where that firearm was collected from.
You weren't given any information about whether it was collected from a movie set or whether it was a prop being used by an actor?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading.
Actually, I don't think that is leading.
Overruled.
I don't have that information.
Okay.
Well, Carrie's right. It's actually not leading because it's suggesting a negative answer, not a positive answer.
I'm going to show you, whoops, what I have marked as State's Exhibit 97. May I approach? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is
Your Honor,
that?
may I see that?
So the defense expert armor just got rejected by the judge on
What did I
Friday.
just show you?
That is a photograph of the revolver that was submitted to my laboratory for examination.
I'll make myself smaller.
Is this a revolver that you did testing on?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 97 and ask for permission to publish.
Oh, the defense got a new assistant.
All right. States 97 is admitted. You may publish.
Much more attractive.
It was on my screen before.
And can I ask, is there any way for me to only publish to that monitor so that I don't have to walk back and forth? Just to his monitor so that it only goes to his and doesn't go to everybody else's when I'm going through the exhibits.
No, if it's published, well. You mean to recognize it?
Correct.
We would have to keep turning it on and off,
Okay.
or else you could, yeah, that's what we'd have to do.
Okay. Why don't we just take a minute and let me see if I can get an agreement so that we don't have to do that.
Okay.
All right.
Well, they're all caked in makeup. It's not just that girl. There have been a lot of leading questions by the state so far in this trial, a lot on direct examination of their own witnesses. Now, it does make the questioning go more efficiently, and the defense has not been objecting. So if the defense doesn't object, the judge is naturally just going to allow it. Oh, the last defense assistant had quite the look. Yes, I would concur. Yeah, the defendants often look lost. I mean, they don't have anything to do here. They have to sit there as long as everybody else all day long, basically expressionless. By the way, Hannah's on the witness list for the state for the Baldwin trial.
Admission and permission to publish throughout Mr. Ziegler's testimony of States Exhibit 97, 97A, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105.
A lot of photos coming up.
107, 108, 109, 110.
So is it 97A through 110? Did you skip anything?
97, 97A, and then 98 through 110.
Any objection? All right. States 97 through 110 are admitted.
Every time we unplug it. All right, Mr. Ziegler, can we go ahead and put it up on the screen?
Yes.
Mr. Ziegler, tell us a little bit about this firearm that was provided to you. What kind of a gun is it? And just generally speaking, how does a gun like this operate?
So this is an image, a photograph of the revolver that was submitted. And this is a single action revolver. So that means that the hammer must be manually cocked by the shooter every time that the shooter intends to fire. So some revolvers, if you pull the trigger, it will do the work of cocking the hammer for you and releasing the hammer. This type of firearm does not have that ability. The shooter must physically cock the hammer each time. Is this a touchscreen by chance?
Yes.
Okay. So to point out a few key areas of this firearm, the portion on the left, don't believe I'm.
He's going to come help you.
Thank you. So the portion on the left in this photograph is the barrel. Towards the center, we have the cylinder. This back portion here is the hammer. We have the trigger near the bottom, and this wooden piece is the grip. So this is where you would hold the firearm. Clear this out. So basically, in order to get this firearm to function, you would have to load cartridges into the cylinder. This can be accomplished two ways. You can't see it in this photograph, but on the opposite side is what's called a loading gate. You can open and you then have access to the cylinder. So you can load each cartridge one at a time, rotating the cylinder until you have as many cartridges as you desire. You could also remove this pin here, remove the cylinder from the firearm and load it that way. But regardless, once you load the cylinder, you must manually cock the hammer all the way to the rear. And then at this point, this firearm will be ready to fire. So a pull of the trigger would release the firearm, or excuse me, the hammer. The hammer has a firing pin that's fixed to the hammer. So as the hammer falls, the firing pin would strike the primer of the cartridge and fire that cartridge.
Can you give us a quick description about the notches on the hammer and the different hammer positions?
Yes, so as you would cock this hammer, it has several safety notches by design. So as you cock it, you're going to hear a series of clicks. and those are the safety notches. So as you start to cock it, you're going to hear your first click. That's the quarter cock notch. If you continue to cock it, you'll hear your second click. That's the half cock notch. And if you cock it all the way, you'll hear the third click, and that's when it's in its fully cocked position. So those intermediate two cocking positions, they serve to do two things. Number one, when the hammer is completely at rest or not cocked at all, the firing pin actually protrudes inside the frame. So it's very difficult to see here, but in between this gap, between the cylinder and the frame, you would actually be able to see the firing pin sticking out. So as you start to cock it, it starts to remove the firing pin from protruding. So we don't want the firing pin making contact with the cartridges when we don't want it to. So it starts to retract the firing pin. And also, if I'm cocking the hammer and my thumb slips off the hammer, you would expect that it's going to catch in one of those two safety notches. So this is to prevent the hammer from falling unless you want it to. So really, this firearm is only designed to fire when the hammer is in its fully cocked position.
In terms of well, let me ask you this, the half cock notch, so that's going to be the second click that you hear when you're cocking the hammer, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anything particular about the half cock position other than it being a safety?
Can you elaborate?
Sure.
It frees the cylinder.
What
to
position does
spin.
the hammer have to be in order to load this gun with ammunition?
I understand. So you have to have the hammer retracted to a certain point to allow the cylinder to rotate freely. So there's a part, and it's on the inside here, called the cylinder stop, and that cylinder stop does not unlock until the hammer is pulled back to a certain point. So once it's pulled back to a certain degree, you can freely rotate the cylinder to load it with as many cartridges as you desire.
So in order to load and unload this gun, if you don't remove the pin and remove the cylinder, it has to be in the half cock position.
I'm not sure if it's somewhere between the quarter and the half cock, but it is in that intermediate area, yes.
So once you get it into the half cock position, what do you have to do to load it?
So I'll clear this out. Again, on the other side, there's a loading gate that you can open, and you then have access to the cylinder. So you can load it that way or remove the cylinder itself.
How many cylinder positions do you have access to when you open that loading gate?
Only one at a time. So you must manually rotate the cylinder and continue to load a single cartridge at a time.
So for those of us that are familiar with revolvers where you push a button and the entire cylinder kind of rolls out and you can load and unload that way, does this gun work that way?
No, those are going to be your more modern style revolvers.
If you noticed when you received this gun and you examined this gun, did this gun appear to be very old or relatively new, or were you not able to tell?
I'm not able to tell its age now.
Okay. Who is the manufacturer of this revolver?
The trade name is Pieta. It's an Italian company.
And do you know anything about Pieta and what they do, what they make?
I do know they have product lines they create new firearms that are essentially replicas of older firearms.
Is this a replica?
It's a replica in that it's an old design, but it's still a functioning firearm.
Now, if the hammer, let's talk about kind of hypothetically. Let's assume that this gun is fully loaded with live ammunition. And we have the hammer in its resting position, so it's fully down. Is that the position it's in this photo?
Yes, it appears so.
So how is this gun designed in terms of safety with regard to possible accidental discharges when the hammer is in the fully rested position?
Right. So when the hammer is fully forward, as I mentioned earlier, the firing pin actually protrudes inside the frame. So if you have the cylinder fully loaded and the hammer is at rest on a chamber that has a live cartridge in it, that firing pin is actually sitting on the primer of that cartridge. So if I were either to strike the hammer or if I were to drop it and it landed on the hammer, it's going to fire that cartridge. So if you hit the hammer with enough force, it will detonate that primer in that position. And that's part of the design of this firearm. That's just how these are made. And if you were to look at the owner's manual, which this is one thing I did as part of my exam, you would actually see warnings not to carry this firearm with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber. So a lot of times it's actually advised that you load one less cartridge in the cylinder. So you have one empty chamber, and that's how it's carried with the hammer forward on that chamber. So these are recommendations in the owner's manual. So this isn't some phenomenon. This is something that's known about the design of these firearms.
And what kind of testing did you perform on this firearm?
So initially I did a function evaluation just to make sure it appeared that, there weren't any odd modifications, that it was functioning correctly. After that, I was requested to do some microscopic comparisons, as I was also submitted a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case. And then the last type of testing I did on this particular gun is what's called accidental discharge testing. So essentially the goal of that test is to see if I can get this firearm to function without pulling the trigger.
So the first set of testing that you mentioned, what did that entail?
So function examination is basically, I need to inspect the firearm for safety purposes. Keep in mind, I've never seen this firearm before when I first opened the box. So I don't know what condition it's been in. I don't know how old it is. I don't know how well it's been taken care of. So eventually I'm going to want to test fire that gun. So I need to make sure I feel that it's safe to fire, so I don't have some catastrophic failure while I do so. Once I determine that it is safe to fire, I will physically take the gun to one of two locations in the FBI lab, and I will load it with ammunition from the laboratory and actually test fire the gun.
And did you test fire this gun?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many rounds of ammunition did you fire out of this gun?
May I refer to my report?
Sure.
This is the state's witness.
I physically fired this gun 12 times. So as a result of that, I retained the fired bullet and fired cartridge cases that I produced during that test firing. And I also collected some other cartridge cases as a product of the testing that I did. So these would be cartridge cases that I collected during the accidental discharge testing.
And the rounds that you fired, the 12 rounds that you fired out of this gun, were they evidence rounds, or were those rounds that were supplied by the FBI?
They were FBI cartridges, and then once I fire them in the evidence firearm, they become what's called secondary evidence. And essentially, if I have to conduct microscopic comparisons at a later point, that secondary evidence, they now become my knowns. I know they came from that firearm because I physically shot it and collected those items.
All right, thank you. Tell us about the second group of testing that you did.
Right, that was the microscopic comparisons. So again, I was submitted a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case. And essentially I was asked to determine if, in my opinion, I could determine if those two items were fired by this particular revolver.
Okay, and let me back you up for a moment. Did you examine rounds of ammunition as a part of your forensic examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you examine dummy rounds?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine live rounds?
Yes.
Did you examine live rounds? Well, did you examine live rounds that you understood to be provided by someone named Seth Kinney?
Yes, there were some cartridges that were submitted and they were declared to be live rounds as they were submitted.
Did you examine live ammunition that came from a location that you were notified was 126 Monroe Street?
Your Honor, I object to leading.
I'm not leading, I'm just asking him a direct question.
May I review my?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, it's leading, but she doesn't want to spend a ton of time just confirming the address. It's not like this is in contention. This is not in dispute.
Yes, I do have some item numbers that have that address in their item description.
Did you also examine live ammunition that came from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, I did.
And when you examined that ammunition, what did that entail?
So the evaluation of the ammunition kind of took place in a couple different phases. So first, I just looked at the physical characteristics. So I evaluated its appearance from the outside. And based on that, I started to segregate these types of ammunition into groups just based on their physical appearance. So I could put them into groups. For example, some of them appeared to be live cartridges. So I had that group. Some of them appeared to be dummy rounds. And so they may have some physical visual clue that they may be a dummy. So for instance, some of them had holes drilled into the side of them. So I could look into the cartridge and see there was no powder present. Some of them, when you shake them, there are actual BBs inside. So that produces an audible indicator that even though this looks to be a live cartridge, in reality, there's nothing on the inside. So I can shake it, and that's another indicator that that may be a dummy. There were a series of blanks, which a blank does not have a bullet. It still has a primer and gas, but it's not meant to actually fire a projectile. So I started to form these groups just based on their physical characteristics. I then x-rayed all the ammunition because I could hear some of these cartridges it sounded like BBs inside when you shook them. So I wanted to get an idea of just a picture of what was going on inside these cartridges. So again, I took those two pieces of information, sorted them into groups, and then eventually I worked with the contributor to determine which of these cartridges actually need to be disassembled. So we can take out the bullet and we can look inside and see, is there any powder present? Does it look like the primer is active or not? So those were kind of the three phases to sort of determine which categories these cartridges actually fell into.
Okay, and quickly, I'm going to jump you to the accidental discharge testing that you did. Can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that accidental discharge testing consisted of and why you did that testing?
Right. So again, accidental discharge, its goal is essentially to determine, can I fire this firearm without pulling the trigger? That's kind of the end goal. And the way we do that is the test is designed to simulate the firearm being bumped or banged into something, just being jostled around, and seeing, can those kind of interactions fire the firearm? So the way we replicate this in the laboratory is I will take the gun and actually strike it with a rawhide mallet on 6 planes. So if you picture a box,
Rawhide.
the 6 planes would be the front of the box, the rear of the box, the left side, the right side, the top, and the bottom. So those are the 6 planes. So if you kind of picture the revolver and picture how those 6 planes work around that gun, I'm going to go around and strike the firearm in all 6 of those planes with a rawhide mallet. Again, trying to determine if it will actually fire without me touching the trigger.
And specifically, when you're striking the firearm, are you striking the hammer?
That was a part of the testing that I did, yes.
Prior to conducting that testing, did you have any thoughts about whether that could potentially result in damage to the gun?
Right, so this is actually in our standard operating procedures, that this type of testing is potentially destructive to the firearm. So just kind of generally speaking, if I'm going to do an exam that may destroy or alter the evidence permanently, I would seek out the contributor's permission to do that exam before I actually go and do it. So that is what was done in this case.
So you obtained permission to proceed with that testing,
That's correct.
understanding that it could result in damage.
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and, let's go ahead and just
In fact,
briefly
they broke the gun.
describe the striking of the mallet and whether or not at some point there was damage and kind of what you learned during that test.
So as we're doing this test, we want to test the firearm in all modes of fire that it's capable of. So if I have a rifle, for instance, and say it's semi-automatic and fully automatic, I would do the test in both of those settings. In this case, completely different type of firearm, but I wanted to test this gun in all 4 positions of the hammer. So at rest, quarter cock, half cock, and fully cocked. And essentially as a result of that testing, there were only 2 times that I was able to get this firearm to fire. The first one being when the hammer was at rest on a loaded chamber. So as I previously described to you, the firing pin was sitting directly on the primer. So when I struck the hammer with a mallet, that provided enough force to detonate the primer. So again, that's a known feature of this type of firearm. The second test where this occurred was when the hammer was in the fully cocked position, and I was doing my striking in the 6 planes as I described, and eventually I got to the rear of the firearm, so that back plane, and eventually at some point I struck the hammer with a rawhide mallet, and the hammer actually fell and it detonated the primer. So what happened was some of the internal components of the firearm actually broke to allow that hammer to fall and fire the primed cartridge case. So I previously mentioned those quarter and half cock notches. If the hammer were to fall and there was no damage inside the gun, I would expect that the portion that makes contact with the hammer is called the sear. That sear should have been caught either by the quarter or the half cock notch as the hammer was falling. It should not have been able to fall all the way. So this is what led me to believe that there was some type of damage that occurred within the gun. And eventually I disassembled it to figure out exactly what that damage was.
So the damage that you discovered, just so we're clear, was that damage sustained at the FBI lab?
Yes, it was.
Based on the testing that you did, when this gun was received by the FBI, was it in proper working order?
Yes, so the first exam I did was the function exam. So again, that's making sure it's operating correctly and that it hasn't been modified. During that test, I also examined the safeties. So as it was received in that condition, when I went through the function evaluation, everything appeared to be operating correctly. So it functioned normally as it was designed.
So you were able to make it fire in the resting position, correct?
That's correct.
And then did you put it in the quarter cock position?
Yes.
And did you strike it with a mallet?
In that particular case, for the quarter as well as the half cock, I did not need to do the mallet testing.
What kind of testing did you do?
So the quarter and half cock notches are not designed to essentially lock the trigger or put your firearm completely in a safe setting. So again, they're designed that if your finger slips off the hammer, it's going to catch it. So in this type of gun, if your hammer is in either the quarter or the half cock, you can actually squeeze the trigger, and if you squeeze it hard enough, it's going to cock the hammer enough that it releases. So you can still make the hammer fall, even though it's in these 2 intermediate safety positions, if you apply sufficient pressure to the trigger. So I did a variety of testing to determine if I put the hammer in the quarter cock as well as the half cock notch, and I squeeze the trigger hard enough that I allow the hammer to fall, is it even feasible for the hammer to detonate the cartridge? And I determined in both of those positions it was not.
And we understand that the next testing that you did was in the full cock position.
That's correct.
And ultimately, as you predicted, was the gun damaged?
As a result of the testing, yes, it was damaged.
Okay. Let's move to State's Exhibit 97A. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so this is a photograph that I took after the accidental discharge testing was complete. So on the right-hand side, we have the hammer. As I mentioned before, the firing pin is fixed to the hammer. So that's that piece that you see protruding from the hammer. In the top left, this piece is called the cylinder stop. So you can see a piece of that component fractured off. The bottom left here, we have the trigger. And this tiny piece here is what actually fractured off the trigger. Now, as I mentioned before, I explained the quarter and half cock notches. So I'm actually going to point those out to you. On the hammer, these kind of jagged edges, the first one is the quarter cock notch. So as you're cocking the hammer, you hear that first click. That is the sear portion of the trigger, which is now broken, locking into that little recess. Your second click is the half cock notch. So that's that second jagged edge. And then your last click is the actual sear notch. So that's where the trigger is sitting when the hammer is in its fully cocked position. So when I struck the hammer with the mallet, it actually broke off that piece of the trigger that was sitting up against the hammer there.
And is there anything unusual to you in this photo about the full cock notch on the hammer?
So again, this notch here is the full cock notch. So you may notice when looking at this that this notch appears much flatter when you compare it to the other two notches. So it could be that a small portion of this surface was also damaged during the testing. But in addition to that, there are times where the sear notch is just not as pronounced as the other two notches. So I didn't observe any damage myself in this particular area, but it's possible that area was damaged.
Well, it would have to be. It's designed
based
to
on your
allow the trigger to
testing,
release.
Did you form an opinion about whether or not this gun could be fired without the handler pulling the trigger?
So again, the only two times that occurred was with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber. And the second time, I attributed this to the breakage of internal components. So again, if these parts had not broken, I would expect that the trigger should have been caught by either the quarter or the half cock notch as the hammer was coming forward. So I would not expect this to occur had this breakage not happened.
So just to be clear, did you form an opinion about whether the handler would have to pull the trigger of the gun to make the gun fire?
My opinion is that the only reason this occurred is because of the breakage. So in order to move the trigger away from the hammer, that's typically accomplished by pulling the trigger. So in this case, the only way that was possible is because the trigger actually fractured.
Okay. So in order for you, just so that we're clear, in order for you to make the gun fire without pulling the trigger, when it was in the full cock position, you had to break it.
That's what I had to do in my lab. I can't account for all the other possibilities that may have existed in some hypothetical scenario, but this is the result as I tested it in my laboratory. It would not fire without pulling the trigger in the full cock setting without being broken.
Thank you. Let's move to State's Exhibit 98. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photograph of the fired bullet that was submitted for comparison.
And can you describe to us in a little bit more detail what we're seeing in this photo?
This is the lead bullet that was submitted. It's very damaged. So typically when I look at a fired bullet, I would expect to see nice areas that are engraved with the negative impression of the barrel. So I'd expect to see, for example, deep lines that define what we call the rifling. And in this case, I don't see that. I just see a series of abrasions on the outside of this bullet. So essentially, whatever this bullet came into contact with, it basically damaged the exterior surface so greatly that the information that was left behind from the barrel is gone.
Hutchins' organs.
When you're talking about what the bullet came in contact with, I just want to be clear. Are you talking about what the bullet came in contact with after it left the barrel of the gun?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 99. Explain to us what we're looking at here.
So these are just additional images of the same fired bullet. So I took these using my microscope. So they're a little bit higher magnification. And basically in both of these photos, the bullet is pointing to the left. So you're looking at the image of the left, you're looking at all of the damage and abrasions that were present on that bullet when I received it. And the image on the right is similar to the one you saw on the previous slide, where it doesn't have the deep gouges in different directions, but the rifling is still virtually gone from this bullet.
Can you tell us what caliber this bullet is?
When we receive fired bullets, the only way we can estimate the caliber is based on the diameter. So I can measure the diameter of the bullet and also the bullet weight. So for those two items, they were very close between a 44 caliber and a 45 caliber bullet. So I classified it as either a 44 or 45 caliber bullet.
Can you explain to us why a 45 caliber bullet, by the time it gets to you, may have a different diameter and weight?
Sure. So this projectile is lead, which is a relatively soft material. Most modern bullets are going to have a harder jacketing material. So it's going to have a lead core with a harder jacket around it. The most common type is going to be copper. And that harder material is going to protect the lead core. It's going to help it keep its mass as it starts hitting things. But because this is lead, it's relatively soft. It's much more susceptible to damage when it hits things. So it's possible that when I receive a bullet or even a bullet fragment and I go to take a measurement of that bullet, it may be less than the true measurement because it's hit things and I now only have a partial bullet. Or conversely, it could actually be a wider diameter because it hits something and it flattens, so that causes it to expand. So that's why when I'm taking that measurement into consideration, I may not be able to narrow it down to just one specific caliber.
And State's Exhibit 100, what's this?
Alec Baldwin goes on trial August 6th.
These are two images of the fired cartridge case that was submitted for the examination. So the left image is from the side, and the right image, you're looking at what's called the head stamp of the cartridge. So the head stamp itself is the outer ring where you're going to see information such as the caliber. So 45 Colt is the caliber. You may also see symbols which relate to the manufacturer. And then this silver colored surface in the center here is the primer that I've been talking about. So this is what the firing pin comes into contact with when you pull the trigger. So this crater in the center, that's the firing pin impression. So when the firing pin falls, strikes the primer, it leaves behind an impression of the firing pin. And also during the firing process, the cartridge case rests up against a flat surface called the breech face. And during the firing process, this cartridge case slams into the breech face and it can pick up an impression of imperfections on that surface. So you may see some parallel lines. Some of these lines are kind of arcing. They almost appear to be crosshatch. Again, there's more parallel lines on the left here. That's an impression that this cartridge case has picked up from the breech face of the firearm.
Did you compare this casing with anything else, any other casings?
This was the only fired cartridge case that was submitted, but I did compare it to those known specimens that I collected from the revolver that was submitted.
And the known specimens, are those the ones that you fired out of the revolver yourself?
That's correct. That's the secondary evidence that I spoke about earlier. So I created that evidence in the lab by physically test firing the gun, and they became my knowns at that point.
Did you form an opinion about whether or not this cartridge casing was fired from the gun that we saw in the earlier exhibits?
Yes, it's my opinion that I identified this cartridge case as having been fired by the revolver.
State's Exhibit 101. What are we looking at here?
So these are representative images of the comparison that I did to get to that conclusion of identification. So if you look at the image on the left, this is two cartridge cases being compared side by side. And this is on my what's called comparison microscope. So at the laboratory, I have this microscope. I can mount two specimens. There are two separate microscopes connected by an optical bridge, and there's a binocular eyepiece at the top. So when I look through that binocular eyepiece, I can see images of both specimens side by side. So in the left image, there's this black line running down the center. That's what separates the two cartridge cases. So on the left side, you see my notes at the bottom here, F item 2, that's my annotation for that came from item 2, which is the revolver. So those are my knowns. On the right side is item 3. So that's the cartridge case that was submitted. And in the photo on the left, I'm comparing those breech face marks that I spoke about earlier. So the impression of that flat surface, I'm looking at the parallel lines as well as the crosshatch lines. And the image on the right, I'm looking at the features down within the firing pin impression.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 102. What's this?
These are 4 cartridges that were submitted for examination.
And when they were submitted to you for examination, were you given information about where they came from?
Yes, I do have that information that's been populated into the database.
And if you would tell us, just so that we know what your understanding was, just going to state of mind.
Right. It appears 3 of these were taken from the top of a cart, and the 4th was located in a holster inside of building. Those are the descriptions that I have.
Did you conduct any testing on these cartridges?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
So the process that I spoke about earlier, first I just examined the physical characteristics of these cartridges. I then x-rayed them to see if I could learn anything more about the inside. And then the last step was to actually disassemble these cartridges.
And after going through all of that, did you form an opinion about whether these cartridges were dummies or live?
So these cartridges contained the 4 components that are required to be live functional ammunition. So that being the cartridge case, the bullet. In the bottom here is the primer, which you see in the center of the photograph on the right. And inside the cartridge case is going to be powder, which is the propellant. So these 4 cartridges had all 4 of those main components, which are consistent with being live ammunition.
Is there writing on the head stamp of that bullet? Or the cartridge, rather?
Yes, it's the head stamp of the cartridge. Again, so this is the bottom of the cartridge. It has the caliber, and these kind of flower type logos with a line indicate the manufacturer of the cartridge case.
And did all of these cartridges have that same indication on the head stamp?
Yes.
Did all of the cartridges have the same color primer?
Yes.
Did all of the cartridges have the same shape projectile?
These are all leading.
Yes. So you can see in the image on the left the shape of the bullet here, as well
Defense
as
doesn't
the
object to any of these
color,
leading
the finish
questions.
of the bullet. So these are what are called lead flat-nose bullets.
State's Exhibit 103. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of essentially a box of ammunition that was submitted to the lab. So on the right-hand side, you see information that's present on the exterior of the box. And on the left-hand side is the foam tray that's inside that box, as well as the cartridges that were inside it.
When this photo was taken, if you can tell us, had the order of the cartridges in the styrofoam insert been modified?
Yes, so generally a box of ammunition comes in with one item number. And when I opened it up, I saw various things, various calibers, various types of bullets. So I started to form groups based on what was in that box. And then I gave them their own sub-item number. So for instance, I believe this was item 13, and I divided them based on the physical characteristics that I was seeing.
So the cartridges are in different positions in the styrofoam insert in this photo than they may have been at the time they were taken into evidence.
That is possible. I'm not sure what positions they were in at the time it was open.
And did you do any testing on these cartridges that were in this box?
Yes, I did the same series of testing that I've explained before.
And can you summarize for us what was in this box based on your examination and testing?
May I check my notes? Just double
Certainly.
check.
So I noted, folks, I'm pausing in here for a second. I mentioned that the defense isn't objecting to any of these leading questions, and somebody asked, well, would it matter here? I mean, in a sense, not in the long run, because Carrie Morrissey, the special prosecutor asking these questions, is a good lawyer, and she can figure out how to ask the questions in a non-leading way. But in another sense, this is a key pillar of the prosecution, is that the live rounds found on set had a distinctive appearance of the brass. It was bright as opposed to having a patina like the dummy rounds did, and that the live rounds always had a nickel-colored primer. So it should have been easy to identify a live round from a dummy round. The trouble for the state is that, in fact, there were dummy rounds found that also had nickel primers. And whether a brass is, patina and not patina is not binary. The patina develops over time. So it's not as distinctive a feature as she might like to suggest. And because this argument, the appearance and the color of the primer is so pivotal to the state's theory of the prosecution, I would be objecting. I'd make them work for that, sure.
So the vast majority of the cartridges that were in this box were dummy cartridges. And some of them had visual indicators. As I mentioned before, they may have a hole drilled in the side, or you could shake them. And again, that's an audible indicator. However, there was one cartridge in this box that, again, it had the 4 components required to be live ammunition.
And when you're looking at this photo, can you identify the cartridge that you believe was determined to be live?
I believe it was this one here with the silver primer.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 104.
That was
What's
non-leading.
This is actually 2 additional images of that cartridge that I just pointed out on the screen. So this is a side view of the cartridge on the left and an image of the head stamp region on the right.
I want to talk to you about the characteristics of this cartridge compared to the 4 live cartridges that we saw earlier. does this cartridge have the same shape, projectile, or bullet as the other four?
Yes, it does.
Does it have the same indication on the head stamp?
Yes,
And does it have the same color primer?
it does.
State's Exhibit 105. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are images of additional ammunition that was submitted for examination. And these, some of the ammunition came in being declared as live ammunition. So these are images of some of those cartridges that were submitted.
So these are all live.
They were described as being live, and they had the physical characteristics of being live.
Based on the information that you received that went along with these cartridges, where did these cartridges come from?
May I refer?
Go ahead.
These cartridges are described as having as having come from Seth Kenny.
And do these cartridges, are they different than the live rounds, the 5 live rounds that we've seen photos of previously?
There are some differences, yes.
What are those?
So I see differences in the morphology of the bullet, so the shape of the bullet. For instance, this first one in the top left, this is actually a nickel-plated hollow point bullet, so it's not the lead flat nose that you previously saw. The images below that, these bullet types are semi-wad cutters. So again, it's just a different design of bullet. So it's different in
My
shape
favorite
than the ones you previously saw.
for 45 caliber
You
lead.
also see additional head stamps here, such as Winchester, GFL, which is a trade name called Fiocchi, and as well as CBC, which is made by Magtech. And this, due to the glare, it's a little difficult to see in this photo, but I also believe there's differences in the colors of the primers.
And let me ask you, if you were to go to a gun store and buy a box of ammunition, would the ammunition in that box have different shaped projectiles?
No, if I was buying a brand new box of ammunition, you go to Walmart, it's going to say on the outside what those bullet designs are. For example, it may say jacketed hollow point. It may say round nose. It may say truncated cone. So I would expect if I open that brand new box of ammunition, all of the bullet morphologies would be the same.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 106. What's this?
This is another series of photographs of another ammunition box that was scented. So in the top left, you see the exterior of the box. Bottom left, you see that foam insert as well as the cartridges. And then the image of the right on the right is just those cartridges being removed from the tray.
Can you tell us where these came from, at least what the description was that was provided to you?
Do you have an item number for this by chance?
I will get you one.
Why isn't the item number in the photograph?
28.
Okay. Item 28 was described as having come from the item 27 tray, which is the tray you see here, which was described as having come from the 26 box. And the 26 box was described as coming from 126 Monroe Street.
In your examination of these cartridges, were you able to make a determination about whether they were live or dummies?
That's Seth Kenny, PDQ Props, 126 Monroe Street.
May I refer to this?
Sure.
Okay, so these cartridges were submitted being declared as being live cartridges. So basically, they were submitted and it was understood that these were live functioning ammunition. So I did disassemble 2 of these just to essentially verify that. And the 2 that I disassembled, again, it had the 4 main components that are required to be live functioning ammunition. So the ones that I didn't, they were described as being live, but the 2 that I did had all 4 components required.
Are there any differences in the characteristics of these live cartridges compared to the live cartridges that came from the set of the movie Rust?
Yeah, so again, in the bottom left, I see differences in primer color. These are brass as opposed to nickel. I can't read the head stamps in this photograph, but as far as the bullets go, these are also different because we have the ones that have this sort of little lip above the mouth.
Sorry.
Those are called semi-wad cutters. And the other ones, which you see do not have that lip, these are called truncated cone. So the ones that you previously saw, these are different from flat nose because they don't have the rounded sides. It just goes straight. If you were to picture like an orange construction cone, it just goes straight up to the tip.
State's Exhibit 107. What's this? Well, and let's begin with what your understanding was of where they came from.
Again, these were reported as coming from 126 Monroe Street.
Were they provided to you with the understanding that they were presumed live or dummy? What was?
Yes, these were presumed live.
And do you have an opinion about whether or not they are actually live cartridges?
So in this case, I did not disassemble any of these, so I can't speak about what's inside the cartridge. So for instance, does it actually have an active primer? Does it have the propellant? So since I didn't disassemble these, I can't testify that I know what's on the inside. But again, these were described as being live.
And the characteristics of these cartridges, did you find them to be consistent with live ammunition?
Based on my physical observations of the exterior, yes.
And are there differences in the characteristics between these cartridges and the 5 cartridges that were provided to you from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, it's the same types of differences that we've been discussing. So I see differences in the head stamp, which indicates a different manufacturer, as well as the bullet morphology appears different.
State's Exhibit 108. What's this?
These are additional cartridges submitted. And again, these were submitted being declared as live cartridges.
And did they appear to be consistent with live cartridges?
Two of these I did disassemble, so I could verify that they had the 4 components of live cartridges. The rest I did not. So they were physically consistent with being live, but again, I don't have an understanding of what's occurring inside the cartridge.
And same question. Do these cartridges have different characteristics than the live rounds provided from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, they do. It's the same. Various head stamps, various primer colors, various bullet morphologies.
State's Exhibit 109. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 109 from your notes?
Yes, it is.
Just tell us what we're looking at.
So as part of my examination of the ammunition, I worked with the contributor to figure out which items they wanted disassembled. So I made this chart in my notes. So this shows the images of the cartridges prior to disassembly. The middle column explains the original item number, as well as what the item number that I was going to create in order to disassemble a cartridge. And then the last column is just a description of essentially what's left. So for instance, the third row across, item 28 originally was all of those cartridges, but I removed 2. So I sub-itemized 28-1 and 28-2. And then the third column tells you that what's left of 28 is 7 remaining cartridges, and the 2 that I subdivided are eventually what we're going to be disassembled.
And if you already testified to it, I apologize. Did you disassemble all of the live rounds from the set of the movie Rust?
All of the rounds that had the physical characteristics of being live, yes, I disassembled those because I wanted to know if they did or did not have the components on the inside.
Did you take a photograph of the gunpowder that came out of those disassembled rounds from the set of the movie?
Yes, I did.
And did you also take a photograph of the gunpowder that came out of the live cartridges that came from other sources? I think you mentioned Mr. Kenny and also 126 Monroe Street. Did you photograph that powder?
Yes, I did.
And without even using a microscope, did you see differences?
Yes, there were clear differences in both the shapes of the powders as well as the color, which means they may have some different types of coatings on the powder.
Let's move to State's Exhibit 110. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So on the left side, you're looking at a photograph of the powder that was taken from the item 4 cartridge. So this was one that was submitted that was presumed to be live based on its exterior appearance. But once I took it apart, this is the actual powder that I pulled from the inside of that cartridge. And on the right, you're looking at the same thing, but this is from item 24-1, which is one of the cartridges that was submitted as being known to be a live cartridge.
And the powder, I understand on the left, we're looking at powder from item 4. Were you able to see the powder from item 5, 6, 7, and 13-1?
Yes, they were all consistent, which is why I only included one photograph, because it would be 5 photographs of the same thing.
Thank you. And I'm going to use briefly a demonstrative aid.
Counsel, we're going to take our morning bathroom break.
Sure.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Counsel, approach.
Okay, judge wants to talk with the lawyers. Did she get a hairbrush? I think she got a hairbrush. The judge. Not Carrie. Let's see. Let me take a look at the law of self-defense member comments. By the way, that's the only place I really look for comments and questions, folks. Is from our law of self-defense members on the member dashboard, where we're also live streaming this. Has its own chat function. That's the only place I look. And you can become a law of self-defense member right now for 99 cents. Get a 2-week trial membership for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Get instantly emailed how to join us on the member chat. You can still watch it on YouTube if you prefer, but keep another window open with the member chat. Put your comments and questions in there. And after the 2-week trial, it's still dirt cheap, only about 30 cents a day. Less than $10 a month to be a Law of Self-Defense member. You get your comments and questions answered. You get members-only content, like the PDF breakdowns I did of the opening and closing statements on Saturday's show. You get transcripts of most shows, not these 8-hour shows, but our normal 1-hour shows. We provide transcripts for those for your records, and if you prefer to read and not read, and much more. Lots of benefits to being a Law of Self-Defense member for 30 cents a day. But at least try it out for 2 weeks. It'll cover you through this trial. Only 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. All right, so let me move this over here. Check out member comments. Am I at the beginning? Okay, I'll do my best, folks. Is that Paul, Law of Self-Defense member Paul asks, is that where the expression going off half-cocked comes from? Yeah. So the gun discharging when you did not intend for it to discharge. Inappropriate action. Let's see. Yes, modern revolvers has something called a hammer block, which is it blocks the hammer from falling on the cartridge unless the trigger is fully pulled to the rear. When the trigger reaches the rearmost position, the hammer block falls out of the way and the hammer can hit all the way, as another safety technique to avoid unintentional discharges. Kyle says, the quarter cock is your safety. You don't need to load 5. In other words, you don't have to have the hammer over an empty chamber. You can load all 6 chambers and use the quarter cock as your safety. The trouble is, as we see here, the gun can become damaged in such a way that the notches don't work. Eric says, I wonder why the full rest discharge testimony was important. That doesn't seem relevant to the fact pattern of the case. Maybe for completeness. Partly for completeness and partly because, the expert is supposed to be somewhat detached from the facts of the case. He's not there to provide final conclusions of fact, right? That's for the jury to do. He's only there to testify about what he did and what he found. And this is part of that. Obviously, nobody came up with a mallet and hit the hammer when it was in a resting position, and that's what discharged the gun to Halyna Hutchins. So in that sense, it's irrelevant. Let's see. Guessing they want to prove that the bullet was fired from this gun. I mean, yeah, but there's no other. It's the bullet they pulled out of Joel Souza. After the only gun discharge that could have possibly put the bullet into Joel Souza. So it's not like we think somebody was on a distant hill and fired into the church, and that's the bullet that hit Joel Souza, independent of Alec Baldwin's revolver discharging. So just from circumstantial evidence, you can conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that that bullet came out of Alec Baldwin's gun. There's no other explanation. The whole matching of the stamps. So, firearms tool marks, there's a lot of voodoo science in there. These guys make up a lot of stuff claiming they can do things I don't believe that they can do. It's never been subject to scientific method. But when there's some kind of gross morphology, that can be a pretty good way to match something. I mean, the real test, of course, would also be the negative hypothesis, right? So how many other revolvers would create essentially identical marks? I mean, especially guns in the modern era where they're made on, CNC, computer numerically controlled machines, very precise machines, you tend to get a lot of the same defects in, various editions of the gun that would leave similar marks in cartridges. But again, for this fact pattern, it hardly matters. It's not like we had, 10 cops shoot at a suspect and you're trying to figure out which cop's bullet actually killed him. Only one person fired a gun here. Only one bullet was fired. It's not hard to match this stuff up, just from circumstantial evidence. Robert C. asks, as a member of CCW Safe, I believe I'm required to waive privilege so that CCW Safe can communicate with my attorney. Does that mean that the prosecution can demand disclosure? Well, the way CCW Safe works, my understanding of how they work, is when you call their hotline, that person you're talking to, you don't give them a detailed explanation of what happened. You tell them, I was involved in a use of force event. I'm activating my CCW Safe privileges. And by the way, which you can get here, learn why I trust CCW Safe, why I'm personally a member of CCW Safe at lawofselfdefense.com/trust, and get a discount code for 10% in your own CCW Safe membership. But you don't give the hotline person a detailed explanation of what happened. You say, I've been involved in the use of force event. I need to activate my CCW Safe benefits. They take your contact information, and Don West, their national trial counsel, himself an attorney, calls you. So you're speaking to an attorney about your legal options. There's privilege right there. And then, of course, ultimately, Don is working in consult to your lead counsel, just like I work in consult to lead counsels. And so I'm covered, Don would be covered, CCW Safe would be covered by your counsel's privilege as effectively part as the legal team. So you're not waiving privilege. By the way, when you do call the helpline, don't just start spouting stuff to the helpline. I mean, CCW Safe could make a good argument. That person you're talking to really works for Don West, and so the privilege you'd have with West extends to her, just like everybody in a lawyer's office, the clerks, the paralegals, they're all covered by his privilege. But it's better if you don't do that, because it wouldn't surprise me in the least for a prosecutor to argue that it shouldn't be privileged and they want the recording of that phone call. I don't think they'd win that argument, but they might make it, and you never know with judges today. But there are quote unquote self-defense insurance companies that don't have criminal defense lawyers on staff. So they can't make that argument. Whatever you say to their help hotline is going to be discoverable by the prosecution. I don't want to name any names, USCCA. By the way, years ago, I was on, USCCA had set up a legal advisory board, the first one they'd ever done. And I was a member of that board. They invited me to be a member, me and a bunch of other criminal defense attorneys. And when they told us that their helpline was taking detailed statements from members involved in use of force events, we were horrified. It had never occurred to them, to USCCA, that those things would be, those conversations recorded, customer service hotline, recorded for quality assurance. It had never occurred to them, because they don't have criminal defense lawyers on staff, had never occurred to them that those things were discoverable by the prosecution until we told them that. Let's see. In my mind, the legal expertise at USCCA is close to zero within the organization. There's nothing there. They're really, in my view, they're really a very, very good internet marketing company that just happens to currently sell this kind of stuff, self-defense insurance. They could be selling, gadgets from China. They could be selling whatever. It doesn't matter. The internet marketing machine, it's whatever you feed into it is what you put out in the market. But there's no expertise here. Hey, Moto Jitsu in the chat on YouTube. Hey, Greg, how you doing? Greg Widmore is one of my favorite people in the world. Moto Jitsu. If you ride a motorcycle and you're not familiar with him and watch his stuff, you are crazy. His stuff will keep you alive. Great guy. He's got his own podcast. I've been on it a couple times. Actually, my wife, for my birthday one year, arranged for Greg to come out from California all the way to Colorado. He stayed at my place, and we spent a day or two, I forget. I think it was one full day, getting one-on-one personal instruction from Moto Jitsu himself. And it was awesome. I learned a ton. About what motorcycles are actually capable of and how to be safer and more effective on them. Oops. Man, okay. Let's see. Yeah, Moto Jitsu on, I think he's only on YouTube now. I'm not sure about that. He used to be on Instagram, but I think he dropped it. Let's see. Wouldn't this testimony be more suited for Alec's trial and not Hannah's? Well, no, this is going to, can you distinguish between live rounds and dummy rounds? And Hannah ought to have been able to do that. Baldwin never looked at the ammo. He did zero inspection of the gun. So much of this ammo testimony is going to be irrelevant to him. The questions for Baldwin are, did you know it was a real gun? Which he can't contest because he said that in his police interrogation. Did you know it was a real gun? Did you point what you knew to be a real gun at Halyna Hutchins without first ensuring there were no live rounds in it? That's all. That's the manslaughter right there. And then, of course, it just makes it worse that obviously he had to have pulled the trigger to discharge the gun. He claims he didn't. Just pointing a live round, it's a gun with a live round in it at another person. If that accidentally goes off, that's manslaughter. He would never have pointed that gun at his own head without ensuring there were not live rounds in the gun. Right? I think we can all agree on that. And it doesn't really matter that the gun was broken. I mean, they've got a good explanation for why that happened. All right, that's all the member questions. I'm going to have to check on this. Let me send a quick message to Emily. There's something I wanted to look to. Okay. Well, I'm really glad I saw Greg's comment in the chat. I don't think Nick is tracking this. Nick is mostly streaming at night right now. Nick Recato Law. I think we are planning to do the Alec Baldwin trial together. August 6th. In fact, that's in the middle of my 3-week British Columbia motorcycle trip. So I'm going to have to move that entire trip to cover the Alec Baldwin trial. But I will, for all of you. Yeah, it's funny. So Greg started on a BMW GS motorcycle, same motorcycle I ride. And then he went through, like, I don't know, a different motorcycle a week for a long time. I think he came back to the GS and then he went back to a different motorcycle a week for a while. And now he's back on a GS again. It is the universal Swiss Army knife of excellent motorcycles for sure. It doesn't surprise me when people come back to it. Yeah, so there's never supposed to be live rounds on a movie set. Ever. But obviously we had inadequate safety measures here. So for example, at the prop company that supplied the blanks and the dummies and the guns, they have, let's call it a warehouse. It looks like it's a regular house, but let's call it a warehouse. Very disheveled. There's boxes and stuff strewn all over the place, inside and outside of the place. There's ammo everywhere in different containers. That's the supplier to the movie set. That building, whatever you want to call it, that warehouse should never, ever have a live round in it. So I travel a lot, folks, by air. And I shoot a lot. And I have luggage bags in which I put ammo, and those never go to the airport, ever. And then I have other bags that go to the airport, and I never put live ammo in them, ever. So there's no possibility that, like, I had a bag I took to the range to go shooting, and then I end up bringing that bag to the airport, and there's a loose round in it, a live round, which is the only kind I would really have. Just to avoid this. So if you have a warehouse, your business is providing props and blanks and dummies to the movie industry, there should never be a live round anywhere in that warehouse. That's the only way to be sure that you're not unintentionally going to send a live round to the set. And also on the set, every single round that's going to be used as a dummy or a blank should be inspected. Now, the blanks are easy to inspect, right? Because they're all crimped at the front. So that's just, it takes a fraction of a second to look at a blank and say, all right, that's a blank. And then you set it off to the side. That's a blank that has been screened to confirm that it's a blank. And the dummies can be a little more time consuming. It's got a hole drilled in it. I can hear the rattle. That gets put in the safe side of the table. But every single one should be done. And then anything that was not individual screened and put on that side of the table gets shoved off to the left side and doesn't go anywhere near a movie set. So the only things that look like bullets that end up in the movie set have been because how many dummies do you need? You may need a lot of blanks depending on how much shooting there is. But the dummies, you only need enough for each gun for display purposes. A couple dozen, 50, 100, not more than that. It's not hard to check 100 dummies. You could probably do 30 a minute. So in 3 minutes, you got 90 done. It's absolutely insane. And of course, most of the time, 99.999% of the time, the safety measures work because they're done and they're effective. That's why there's millions or billions of rounds fired in history in Hollywood, and there's been something like 5 unintentional gun deaths because the safety measures, when done properly, work. And when they're not done properly, you have a genuine risk of a wife and mother being killed on set. I cannot imagine, and I've never been involved with movies, but I've been involved with TV shows that had shooting as a legal expert consulting to the TV show where they were firing guns. I can't imagine pointing a gun at another human being on a movie or TV set. What I know to be a real gun, it's not rubber, it's a functioning firearm, and not taking the 2 seconds necessary to make sure that gun I'm going to point at someone doesn't have a live round in it. And by the way, actors are trained not to point guns directly at each other. That's in the SAG-AFTRA rules. I talked about this yesterday. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I bet I can. Here's one from SAG-AFTRA Safety Handbook. As an actor, you are ultimately responsible for your own safety and the safety of your fellow cast members. Everybody is responsible for safety, according to SAG-AFTRA. That's safety generally, and particularly with respect to firearms. This is the rules for actors, folks. General safe use and handling of firearms. Refrain from pointing a firearm at anyone, including yourself. Any object at which you point a firearm could be destroyed. So the actors are taught you point the gun a little bit off of the target. It's good enough for the camera. Camera can't tell. But then if the gun unintentionally discharges, the bullet misses that person instead of killing that person. And in his interview with George Stephanopoulos that I broke down yesterday, Alec Baldwin actually said, because Stephanopoulos said, so you're pointing at the camera. And Baldwin goes, oh, no, I would never point at a camera. You don't do that. You point a little off the side from the camera. But in his case, pointing a little off the side from the camera was pointing directly at Halyna Hutchins. If he'd hit the camera, he probably would have destroyed the camera, but the bullet wouldn't have passed clear through the camera. Not a soft lead 45 long Colt bullet. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, folks, just to remind everybody, as long as we're still on a break, if you want me to address your comments and questions, they really have to be on the Law of Self-Defense member dashboard, which you can become a Law of Self-Defense member for dirt cheap. It's literally 99 cents for a 2-week trial, which will cover you for this entire prosecution. 99 cents, folks, at lawofselfdefense.com/trial for a 2-week trial membership. You'll be instantly emailed instructions for how to join us on the member chat. You can open up another tab in your browser right now and do this. I would recommend it. It's 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. And after that, after the trial membership, it's still dirt cheap. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law of Self-Defense member. But at least start out with the 99-cent 2-week membership at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Swampy Rumble says, I miss you guys together. I think he means Nick and I. Yeah, we have great fun when we stream together. But I got to be honest. I mean, Nick's invited me on, and but his shows are at night, and I'm old. At 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, I'm done, folks. I'm tired. I get up at 5 in the morning. So it's very difficult for me. And when I am on the shows, I feel like I'm not adding a lot of value because I'm tired. But he's always been very kind about having me on. I think he's going to cover the Alec Baldwin case. And when he does, I'll probably just join him as a guest on his show. And that would be great fun. I always have a ton of fun working with Nick on these shows. Let's see. Any new questions? From the membership. Jeffrey says, I want to hear this guy's testimony about the live one round from the day one photos, the trial day one, that didn't appear to have enough powder. I'm curious about that too. So on the first day of this trial, they had a crime scene technician show some pictures of a bullet that I believe she'd pulled the bullet from the cartridge and dumped out the powder. And the powder was collected in a little transparent round canister. And I'm looking at that powder, and I've reloaded 100,000 rounds of 45 ACP anyway, and 9mm and 40 Smith & Wesson. I'll confess I've never reloaded a 45 long Colt cartridge, but I presume a 45 long Colt would have a similar powder charge to a 45 ACP round. They fired the same, basically similar weight bullets, 200 grain, 230 grain, 250 grain, something in that range. And when I saw that little transparent plastic container with the gunpowder in it, that was not nearly enough gunpowder to be a full charge. It looked to me just maybe a grain or less of gunpowder in there. And normally there would be 4.3, 4.5 grains of powder. So what I was seeing was like 10% or 20% of what would actually be a full charge in the cartridge. And I've not heard an explanation for that. In fact, I've not heard anyone in the courtroom even notice that. Let's see. Kyle asked, does Carrie Morrissey, the special prosecutor here, have previous prosecutorial experience? I don't know. Now, I've mentioned this before, of course. She was one of the defense counsel for Dean Cummings. That was a murder trial in New Mexico, same area of the state. Dean Cummings was apparently had been a famous skier. He was looking to buy some land in New Mexico. He was staying in an RV on the property owner, so he could walk around for a while and get to know the property before making a decision on whether to buy. And he got in a fight with the property owner and killed him with an AR rifle and got charged with murder. Sat in jail for something like 1 to 3 years waiting for trial because of COVID. When he finally came to trial, Carrie Morrissey was one of his defense attorneys, and she was excellent. I remember at the time saying, if I'm charged with murder in New Mexico, I'm hiring Carrie Morrissey for my defense. And she's been very good as a prosecutor too. Very, very precise in everything she does. Like all her exhibits, when she's actually using them in court, they're all numbered sequentially. I mean, she's planned this prosecution with tremendous detail. None of the mistakes that the defense seems to be making. I'll go through some of the defense mistakes that appear to have happened based on pretrial motions. It doesn't look great. It's one of the advantages, folks, of being a CCW safe member, or at least being a member of my own law self-defense platinum memberships. Our platinum memberships are how you get access to my personal legal consult on your case if you're involved in a use of force event. We only do legal consults for our platinum members. We don't take outside consults anymore. When we did take outside consults, they were a minimum of $10,000 and often more than that. But we don't do outside consults anymore. The only people we do legal consults for now are platinum members. I'm doing one right now for a platinum member. He's been charged with multiple felonies for a gun use of force event. And he's getting it, like all platinum members get my legal consult, for free. We don't charge anything to members for a legal consult. No $10,000 retainer. It's just part of being a member, a platinum member. The good thing is you can be a platinum member for as little as 82 cents a day. And not only are you a platinum member for 5 years for 82 cents a day, but we send you $3,000 worth of our educational content. Our books, multiple copies of our book, all our courses on DVD, also online streamed, tickets to our live course that we teach twice a year for you and your wife. All that for 82 cents a day. So if that's of interest, if you'd like my backing as a legal consult on your use of force case, well, then you need to be a platinum member. Take a look at lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents just to learn more, or scan that QR code up on your screen. But one of the benefits you get of me being a platinum member is, of course, I'm dealing with your attorney. Most of you are not capable of evaluating whether or not your criminal defense attorney is any good. You don't know what to measure. They all sound good because they're all lawyers. They all pass the bar. They all sound to a layperson like legal experts. It's very beneficial to have someone you recognize as a genuine legal expert vet your attorney. Just having conversations with your attorney as I normally would about the case. And if that attorney seems to be not up to it, I would let you know. It looks to me like Hannah Gutierrez has got an attorney who just who makes a lot of mistakes that matter. Like this armorer, expert witness armorer, they just tried to get admitted as a witness a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and the state objected. It's too close to trial. We don't have time to prep for a just announced ambush expert witness. And the judge agreed with the state. So the defense does not have an armorer expert witness to testify for their client at this trial. That's bad. It's an armorer trial. So not great. Looks like a real mistake. All right, see if any new member comments have come in. Member Clay says, I was on a funeral detail once and my sergeant checked our brass before we went. Yeah, because they fire into the air, right? Military funerals. Yes, you don't want to be firing live rounds into the air in any kind of urban setting. Let's see. Eric says, my uncle is giving me a reloading press today. Pretty excited to start messing with that. Well, let us know what kind it is. Is it a Dillon? I like the Dillons. I've had my Dillon 650 XL for, 20 years. And a couple of years ago, I did send it back and have them completely refurbish it. It came back like a new machine. It's amazing. And I've reloaded 100,000 rounds through that thing. Mostly 45 ACP, a bunch of 9, a few thousand of 40 Smith & Wesson before I gave up on reloading 40 Smith & Wesson. A little bit of 30-06 for the Garand. I do have thousands of 223, 556 brass that I have always intended to reload, but I never got around to it. Let's see. Andrew, law self-defense member Andrew asks, how does Hannah being found guilty or not impact Baldwin? I mean, his lawyers are going to argue that it wasn't his responsibility to make sure there was no live ammo on the set or in the gun. That was Hannah's responsibility. In fact, she's already been found guilty for that. That's not an argument to my mind, because safety, according to SAG-AFTRA, is everybody's responsibility, including the actor holding the gun. In fact, who could possibly have more responsibility than the person pointing the gun at another human being? But it's a piece of rhetoric that I'm sure the defense will attempt to make use of in the Alec Baldwin case. Law self-defense member Eric says, we had a 90-minute presentation by USCCA at my concealed carry class. Very compelling at the time. Great presentation, good graphics, good sign-up bonuses. I can see why they are so popular. Legal acumen notwithstanding. Yeah, they're great with the frills. And by the way, I do want to say, in all fairness, so they also do a lot of training. They have like a parallel to the NRA instructors kind of program. And their training materials have always been awesome. Much better than the NRA produces. Much higher quality. Tactically sound stuff, legally sound stuff. I mean, they don't really get into it too much. But I've always been very impressed by the USCCA training stuff. And in terms of things like graphic design, yeah, they're great. They're great at that stuff. But that doesn't keep you out of prison. All right, court is kind of back. I've got to set up a little slide where I juxtapose what she looked like at the set with that yellow and purple hair and probably 20, 30 pounds heavier than this compared to how she looks now. Quite different. Her lawyers were very smart not to allow her to show up in court looking like she did at the set on the day of the shooting, for sure. Law Self-Defense member Jeffrey says, you should include as a benefit of Law Self-Defense membership our discussions in the chat that are not included in the show. So these are members chatting with each other, not directing things at me. Even as an instructor, I learn a lot from fellow members. Might be a repeat of my comments, but not showing up. Yeah, there's a lot of chat going on between Law Self-Defense members. So again, I would suggest you at least try it out for 2 weeks. For 99 cents, you can't go wrong, folks. 99-cent 2-week trial membership at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Thanks, Jeffrey. That's a good point. Let's see. Tim says, will any of the Alec Baldwin interviews make it into evidence on this trial? I don't know. I will tell you, I mentioned this earlier, that Hannah Gutierrez, this woman right here, is on the witness list for the Alec Baldwin trial. She's on the state's witness list. So no audio yet from the court. Let me make sure I didn't screw that up. Okay, should be fine. And as soon as I start talking, I'll make myself small again. Small. Some of you may be old enough to remember that Steve Martin bit where instead of getting high, his stand-up, when he was still a stand-up comedian, instead of getting high, he got small. And he's mimicking driving his car, you know, except his hands are way above his head and real wide. He's a funny guy, Steve Martin. Okay, let's see. Man, that was more than a 30-minute bathroom break. There must have been discussions in chambers. All right, we're back.
Mr. Ziegler, I just have a couple of final questions for you. Can you see these demonstrative aids that I've
Oh, they must have been
side by
arguing
side
about
on
the
the
demonstratives.
Yes.
And can you see the writing at the bottom, the typing?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So the image on the left, is that an exhibit that we've already looked at?
Yes, we've previously seen this photograph.
And same thing with the image on the right. Is that an exhibit we've already looked at?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, there's that writing that was out of the frame. So I'm going to scroll up here. Is this an exhibit that we've already looked at?
Yes.
Item 13-1, did that come from the set of the movie Rust? I'm sorry. 13-1, did that come from the box that was provided to you?
Yes.
The box of ammunition that we saw earlier?
Yes, this was the box where the majority of the cartridges were in fact dummy cartridges, but this was the one that had the characteristics of being live.
And just comparing the ammunition on the left and the ammunition on the right, can you see distinguishing characteristics, understanding that you cannot see the head stamp or the primer?
Yes, so as we've previously discussed, the bullets are a different shape.
Non-leading, good.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2, or I'm sorry, 102 on the left, and those are items 4 through 7. Where did items 4 through 7 come from in terms of the description you received?
Those were the ones that I previously mentioned were from the top of a cart, and with item 7 being found in a holster inside a building.
Do these cartridges that we're looking at on the left and the right Do they appear to have the same shape projectile?
Yes, they do.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Jason Bowles, defense attorney.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, Mr. Ziegler, I want to start with your training with the FBI. As part of that training, were you trained in recognizing dummy rounds?
There were many portions of the training manual dedicated to ammunition, ammunition components. I can't recall if there is a specific task related to dummy ammunition.
And by answering that way, it sounds to me like you were not trained on the recognition and characteristics of various types of dummy rounds, correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Well, do you remember any modules that you were trained on dummy rounds or not?
Not specific, no.
Okay. So you wouldn't know what a Denix round is, would you?
I do not.
Okay. And you wouldn't know a Denix round is from Spain and it doesn't shake and it's a dummy round. You're not aware of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Now, also with respect to your training, you were trained in gun safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as an FBI agent, you're trained in gun safety, including don't point a weapon at anybody.
I'm not an agent, but because I fire as part of my job, I have been trained in safety precautions, yes.
Okay, sir. And as part of your test firing protocols, I'm sure you observe all those safety, not to point a gun at anybody, treat it as loaded, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. You observe all those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you indicated one of your opinions was that your first testing, you determined this gun functioned normally.
That's correct.
Okay. When you were doing that functionality test on the revolver you received, what types of things did you look at on the firearm?
So first I would inspect things like, are there bulges in the barrel, cracks in the frame, things that I may think may lead to a catastrophic failure during the testing.
Okay, sir, do you take that revolver apart in the initial stage?
I do not.
So later on, and I'll come back to this, but you indicated when you hit that hammer with your mallet that it fractured some internal components, correct?
Correct.
And there was the sear. We saw a little piece of the trigger. You remember, sir?
Yes.
Now, because you did not open the revolver prior to doing that hammer test, can you be certain any of those pieces weren't broken before?
I would say I can't be 100% certain. However, because it did function normally, I would expect those pieces were intact at the time I received it and did that initial examination.
Okay, and when you visually examined it from the outside, you then test fired that weapon 12 times, is that right?
As it was 12 times throughout the process, but yes.
And you observed when you did that it had to be fully cocked and that trigger had to be depressed to fire it, correct?
Aside from the hammer being at rest and being struck on a loaded chamber.
Correct. And other than those tests you did, I'm talking about the first part, it fired normally.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you did that normal gun functionality testing, you determine its functioning, you then do what's called accidental discharge testing. Is that right?
That was after the microscopic comparisons were done. So that was the last test that I did.
Okay. So you do the functionality, then you do the microscopic examination we saw, and then you do the accidental discharge.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the accidental discharge, you mentioned that you consult the FBI SOP.
That's correct.
Now, an SOP is a standard operating procedure.
Yes, sir.
Now, under that standard operating procedure, were you to do a type of test called a drop test?
So the drop test is I would say that's a subcategory of accidental discharge where I physically drop the firearm to see if it will fire. And that is typically only done if that is as the situation has been reported by the contributor. So that was not relevant in this case.
Okay, when you say in a drop test, you can tell the jury more. That's when you, from a distance of about 4 feet, drop the weapon, and if it lands and it fires, that's what you're trying to determine, correct?
It depends on how the situation is being reported. So within that same SOP, it provides the examiner some discretion as in regards to how that is believed to occur. So for instance, say I'm cleaning my gun and I accidentally knock it off the table and I'm saying that caused it to fire. I would try to replicate that situation. If I had a gun leaning against a door and I'm saying that the door opened and the firearm fell, I would try to replicate that situation. So yes, the traditional drop test is just it being held as you would to shoot it and dropping it, but there is some discretion that's allowed if it is being reported in a certain way.
Okay, and you're familiar with SAMI standards, are you not?
Yes,
And SAMI is the Sporting Arms and Ammunition Manufacturing Institute, is that correct?
that is correct.
They were commissioned by the federal government about 100 years ago to come up with industry type standards.
I don't know when they were instituted, but yes, they come up with standards for ammunition as far as dimensions and things like that.
1926. Were you aware of that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So in their SAMI standards, there is a standardized drop test. You're aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. But that's the industry standard for firearms across the country. This type of testing, right? Multiple states use this?
I wouldn't say that's the industry standard, and also their industry is different from the forensic industry.
Okay. And you also know there's no type of shock test. Do you know what a shock test is?
In regards to what?
Well, it's kind of what you did with the mallet. Are you familiar with the National Institute of Justice? They call it a shock test.
I'm not familiar with that test.
Okay. So when you made your determination to hit that revolver with a mallet, is that part of the SOP that you hit it with a mallet?
That is written in the SOP, yes.
How many times have you done that as a forensic examiner? How many weapons you've done that on?
I would say probably less than 10, and this is the first one that I've had in actual casework.
Okay, so in actual casework, what do you mean by that?
As opposed to training.
Oh, in training. So the other 9 were done in training when you hit it with the mallet.
I don't know the exact number, but yes.
So this is literally the first time in your career as a forensic examiner that you've ever, in cases, hit a revolver with a hammer.
That is correct.
So is it fair to say you've never had this situation where you've hit a revolver and it's broken before?
Not in a case.
Okay. Did that happen in training?
I don't know about it specifically being a revolver, but yes, I have done it in training where the firearms do break.
And you earlier told us that you base your discretion on that accidental discharge test on input given to you about what might have happened.
Not the accidental discharge test. That would be the drop test.
Drop test. So you didn't have any information this was hit with some kind of hammer on the rest set, correct?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay, but you chose to do this, and then you hit the weapon with the hammer resting in the resting position, right?
Yes.
And then you did in the full cock position, correct?
It was not in that order, but you are correct.
Okay, and I'm not trying to mix it up, but when you hit it with the full cock position, that's when you broke the internal components.
Yes.
Now, do you know how hard you hit that?
I do not.
So on a drop test, would you agree with me? You're trying to eliminate variables. So in other words, gravity is the same, right?
Sure.
Gravity's not going to change. So if you drop that gun from 4 feet every time, and you know the weight of that gun, you're eliminating variables, correct?
I suppose so.
Okay. Well, have you been taught that at all in the FBI?
No, the purpose of these tests is not to figure out exactly what height or exactly what amount of force or exactly how many numbers of times you have to strike this firearm to get it to fire. It's just to try to generally replicate the situations and see if the firearm will fire without pulling the trigger.
Well, sir, so did you ever measure the trigger pull force on that revolver?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
What was the trigger pull force?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, sir.
Between 2 and 2.5 pounds.
2.5 pounds. Okay.
They got a
Did
light
you
trigger,
measure the
those
weight of that
SAAs.
firearm?
The weight of
Of the revolver.
no.
Okay. So, and you have no idea the foot-pounds of pressure that you were applying to that hammer when you hit it with the mallet, correct?
Right. There's no way to quantify that.
And there's no way to quantify when you do that 6 times if you're hitting it the same amount every time, right?
That's correct.
As a human being, I mean, you're not going to hit it the exact same every time.
I believe that's true. Yes.
Okay. So as we sit here, we don't know what amount of force was required to break that hammer and the internal parts, correct?
That's correct. We do not.
Okay. So if there was a question whether or not an external force of some type hit that hammer, we don't know from your testing what amount of force that was that would cause that.
You are correct.
Okay. If you, were you given any other information regarding the accidental discharge testing that you can recall?
Initially that test was not requested. It was not part of the initial exam. That the decision to do that test came in later conversations with the case agent.
Okay. So initially they did not even ask you to do that, but it was sometime later they did.
Correct.
And did you have any understanding as to why you were going to do that?
I believe it had something to do with one of the individuals involved stating that the trigger was not pulled.
Was that Alec Baldwin?
I believe so.
And based on your testing on the functionality, that comment about the trigger not being pulled could not have happened.
I wouldn't say, I can't say it's impossible because I can't account for every single variable. All I can testify to is the results of my testing. Okay, so when I received the firearm and I did that initial function examination, it did not appear
To a
that
reasonable
any the
degree of
safeties were
expert certainty.
malfunctioning or anything like that. So it was functioning normally when I received it.
And to be fair, sir, you did indicate earlier you do this in a lab. So you can't account for all the variables that might occur on a movie set, for example.
Sure.
Okay. So your testimony, and you're telling the jury that you can account for the variables you're aware of, but you cannot account for variables you might not be aware of.
Sure.
Okay. And some of those variables, and we'll come to the rounds in a little bit, but some of those variables include if you do not receive evidence or a request to test it, you're not going to test that, obviously.
That's true.
Okay. With regard to the hammer testing, you mentioned earlier that this could be destroyed permanently as part of your testing. So you got permission to do this test, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been for the sheriffs?
Well, my point of contact was a special agent out of Albuquerque. So I would funnel information to him. He would discuss that with the detectives, and then they would distribute the answer back to me.
And that was Jose Cortez?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Cortez is the one that sent you the request by submission, written submission for what he wanted you to do, correct?
As far as the communication, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. I'm referring to your report. There is a submission October 28, 2021 from Jose Cortez requesting various tasks to be done.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, 12/14/2021. Same thing. So he's your liaison that goes back and forth between the sheriffs and yourself, and he makes those requests.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, so you got permission to possibly destroy this revolver permanently. They gave that to you.
I received permission to conduct the test.
And you made it aware to them that this could destroy the weapon.
Yes.
Okay. When you did destroy that, you broke several internal parts.
Yes.
Okay. And then we saw that on the exhibit. You took those apart to show what had happened. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also said that you did not see any modifications as to that firearm, correct?
At what point?
You testified that in your functionality examination, you also determined whether it had been modified or not.
Right. So that's generally in regards to things like, has the barrel been cut? Has the stock been cut? Has this been modified to fire fully automatic? So when I talk about modifications, that's what I'm referring to. And I did not see any of those things.
Okay. And as far as internal modifications, did you look at that?
No, because I can't disassemble the firearm because I have to test it in the condition it's received.
Okay. But from your viewing it and your observation, you didn't notice anything that would tell you it was modified.
Right. Nothing jumped out immediately.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that the full cock notch, which was the one we saw in that picture, kind of a little circle. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, sir, you said that it looked a little flatter potentially.
Compared to the quarter and half cock, yes, it didn't have as much of a claw shape to it.
But you could not, you did not conclude that had been modified. You're not certain it had been modified.
Right. I'm not certain. It's a very small surface that we're talking about. So it's possible, it may have been modified. It may have been damaged during the exam, or it could also be one of the firearms that just doesn't have a very pronounced sear notch there.
Okay. So you just don't know for sure.
Correct. I don't know.
Okay. Now, I want to turn to the rounds. One of the things I heard you say several times is there's 4 components to determine a live round. Is that right, sir?
Yes, a live cartridge has 4 main components.
And you said the case, the projectile or bullet, the primer, and then the powder.
Correct.
So you also testified earlier that when you were given presumed live rounds, but you did not disassemble them, you could not confirm they were live because you didn't get inside to see the powder.
Right. So there were certain cartridges that, again, I discussed this plan with the case agent, the contributor, to try to figure out which ones we needed to take apart. So there was a subset that we concluded needed to be disassembled. So, for example, the ones that were presumed to be live, we needed to see what was on the inside of those cartridges. However, they sent quite a few presumed live cartridges. So it didn't make sense to take apart every single piece of ammunition that they sent in. So we came up with a sampling plan to where we just determined we were going to take apart some of them as a representative sample.
Sure. And I guess my question too was, you can't tell something is a live round until you make that final step to determine if there's powder inside.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. So you could not, for example, in your FBI training, you could not look at a picture and determine that's definitively a live round.
I wouldn't do that based on a photograph, no.
Okay. And that's part of your FBI training, that you would have to go through the 4 components, take it apart, make sure there's powder, and that's what gives you the confirmation, correct?
I would say yes. In order to know for sure, you would have to be able to see the powder, yeah.
That's how you've been trained.
I would say it's training related to ammunition and just understanding the components of the ammunition.
Okay. Now, as part of this also, you identified rounds that were live, and those were items, we saw it on the last slide, items 1B, 4 through 7. Is that correct?
Those aren't the 1B numbers, I don't believe. It's the lab numbers, and it was items 4 through 7 and 13-1.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was 4 through 7 and 13-1
Correct.
were the labs. Okay. Now, you later in December received a request from Mr. Cortez, Agent Cortez, to conduct DNA testing. Is that right? Your lab did?
I'm not completely certain of that.
Objection foundation.
And I can ask a question on that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does that request for DNA testing go to you, or does it go to another person in your lab?
Well, I'm going to object to foundation again. If he doesn't know what request he's talking about, he can't answer.
Can you be more specific?
Yes. And I can show you, sir, the report.
I'm objecting to foundation. Why are we showing him a report
I'm
that he
gonna-
hasn't seen?
You haven't seen your own report? Have you seen your own report?
My report would not include anything related to DNA, so I'm not sure which report you're referring to.
Okay, I'm just referring to the submission to the FBI lab by Jose A. Cortez dated 12/14/2021. And did you see that?
I'd have to look at it.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Hold on for a second.
Are you having a problem with it? Okay.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you this request from 12/14/2021. If you could just look at it, don't tell us what it is, but just read it to yourself. And then you don't have to read the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay, is your memory now refreshed on that?
So that is not my report. That is an electronic communication from the field office, the case agent being Jose Cortez.
Okay, and you did not receive that personally?
Eventually I received that.
Okay, so you have seen it.
Yes.
Okay, so you know that certain standards were submitted in this case. Are you aware of that regarding fingerprints and DNA?
I'm sure I've seen that, but that's not related to my discipline, so that doesn't affect my examination. So I don't know that that's not noteworthy to me.
Okay, so you reviewed it, but you did not participate in that.
Correct.
And right as we're sitting right now, you don't know what was submitted in terms of the people and their standards. Is that right?
I do not.
Okay. With regard to the live rounds we were seeing on those exhibits earlier, did you measure the projectile tops on each of those rounds?
No, I did not.
Projectile tops.
And so you're not able to tell us whether there are differences at all or not in the size of those projectile tops?
When you say the top, you're talking about the flat portion?
The flat portion,
And you're referencing the diameter of that flat portion?
correct?
No, I can't tell you if those are consistent. Just the shape is consistent.
Okay. When you took the powder out of the rounds, did you weigh that powder?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, so you're not certain whether the rounds were full of powder or partially full of powder or not?
I'm not.
Okay. Let me ask you, going back to the gun, I missed one question. Before you conducted that test fire, did you look in the barrel with the borescope?
No.
With regard to the rounds that came from Seth Kinney, you were told you have them in your report, and the Monroe Street address, you have no idea what time those were seized or what date those were seized?
I don't off the top of my head. That may be in the paperwork that was submitted, but I don't know that.
Okay. And you have no idea where Seth Kinney brought the rounds that he submitted?
I do not.
And he didn't submit them to you, correct?
No, we receive evidence from the case agents.
Okay. And you didn't personally conduct any fingerprint or DNA testing because that's out of your specialty?
That's correct. I did not.
Earlier, you were talking about the different types of ammo from 126 Monroe Street. You recall that you were showing live, dummy, and blank, all three types?
Can you ask that question again?
Sure. As part of your examination of the rounds from 126 Monroe Street, you're aware that there were live rounds, blank rounds, and dummy rounds.
Objection. That misstates the facts that are already in evidence.
Let him answer the question.
Do
you have specific item numbers that I can reference?
Well,
I can ask for clarification if that's helpful.
Sure, absolutely. We saw some exhibits from 126 Monroe Street, and if you want to look at your report to check out those items and determine if there were both live rounds, dummy rounds, and then if there were blanks.
Scintillating.
Okay, may I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
So the ammunition that I have as being reported from that address includes items 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. And these were the cartridges that were submitted as being known live ammunition. Some of them I disassembled, but not all of them because there were too many. So all of these were either physically consistent with live ammunition based on their exterior appearance, or the ones that I actually did disassemble, I could determine it had the four main components.
Okay. All right, and thank you for looking for that. Now,
Is there no
with
evidence
regard
of
to
dummies?
the set, the live rounds you found on set? Did you do any further testing on those with regard to the powder or anything like that, or is that out of your discipline?
That goes beyond my discipline. There was another unit that did some testing on the powder, but I can't testify to that.
Okay. You're gonna have just a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Briefly, thank you.
Morrissey always redirects.
Mr. Ziegler, why not disassemble every round that was provided to you that was what I'm going to call presumed live?
Right, there were hundreds of rounds submitted in total. So for instance, you may have one item number, but that was an entire box of 50 cartridges. So in totality, just from practical purposes, as well as, you know, what is the result? What impact will this have on the result? It didn't make sense to disassemble every single cartridge that was submitted.
Did you x-ray any of the ammunition that was provided to you that was presumed live?
Yes, I x-rayed every cartridge that was submitted.
You x-rayed every single cartridge.
I did.
So you didn't disassemble every single cartridge, but you x-rayed every single cartridge.
That's true.
What did the x-ray images tell you about those presumed live cartridges?
May I refer to?
Certainly.
I just wanted to verify. I did X-ray every cartridge, and what that told me is there were indicators in the dummy cartridges that I could see in the X-ray. So whether they would be the holes in the size of the cartridge case, I could see that on an X-ray, as well as some of them had metal BBs. So the metal BBs showed up in the X-ray. So the live cartridges, the gunpowder does not show up. That's not visible. But I didn't see any of those other indicators to suggest that they may be something else that, other than what they were reported as being.
And just to be clear, the dummy cartridges that you examined and disassembled, there were no dummy cartridges that came from 126 Monroe Street.
That's correct. Every cartridge that I have as being listed from that address was either consistent with being live or I actually disassembled it and it had the components of being live.
And when you say consistent with being
That's
live,
because the search warrant for
not
PDQ only covered
are you
live
talking
ammo.
about the physical characteristics, but also the X-rays.
That's true. There was no indication from the X-ray that they were anything else.
You testified on cross-examination that of those live rounds that were provided to you, you took a representative sample, and those were the ones that you disassembled.
Correct.
Can you tell us how you decided which rounds to include in your representative sample for disassembly?
Right. So as I mentioned before, working with the contributor, there were certain ones that they needed to have disassembled, but then when it came to these exemplars, we agreed to do a random sampling. And the way that I chose that, it was random as far as the item numbers go, but I also looked for cartridges that had similar head stamps. So I was trying to see if similar exemplars might have similar features on the inside.
In any of the presumed live rounds that you disassembled after putting them into your representative sample, did any of them turn out to be dummies?
Yes, there was actually one that from the exterior appearance and the X-ray, I didn't see any indication that it was a dummy round. And then after disassembling that, I found there was no powder, and you can see down into the primer pocket, it was hollow, so it was an inactive primer. So there was one cartridge that was submitted that on the outside appeared live, but upon further inspection did not have the 4 components required to fire a cartridge.
Can you tell us what item number that was?
It was item 22.
And can you tell us what your understanding was in terms of the description, where item 22 came from? And specifically, I'd like to know, did it come from 126 Monroe or Mr. Kenny?
Item 22 is a cartridge from the item 20 box, which is a box with tape from the prop truck.
Thank you, sir. Do you have to measure those projectiles or bullets to be able to see that they are different than the projectiles in the live rounds from the movie set?
No, they have distinct shapes in morphology, and some of them have distinct coatings, such as one of the projectile was a nickel-coated hollow point bullet.
Jacket. Oh, my Lord.
You can just see that with your naked eye.
You can, and the photographs with glare and the print quality may not show it as well, but if you had the bullets, the cartridge in your hand, you would be able to see distinct shapes.
All of the items that you had, that you tested, that you examined, when your testing is complete, what do you do with them?
They get packaged in their appropriate outer packaging, and then they get returned to the field through, we have a unit at the laboratory that helps us out with this called the evidence management unit. So they basically inventory everything, make sure everything that's supposed to be there is still there, and they're the ones that ultimately return it to the field.
And when you say they return it to the field, does it go right back to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Typically, if it's associated with an FBI case, it's going to go to the FBI field office.
Do you know what happened in this case?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
The state calls Shannon Prince.
State calls Shannon somebody. Let me check the witness list. I don't have a Shannon on the witness list. Maybe I got the name wrong.
I'm to remind
He doesn't look like a Shannon.
any witnesses in this case that haven't
That-
been
she looks
called,
like a Shannon.
set of
She
expert
looks like a
witnesses
Karen.
to stay off the live stream.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
New Mexico is not LA.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Shannon Prince. My last name is spelled Prince.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And what's your title at the FBI?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner.
How long have you been employed in the latent print discipline?
Over 19 years.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to your employment?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the International Association for Identification.
And do you instruct any courses in the latent print discipline?
Yes, I do. I instruct courses on latent print processing, which is using chemicals to develop latent prints, as well as postmortem processing, which is using fingerprints to identify the unknown deceased.
And do you take proficiency tests as part of your ongoing work at the FBI?
Yes.
How often and how many?
I take one proficiency test each year.
This is
in
the
comparing
co-special
prints,
counsel,
And I've taken one test every 5 years in processing.
Jason J.
prints.
Lewis.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No, I have not.
All right. And are you a certified latent print examiner?
Yes, I am. I'm a board certified latent print examiner.
He's no
with the
Carrie
International
Morrissey.
Association for Identification.
Your Honor, at this time, I move the court to recognize Ms. Prince as an expert witness in the area of latent fingerprint examination.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're recognized as an expert in latent print fingerprint examination.
All right. Why don't you give us an idea about what your duties are as a latent print examiner?
He said duty.
I receive a variety of evidence from either FBI field offices or state, local, and tribal officers. I receive this evidence in the laboratory, and then I examine that evidence with a variety of chemicals, powders, or light sources. When I develop latent prints, I then compare those latent prints to known prints of individuals and come to conclusions. I may search those latent prints in a fingerprint database, such as a computer, to make identifications. And then I provide a report.
It's actually very
based on my
appropriate for
results.
experts
I
to
can
look
also
at the jury
testify
when
in the court of
answering
law
questions.
on those
I do it
results.
every time.
You mentioned you work
Because
with
you're
a
kind of
known
teaching the
fingerprint.
jury.
Can you explain to us what a known fingerprint is?
Maybe a little bit different for
On the
non-experts.
palm side of your hand, you have these raised portions of skin called friction ridges. They form patterns on your hand. You also have them on the soles of your feet. In order to record a known print, the finger is usually rolled in black printer's ink and then rolled on a contrasting white background.
How many
such as a
heads do you
fingerprint
think she
card.
has in her freezer?
And that creates a known print. These days, it's often recorded by placing your finger on a flatbed scanner, and it creates a digital copy of your fingerprint.
And you also mentioned latent fingerprints. What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent print is the unintentional or chance reproduction of your friction-ridged skin when you touch an object. When you touch an object, you may leave a latent print. It's often left in the oils and sweat on your hand, but it can be left in other substances, such as
Fair,
blood,
maybe not heads,
dirt,
maybe their
grease,
hands.
ketchup. It's often not readily visible and requires a forensic light source, such as a laser, a chemical, or a powder to be made visible.
And how are fingerprints compared and identifications affected?
It's a 3-step process, which is called analysis, comparison, evaluation, or ACE, ACE, where I analyze latent prints, looking if they're suitable. Then I can compare those latent prints and known prints side by side, and then making an evaluation decision, where I can make one of 3 decisions. An identification decision, the latent print and known print were made by the same person. An exclusion decision, where the latent print and known print were not made by the same person. Or an inconclusive decision, where I don't have enough information to make a conclusive decision. Often this is times when a fingerprint card, like a known card, is smeared or smudged, or it has too much ink. I can't make a conclusive comparison because that print is too poor to make a conclusive decision.
Great. And when you receive evidence for latent print exams, what factors do you consider prior to starting your examination?
I look at what type of evidence it is. It could be a porous item, which means it's like paper, or money, or cardboard. I also look if it's semi-porous, which is kind of a shiny cardboard, or if it's non-porous, which is smooth or shiny, like aluminum, plastic, glass. So I look at what type of evidence it is to determine what chemicals or light sources I'm going to need. And then I look at the condition of the evidence. Is the evidence broken? Is it shattered? Is it dirty? Is it covered with something? Or was it previously processed in the field by a crime scene investigator? I look at all that in order to determine what exams I will do and how I will proceed with those exams.
Great. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 63. And let's see. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Have you actually seen the original version of what that photograph demonstrates before?
Yes, I have.
All right. And where did you see that?
I saw that back at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you examine Exhibit 63 for latent prints?
Yes, I did.
All right. What specific examinations did you conduct on this item?
So this item of evidence is an ammunition box, and it's semi-porous, meaning it's shiny paper, but it also has non-porous qualities. So the first examination I do is simple visual examination, looking to see if there's any visible prints. You do this every day when you see fingerprints on your cell phone or on a garage door or a mirror. That's a visual examination. So I first do that exam. And then I take this box into a dark room where I have a green light or a laser, a blue light or an ultraviolet light, and I shine that light on the object while I'm wearing orange or yellow goggles to see if any prints may fluoresce. At this point, I've used no chemicals on this item. The next process I use is called superglue fuming, where I place this item in a chamber, I hang it in a chamber, and then in the chamber, I heat superglue at a high temperature. The superglue starts to fume. It starts to appear like white fumes. Those fumes adhere to any kind of moisture that might be on that object, and it creates a white print. And I can either see that print visually, or I need a reflective ultraviolet light to be able to see those prints. Then I also do a magnetic powder right after that process. The magnetic powder is black since it's the white box, so it's contrasting. And I can see if there's any visible prints that way. The black magnetic powder adheres to the white superglue prints. And then I take this box and use a chemical called indane-dione, INDANE-DIONE. This is a chemical that is sprayed on the item, and then it is placed in a humidity chamber where a chemical reaction is sped up. This chemical develops any kind of amino acid that may be in your sweat, and it creates a pink or orange print. And I can see that print either visually or in a dark room with a light source. And finally, I take a fluorescent dye stain and I spray this orange chemical on this box, and it adheres to those superglue prints as well. And I can see those prints in a dark room with an ultraviolet light or a laser.
And just to be clear, you did all of that. You did all of those tests with regard to the box that's in this photograph, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what was the result of your testing?
On this box, I developed 10 latent fingerprints.
All right. Did you compare the latent prints that you detected on Exhibit 63 to the known prints of any individuals?
Yes, I did.
Which individuals did you compare those known prints to?
I compared these prints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find a match?
Yes.
Who did you find a match for?
2 of these latent prints were identified to Hannah Gutierrez.
All right. And were you able to find matches to any of the other known samples?
No.
All right. And were you able to exclude any of the other individuals based on your test?
The remaining prints were excluded as being prints from Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
Thank you. Did you also examine a second ammunition box as part of this case?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a photograph of that box?
It is.
All right.
Can you give us the exhibit number?
Oh, I apologize. This is State's Exhibit 48. Where did you see this box prior to today?
At the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you examine this box for latent prints?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct the same type of analysis that you did on the previous box?
Yes. The examinations I conducted on this box were the exact chemicals, light sources, and powders that I used on the previous box.
Great. And what was the result of your examination of this box?
There were 3 latent fingerprints detected on this box.
All right. And were you able to compare those latent prints to the known samples of any individuals?
Yes.
And who were those folks?
I compared the 3 latent fingerprints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find any positive matches for any of those individuals?
There were no identifications.
Were you able to find any exclusions?
Yes. Sarah Zachary and Alec Baldwin were excluded from the 3 latent prints detected on this item, and Hannah Gutierrez and David Hall were inconclusively compared to these prints.
All right. So just to be clear, Sarah Zachary, you didn't find her fingerprints on this box whatsoever.
The 3 latent prints were excluded from being Sarah Zachary.
Great. Is it possible to touch an item and not leave a latent print?
Yes.
And what kind of circumstances might that occur?
There are several circumstances where you can touch an item and not leave a latent print. First of all, you could be wearing gloves or a mitten, and when you touch an object, you may not leave a latent print because your skin is not having contact with that object. You may have too much sweat or too little sweat on your hand, and that may not leave a latent print. The surface itself may be dirty or textured, and it's difficult to leave a latent print on a dirty or textured surface. The print may be on a surface where if it's overhandled, such as if I put my hand here, and the next person comes and put their hand here, someone at the end of the day puts another hand here, it's overhandled, and that could wipe away any prints that may be on an item. There's also environmental conditions, wind, rain, snow, heat and humidity. Those can all play a factor of whether a latent print is detected on an item.
And did you attempt to do any examination of cartridge casings in this case?
Yes.
And what was the result of that examination?
I examined 4 cartridge cases, and there were no suitable latent prints detected on those cartridge cases.
And is it unusual for you to be unable to identify a latent print on a cartridge casing?
It is not unusual.
And why not?
Cartridge cases, when they go through a firearm, there's a lot of heat and friction, and that can destroy a latent print. Also, it's a very small surface that's on a cartridge case, so leaving a suitable print can be difficult. And it's also a smooth surface, so any kind of movement that comes into contact with a cartridge case may destroy a print on a cartridge case.
Great. Have you worked on any other cases where there were a large number of cartridge casing rounds that you attempted to examine for latent prints?
Yes, I have.
Can you give us an example of a case where you worked and explain to us, based on the number of casings that you found, how many actually were found to contain latent prints?
A case that I have been a part of was the Las Vegas shooting several years ago, where there was a significant amount of firearms, ammunition, and magazines in that case. Specifically to the ammunition, which consisted of shot shells as well as cartridges, we processed and examined over 6,900 pieces of ammunition, where we only detected 26 prints on those 6,909 ammunition.
Well, they'd all been wiped clean.
So it's a very low chance of developing prints on ammunition. We also processed firearms in that case, We processed about 40 firearms in that case, and we detected prints on 12% of those firearms. And then we processed over 180 magazines in that case, and we only detected prints on 9.7% of firearms. So it's a very low chance of getting prints on firearms or ammunition based on the size of the item, the texture of the item, as well as overhandling of those items. Those are all reasons why there's a low recovery rate on firearms and ammunition.
Thank you. And the 4 cartridge casings that you attempted to do fingerprint examination in this case, on your notes, does it indicate what the source of those cartridge casings was?
I'd have to refer to my notes for the specific source of those cartridge cases.
Do you mind?
May I?
Yes.
I don't have a specific source. I just have the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office item number.
Do you mind providing that?
It's item 144.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Questions, team?
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
With regard to
Is Todd Bullion
your
not there
work,
today?
when you compare a Latent
counsel
print
for
against
defense?
a standard, you were given those standards from the agency. For example, here the sheriffs, correct?
Yes.
So here you had 4 people as standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was Mr. Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin, and Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so one of those people you did not receive standards from is a guy named Seth Kenny, correct?
Correct.
And so of all the other people on the set, the only 4 you received standards from were those 4.
That is correct.
Okay. And those standards included fingerprint cards and DNA.
The standards I received were fingerprints and palm prints from Gutierrez, Zachary, and Halls, and I only had a fingerprint card for Alec Baldwin.
Okay, you didn't have a palm print for him?
I did not.
Now, I know that you had stated that Halls and Hannah Gutierrez Reed, Mr. Halls and her prints were not completely rolled, or they were over rolled.
Correct. Their known standards were not complete. There was some over inking in one area. And when a fingerprint card is fully rolled, it's usually from nail to nail where you can get the whole finger. This case, on some of these standards, the finger wasn't fully rolled completely. Therefore, I did not have enough information to do a conclusive comparison.
So when you don't have that completely rolled from the agency submitting to you, it's difficult for you to do a conclusive comparison.
It does make it difficult.
Okay. And that was the case here with Ms. Gutierrez Reed and with Mr. Halls.
Yes, it was.
With regard to the prints that you were able to conclude, and you indicated Ms. Gutierrez Reed's prints were found on one of the boxes.
That is correct.
Now, you were able to conclusively do that because?
I was able to conclusively do that because some fingers had that comparable area. So if there was an area that I can compare completely, I can make that conclusive decision. And in those 2 identifications, I was able to conclusively compare and make an identification.
And with regard to the other box that we saw, you found 3 latent prints.
That's correct.
And you indicated that Ms. Zachary and Mr. Baldwin were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And that Mr. Halls and Ms. Gutierrez Reed were inconclusively compared. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was because, again, you told the jury that you didn't have a complete, well-rolled set of fingerprints.
That is correct.
All right. And that would have been something the agency, the sheriffs would have provided?
Those standards came directly from the sheriff's office.
Did anybody ever communicate with you? And was there communication regarding we need new fingerprint standards?
There was no communication. In my report, I indicated that if further comparisons needed to be conducted, that standards would have to be submitted.
In your report, and if you need to refer to it, refresh your memory, you did not conduct fingerprint analysis on items 4 through 7 and item 13.1, correct?
I'd have to refer to those specific numbers.
Absolutely.
You said 4 through 7?
4 through 7 and 13.1. 13-1.
I did not conduct examinations on those items.
Okay. So the ones that you conducted it on, we've seen today.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the case you worked on, the Las Vegas shooting, you talked about the low percentage and the ability to recover prints from fired cartridges, correct?
From all types of ammunition.
Okay. Now, with regard to unfired ammunition, they don't go through that heat of the barrel, correct?
That is correct.
And so does that make it more likely prints can be found on those cartridges?
The same percentage refers to that as well, less than 1%. It's due to overhandling of cartridges or shot shells, the surface, the smooth surface, and a variety of other reasons that it could be a low chance of recovering prints on unspent cartridges.
On unspent cartridges, okay, but it is possible, even very low possibility, it is possible to recover them.
It is.
Okay. And you have listed there's certain elements that might come into that, like overhandling, that kind of thing. For example, the box you said earlier, that was handled by another unit?
The box, what specific box are you
Oh, I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
not the box. I was talking about, you mentioned in your report that there was some overhandling and one of your employees came up as contributing 8 fingerprints to one of the items.
Correct. One of the boxes was sent to the firearms unit first, which is usually on the latter end of examinations when it flows to the laboratory. But this box came in, it was specifically for that unit. And then after the firearm examinations were conducted, the request was to do latent prints. So it was kind of backwards in order. Therefore, this item of evidence was handled by the firearms unit, and a firearms employee was identified on that box.
And that was 8 of the prints out of a total of 10 or 11 were the employee, right?
8 out of 10 were identified to an FBI laboratory employee.
And ideally, that should have gone to you first.
In a regular case, the evidence is usually where it goes to a unit that can have less destructive examinations on it to more destructive. That's how it kind of moves to the laboratory. And this box initially went to the firearms unit first.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
I just have one quick question for you. Mr. Bowles mentioned items 4 through 7 and 13-1. Can you tell the jury why you weren't able to perform a print comparison on those cartridges?
I do not. Are they cartridge cases? I don't have them in my report, so I never received those items.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to take our lunch break now. All right, so be back downstairs at 12:30. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you. Take your tablets with you.
All right.
All right, so we're breaking until 2:30 Eastern time, 12:30 Mountain time. So about just under an hour break, although they've usually been long. They've usually been long on their breaks. So as long as, over 1,000 people here. So this is a good opportunity for me to mention that today's show is sponsored by CCW Safe, a provider of self-defense legal services, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. In essence, they promise to pay your criminal defense costs and civil liability coverage if you're involved in a use of force event and you're one of their members, of course. There are a number of companies out there in the marketplace that purport to offer something similar. These are the guys I trust. I'm personally a member of CCW Safe. My wife is personally a member. I do a lot of partnering with them. I think the world of Don West, their National Trial Counsel, and the whole team over there. They do more than pay for your expenses. They have a professional, experienced criminal investigative team, retired homicide detectives who are flown in to the location of your use of force event. So you have your own detectives. It's not just the police department with their detectives. You have your own investigative team collecting the evidence you need to be effective at trial and being hard to convict. That's one of the many reasons I trust CCW Safe. If you'd like to learn more reasons why they're my choice, you can go to lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I've got a little video there where I explain why I find them superior to other offerings in the marketplace, at least for me, and maybe they're the best fit for you. And if you go to lawofselfdefense.com/trust, you'll get a 10% discount code for when you become a CCW Safe member along with me. I urge you to check them out at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. All right. So I had a couple of things I thought worth sharing. Let me see if I still have these open or if I have to open them up again. Let's see. That's not the one I was looking for. Okay. Here is one of the ones I wanted to talk about. So I mentioned earlier, this seems to be one of the big errors by the defense team, by defense counsel Jason Bowles on the defense of his client. Before I do that, let me jump in here and look at some of the questions and comments real quick from our Law of Self-Defense members. This is the only place we look to for questions and comments, folks. You can be a Law of Self-Defense member too, right now, for just 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Check it out as I'm talking, lawofselfdefense.com/trial. And you can join us on the Law of Self-Defense members live chat and get your questions and comments addressed by me personally. Not doing that on YouTube or Twitter or Rumble. Okay, let's see. Jeffrey asks if Hannah is on the witness list for Alec Baldwin. So the parties have to share their planned witness list. The state's witness list for the Alec Baldwin trial, which starts August 6th, includes Hannah Gutierrez, the defendant in this case. Jeffrey asks, if she's on the witness list, does she have any grounds to claim the fifth since her trial is done? What if the jury can't reach a verdict and may be retried? What if this jury can't reach a verdict? Well, then she still has legal liability, criminal liability. So sure, she'd have grounds to plead the fifth, of course. If she's convicted or acquitted on this manslaughter charge and the evidence tampering charge, well, under double jeopardy, there's no longer legal liability for those charges. There could, in theory, be potential legal liability for some other criminal charge that she'd still be vulnerable to, and she might be able to claim the fifth on that basis. Typically, the state would have to provide her with immunity from other criminal charges in order for her to be secure from legal liability and not be compelled to testify against herself. Let's see. Richard says, we talked earlier about somebody was getting a reloading set up from their uncle. Richard says, keep the reloading very simple until you learn all the ins and outs. Buy a case gauge unless you are just loading rimmed cartridges. I would say get a case gauge anyway. Always get a case gauge. But I've never reloaded rimmed ammo. So let's see. Eric says, it will be all 9mm for a while, which is certainly understandable. 9mm is the dominant cartridge today. I always found sometimes my hands would cramp up reloading 9mm because they're so small compared to 45 ACP. Let's see. Philip asks, has the prosecution identified who took possession of the firearm from Baldwin after the shooting yet? Has the prosecution identified who unloaded the firearm before the firearm was handled to the senior law enforcement officer? That would be, I think it was Lieutenant Benavides. No, I haven't heard either of those questions answered so far. I wouldn't bother trimming 9mm case. If they don't fit the case gauge, just throw them away. I mean, to me, it's not worth the trouble of trimming a 9mm case. They're just not that expensive. Rifle ammo is a different story. And overall length is much more important than rifle ammo too. Eric says, that's all good to know. I'm going to pick up the press from my uncle in about 3 hours. He might have other tools for me as well. take everything. whatever. Just if he's got a box of stuff, just take the whole box. Don't worry about it. You'll figure it out later. Let's see. Um, oh, hold on a second, folks. It looks like my lunch may be here. All right, it looks like I'm back. And not only did I get lunch, I got my fancy new headphones, my new earbuds. And boy, do they sound different. Holy cow. Holy cow. Well, they were 5 times more expensive than my old ones, so I guess they better sound good. All right. Continuing now with the comments from the Law of Self-Defense membership. The prosecution, in fact, let me put a banner up for to let people know where things are. Lunch break. I got to fix that until until 2:30. Okay. So it's still the prosecution presenting their case in chief. I imagine they'll be doing that for about another week. But at the last, for every state witness, of course, you have direct cross and redirect, recross, depending on how far they want to go. Let's see. Yeah, the firearms expert was not all that impressive. Test. Playing with the volume here. Okay, Yeah, the super glue test from Beverly Hills Cops, right? When was that? 1980 something. I think the 4 cartridges, live cartridges, were found from the props truck. Who is responsible for the safe handling of firearms? Well, the Screen Actors Guild says everyone's responsible for safety. They also say never point a gun at anybody. Baldwin's done 75 movies. At least half of them involved him handling firearms and all the training that comes with that. So I would suggest that he should have known not to point what he knew to be a real gun at another human being without first ensuring that there was no live ammo in the gun. Of course, they could both have manslaughter levels of liability, having acted recklessly in different ways. Okay, I think those are all the questions. So I have this motion. Now I have to find it again. I had it just a moment ago. Give me a second, folks. I had it here just a second ago. Yes. Okay. So let's take a look at this. So I had mentioned that the defense rather, had its own armorer expert witness that they put on the witness list, and the state then gets an opportunity to interview the defense witness, just like the defense gets the opportunity to interview the state's experts before trial. So each side can prepare their own experts to address the other expert's opinion. And so the state had said, all right, well, let us know when we can interview your expert witness. And the defense never responded. And then a while later, the state said, listen, we still need to interview your expert witness. And the defense never responded. And then just about a week ago, just before the trial started, a week before the trial started, the defense suddenly announced that they were not able to locate their armorer expert witness. So they had a replacement armorer expert witness. And the state could interview him in the week before trial. And the state objected to this, saying a week's not enough. And the state filed this motion with the court. Get a little bigger here. So we can read it. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to make bigger. All right, state expedited motions. And this was filed February 13th, which was the Friday before last, right? Oh, no, the Tuesday before last. Yeah, Tuesday, just before St. Valentine's Day. And let's see what they have to say. And this is from the state prosecutors, Kerry Morrissey and Jason Lewis. They write, this is writing to the judge. They're asking the judge to exclude this just revealed defense expert armorer witness. And this was filed on February 13th. So the day before, at approximately 4:20 p.m. on February 12th, the state received an email from defendant's counsel, Todd Bullion. The email purports to be a supplemental expert witness disclosure, naming Lenny Callis as an additional expert witness for trial. Lenny Callis has never been included on any prior witness list filed by the defendant. Although the defendant states this witness is available to be interviewed this week, counsel for the state does not have adequate time to prepare for and conduct an interview of this witness at this late hour, and to have her statements and opinions reviewed by the state's own experts prior to trial. Given that this case has been pending for over 1 year, it is inexcusable for the defendant to disclose an expert witness 1 week prior to trial and after discovery has closed. On January 18th, 2024, so of this year, the state received an email from Mr. Bullion, defense counsel, stating the defense was adding Zach Sneesby to their lay witness list. The state responded on January 21st and asked defense counsel to inform the state when Mr. Sneesby's interview could be scheduled. The state received no reply. On January 23rd, a week later, the state again emailed defense counsel asking for the status of scheduling Mr. Sneesby's interview. This was supposed to be the initial armorer expert for the defense. Defense counsel indicated they left a message for him and would inform the state once defense counsel received a response. Defense counsel never responded further and did not make Mr. Sneesby available for pretrial interview. The state requests an expedited hearing on this matter given the proximity to trial. The state respectfully requests the court enter an order excluding proposed defense witness Lenny Callis and Zach Sneesby from testifying at trial and for all other purposes in this proceeding. And I believe we got an order from the judge on this question. If I can find it. That was handed down, let's see, the 23rd. Here it is. Pull this over here. Switch to this one instead. And this is the judge's response to the state's request to exclude this late notice, in fact, both the expert witnesses, because one was not provided for interview and the other was provided only a week before the trial. This matter, this is the judge's order. This matter, having come before the court on the state's motion in limine to exclude defendants' late disclosed and unavailable witnesses, the court, having considered the argument of the parties, finds the motion is well taken and is granted. The court enters the following findings. These are findings of fact to back up the court's order here. At approximately 4:20 p.m. on February 12th, the state received an email from defense counsel containing an amended expert witness list and disclosing for the first time Lenny Callis as an expert witness for trial. Lenny Callis has never been included on any prior witness list filed by the defendant. An expert witness disclosure 1 week from trial unfairly prejudices the state because there is inadequate time for the state to prepare for and conduct an interview of this expert and to have her statements and opinions reviewed by the state's experts prior to trial. Considering this case has been pending for over 1 year, and that the state's armorer expert has been disclosed to the defendant since the first witness list filed in this case on January 31st, the year prior, 2023. The defendant had ample notice of the need to locate and retain her own armorer expert witness had she desired to do so. During oral argument, defense counsel acknowledged they have been unable to locate and set up a pretrial interview of defense fact witness Zach Sneesby, and consequently agreed to withdraw Mr. Sneesby as a defense witness. It is ordered, adjudged, and decreed that the state's motion in limine to exclude defendants' late disclosed and unavailable witnesses is hereby granted. Proposed expert witness Lenny Callis is prohibited from testifying at trial, and the court accepts defendant's withdrawal of Zach Sneesby as a fact witness or an expert witness. Folks, that looks to me like a huge F up by the defense that cannot be defended as legal strategy. That looks to me, especially when the key issues in the case are armorer issues, for the defense not to have its own expert witness armorer is unforgivable and reeks of ineffective assistance of counsel. Should she be convicted? Let me take a look now at the comments. From the Law of Self-Defense membership, which any of you can be, you just have to be a member of Law of Self-Defense, which you can do for 99 cents. 99 cents, folks. That's where I had put that. Let's see. I think I was about there. Let's see. Bum. Okay, there we are. Who's responsible for the safe handling of firearms? Everybody is responsible, and you never point a gun at anybody. That's according to SAG, the Screen Actors Guild. Not the Film Actors Guild, like the movie, folks. Although it's a very funny movie. And Alec Baldwin has a starring role in that movie. What was it called again? I can't remember the title of the movie. America F Yeah was the theme song, right? Jeffrey asks, in the Baldwin case, can they use testimony from this case even though it's not precedential? Well, they can certainly call witnesses from this case. And then if the witnesses say different things in the Baldwin case, they can impeach them with their testimony in this case, for sure. Hey, Steve says, hi, a brand new member as of an hour ago. It's nice to be on this side. Well, welcome, Steve. Welcome to the family. The Law of Self-Defense family. Blair says, well, he says, did you see Baldwin's TV interview? If you haven't seen it, I did an in-depth analysis of an abridged version of it, taking most of the fluff out just yesterday. Yesterday's Law of Self-Defense show was me doing a breakdown of the Baldwin TV interview with George Stephanopoulos. And his detective interview. I have previously covered his detective interview. If you go to lawofselfdefense.com/Baldwin, you'll find all that. So I've aggregated all that. It's public access because this is a high profile case. So you can see all my prior coverage from the day after the shooting was my first blog post on this, all the way through today, of course. lawofselfdefense.com/Baldwin. Let me go back to the lunch break banner. Blair says, that's why I pay CCW Safe and Andrew to defend me. If God forbid I ever need it, I'm stunned sometimes by how bad attorneys are in these cases. Yeah, folks, attorneys like everybody else are on a bell curve, right? So most of them are kind of average and they bulk in the middle. A few are really bad. Hopefully they're not actually representing clients. And then there's, the ones that are two standard deviations from the mean. And that's what, 5%? Those are the guys you want, or gals you want, 5%. There's about 5% of attorneys who I would consider really good, that I would want defending me. And I said one of the benefits of being a Law Self-Defense Platinum member is that part of the legal services you get from me, getting a legal consult for free as a Platinum member, is that we vet your trial attorney, your lead counsel. If we think your lead counsel is not up to the job, we let you know. And you can become a Platinum member of Law of Self-Defense, not just a standard member, but a Platinum member where you get my legal consult for free if you're involved in a use of force event. We have a Platinum member I'm doing a consult for right now. And that guy had been a Platinum member for like 2 months. He signed up, I think, in November. And then in February, he's involved in a use of force event, and he's getting my consult for free. Imagine if he decided to think it over for an extra 2 months. And then he called me after the event. Well, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work retroactively. He would have been completely out of luck. But he's been a member 2 months. He paid for 2 months. And he's getting a $10,000 plus legal consult at no cost from me. I would encourage you to take a look at this. For 82 cents a day, you get 5 years of that platinum coverage, plus thousands of dollars of our educational content. Take a look at lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents. Back to the member questions. I think that might have been the last one. Yep. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I have interrogation footage of the photographer in this case. So a camera guy on set. He was the guy who let Alec Baldwin know that the crew was unhappy. He sent in like an email message to management saying that they had safety concerns on set. And this interview is about over an hour. Maybe I'll try to play it a little faster than normal speed, playback speed. I'll put it up to an hour and a quarter. So I'm not sure we'll get through all of it before lunch is over, but this will give me an opportunity to come off camera, still provide you with some content that you may not have seen before, and I can eat my sandwich. And as soon as I'm done with my sandwich, I will pop back up on screen. So this guy's name is Lane Lerper, cameraman on the set, and this is him being interrogated by the police. The camera is a body-worn camera on the chest of whoever's doing the interrogation. All right, so that said, I'm going to take me off and play this for all of you.
All vaccinated.
Yeah. I'm third booked.
You're on your third one too?
I got third booked. Ready to get it.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, it's booked.
Okay, so I'm going to start recording.
Yeah.
Okay, Lane. First of all, thank you for meeting with me. I know I've been trying to arrange some interviews, been trying to get a hold of you, and Jake assisted with that, so I appreciate that.
No, thank you.
Basically, I'm just going to get your basic information, name, date of birth, if I can get that.
Yeah, Lane, Lane, Looper, Luper, date of birth 1988.
1988.
88.
Okay. And your official title is?
And the A camera first AC.
A camera
First AC.
first AC. Just confirm your phone number for me, please.
505.
8601. Okay. And address?
Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87106. The Northeast is very important because there's a Southeast and she's consistently getting my mail and visitors.
Okay, Northeast. Got it. Perfect, Lane. Before I begin any questioning, since you do have a lawyer retained, here's your waiver of rights, and your lawyer can look at that too. Once you guys are done reading that, if you could just initial the boxes. And if I'll explain everything later once he gets back.
Sure. I really appreciate what you're doing. I'm very busy.
No, it's okay. I appreciate you meeting because I'm trying to
So the
set all these
cameraman-
interviews, and some people are answering, some are not.
Yeah, I've since
That's
The
the
cameraman is
you guys are like interviewing.
already smarter than Alec Baldwin. The cameraman's talking to police with a lawyer present, his lawyer present. If only Alec Baldwin had been that smart.
Sorry, I was like, yeah, I want to talk to the police.
It's going to be a lot of interviews.
Yeah, I'm here to help you do your job.
I appreciate that.
Dave, would you hand me a coaster?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I'll get a coaster too. Just in case.
Read that over.
And once you're done, if you can you can either check mark the boxes or initial.
I'll just check.
And then Jake, if you'd like to be a witness.
Let me have my paralegal do that since.
Okay, Lane, let's start just with a couple of questions regarding, what the demeanor was there at the set since the beginning. When did you get there?
And we're talking specifically about October 21st.
We're talking about from the beginning. I'm going to go back to the beginning
Okay.
of when the film started and when you started working there at the film set.
From the beginning of the show, going back to when I was first negotiating with the production about everything, there was an air of amateurishness. A lot of people didn't really know kind of what to do, and I had to guide both production, how to download footage, how to back things up, what they should do. They were leaning on like some prior experiences, but going into the production, everything felt very unplanned and hastily put together. We went into prep at Keslow Camera, which is when I first saw Halyna here in New Mexico. I had previously met her in Los Angeles, but I saw her in New Mexico and started putting together the cameras. It took us 3 days to put together the cameras, which is actually kind of on a short schedule. Normally when we do like an anamorphic show, which is the type of lenses we use, we need a little bit of extra time. And it wound up just being 3 days. So it was all kind of, everything was still being put together quite quickly. Day one on the show, everything, it felt kind of rushed. Like there was a lot to do in a day. I think our first day we had, 5.5 pages worth of material to do, and in a Western, that's kind of like a tall order. Okay. There was, we got to set. It was just rush from day one. And it never really dialed down from that. But there was like no order to our day-to-day comings and goings. There was no, we're going to tackle this, we're going to tackle this. It was very spur of the moment, like, all right, we're going to put some actors in this frame. There's kind of an order that we usually do things, which is we block the scene first, then we light it, and then we shoot it. And oftentimes we were putting cameras out there and just putting actors in the frame without any direction as to what we were doing.
Okay. Do you know the date that you started there on set?
Started on set?
Yeah. Or the date of filming, I should say.
Yeah, that would be in October, if you don't mind.
No, yeah, you're.
So, that was in October. It was on Wednesday, October 6th.
Okay.
I don't have a calendar on me, so I can't physically.
Want me to verify that? And let's look at a calendar?
If you don't mind, yeah. Yeah, that was Wednesday, October 6th. It was our first day of principal photography. We had a day off on October 5th, and October 4th on Monday was our last day of prep.
Okay. And what is the day-to-day basis starting in the morning? From what I hear, they start at calls at 6:30 a.m. What do you guys?
First day, the camera department had a 30-minute pre-call. So our first, we were in at 6 o'clock in the morning. The general crew call time was 6:30 in the morning. It stayed 6:30 for all except 2 days on the show that I can remember.
Okay.
Every day at 6:30 a.m. It was just the first day that we had a pre-call. I had asked for some to help get us ahead, kind of organized beforehand, but was turned down for them.
Okay. What happens at call in the morning? Is there call sheets that everybody gets?
Normally we get a call sheet the day before filming. If it's on a filming day, we get it at wrap usually. But the call sheet tells us when to be there, tells us what we're going to do that day, who's our actors, what props we need for that day. On the back of the call sheet, it'll have everybody on the crew's individual call time. So for day one, the entire camera department had a 6 a.m. call time. Yeah, that's what call sheet is. As far as us getting there, we got there at 6 a.m. Put together our monitor card because we didn't have enough time to do it at the prep. So my utility, Jonas Huerta, and my loader, Colby Hopkins, he worked together to put together the monitor card while we were putting together the cameras and kind of getting everything out of the truck and onto the carts. Halyna, part of the vision of this whole movie, they had these interstitial shots. So very early in the morning, Halyna was there at the truck. I'm like, all right, well, I want a camera on 40 millimeter and B camera on 75 to get these shots of the sunset. And my camera went off to shoot specifically some horses driving by a corral. It was me, Andy Graham, My second assistant, Daniel Maestas, and our script supervisor eventually walked over along with Zach Sneesby, the boom operator, and we were doing insert shots of the horse walking by our camera.
Okay. Was there any safety bulletins on those call sheets?
No.
No?
Not from day one.
Okay. Is there usually, from your experience, is there?
Every time you have anything to do with anything that could involve safety for that day, they have a list of about 50 industry-wide safety bulletins that are put out by the Contract Services Administrative Trust Fund. They're basically for lack of a better term, they're kind of like the corporation that's the liability shield for the producers. We all know these safety bulletins, and they're required usually. I shouldn't say required, it's industry best practice that every time you have anything to do with anything that could be in one of the safety bulletins, it's actually included with the call sheet. So, shooting into Mexico on a location like this, they always include the critters one, be careful about snakes and whatnot. Anytime there's firearms on set, safety bulletin number 1 and 5, need to accompany the call sheet because that's live ammunition and safety awareness. Anytime stunts has is safety bulletin number 4. These are very important things that need to go with the call sheet because they're going to give you the best practices for the day. It's literally an instruction manual.
Okay. But this one particularly on this set didn't have any safety bulletins that you can remember?
This movie never, to my best recollection, ever sent out any safety bulletins whatsoever with any call sheets. And looking at previous emails, I haven't seen them.
That's amazing. No safety bulletins ever
the only things that
on the set of Rust.
with our emails were a map of how to get there, a map of the property that we were shooting at. It was a map of the town. Rules and regulations for working on Bonanza Creek Ranch and the call sheet itself. That was the only thing that was ever included as an attachment.
Okay. And fast forwarding a little bit to that day of the incident. I know you guys walked, if I have this correct, you guys walked the day before offset?
No. So what happened is the day before, October 20th, we had tendered our resignation to the company after that. Everybody in the camera department individually made their choice to leave the show. This was not any kind of organized walk-off. We all just kind of hit a limit with the show. And we all tendered our resignation to production after we left. And the following morning is when we came in to gather all of our equipment.
Okay, the following morning on the 21st.
Correct. The only thing that I gathered the day before on the 20th was I had this big 140-pound remote head. This is the thing you put on the crane so you can remotely control the camera. I took that home along with a couple things that I've been doing in production for free.
Okay. During the filming, I know this is a Western movie. There's a lot of firing and Hannah being armor. Does she ever have a safety call where she gathers everybody and says, "Hey guys, here's some earplugs. We're going to be shooting the next shot"?
So we never had a proper safety meeting in regards to a lot of the gunfiring. There was one safety meeting on day 3 that gathered the whole crew, and then another one on I want to say it was day 4, day 5. You guys have that name. There was another safety meeting. There was 2 safety meetings on the show that actually gathered the whole crew. Day 3 on October 8th. I have to look at the call sheets for the second one. I know we were specifically shooting at the town that we shot Manhattan in. But the second safety meeting was in regards specifically to the strike that was coming up. Because they just authorized we just had the strike authorization vote. And so they had a safety meeting saying, we're not on that contract. You guys wouldn't need to strike if you needed to. We support you, but you can't strike because it's not on this contract kind of safety meeting. It wasn't an actual meeting about safety. The first one was on day 3. It was our first gunfight, and really the subject of that safety meeting was, this is our armor, Hannah Gutierrez. She will be doing guns for the whole show, and that was basically it. There wasn't an explanation of the days work really done. But those are the only 2 safety meetings that I can recall on the show. That all. She did pass out ear protection, but it was inadequate ear protection. That's actually what kind of gave me my first warning sign about Hannah. Every armor I've ever worked with in the past carries what are called cans over ear protection, which are going to use them on the range.
Yeah.
Every armor I know carries them. She didn't. She had just a squishy ear.
Oh, that's
I can't use them because they can ear infections.
And to your experience, is there safety meetings by the armor on set every time they're going to use firearms that day?
Okay. What they do is they'll do a morning safety meeting. If there's any kind of stunts, firearms, anything to do with any kind of safety, they'll do a safety meeting at call. It'll usually be at crew call. They'll have a 10-minute long safety meeting explaining our day's work. The first assistant director will usually call on the armor to speak. in regards to what we were doing. And then if it's a big enough thing, we'll actually have another safety meeting before any stunt or any, gunfight. So they'll explain what's going to happen in the shot, what modes that they're going to use, and this happens on almost every show that I've ever been on in my tech career.
Okay.
In regards to this show, we occasionally would know what mode they were using, but we would never really have a proper safety meeting explaining what the shot was.
Okay. Did you ever witness any recklessness on scene?
Reckless handling of firearms was a big one. And there was a lot of like taking guns from people and like putting them under their arms or carrying rifles like in a bundle of sticks almost. There was at one point where they were loading a firearm and a rifle got pointed at the props assistant's face and neither of them realized that they were doing it. There were 2 negligent discharges on October 16th.
Let's go back to when they were carrying guns in bundles and, the barrels were pointed different directions. Do you know who was holding those guns at that time?
Yeah, it was Hannah.
Okay.
Her department was like woefully understaffed. A gunfight would be like this should have more than one person handling. Should have more people in the props department in general. And Hannah was doing the job of 2 people. She was a props assistant and an armor, which is insanely overstaffing. Like or understaffing, I should say. It's kind of an absurdity in the business period to do something like that because this show it was all guns. Everybody had a gun. It's a Western, people have guns in their holsters, people have rifles on a wall, And it was her and 2 very inexperienced people in her department that were handling all of this, plus prompting people.
Okay. Let's go into the negligence or accidental discharges that happened on scene. You said you've heard of 2 or did you witness 2?
I witnessed 2. I was there. I was present for both negligent discharges on October 16th.
And what did you see?
The first negligent discharge was inside of a cabin set. To the best of my recollection, it was the double who was handling the firearm. And it literally just went off in his hand. He didn't pull the trigger. It was whoa when it went off. And we were inside of a cabin, so it was me. Halyna's monitor was just behind me. Joel's monitor, he was sharing a monitor with Halyna. They were just behind me. Andy Graham, our shot was looking out the door. He was by the door. And the double, he was right next to the door when the first one went off.
And the second one?
The second one was just outside of the cabin and later on in the day. It was like 15 minutes later. It wasn't later on the day. Literally like 15 minutes later. The props assistant, I believe her name's Nicole, she was handling what I believe to be the same firearm. And the reason why I remember it so well is because she literally shot herself in the foot with it. And she, she went off and she was like, ow. And she had said she shot herself in the foot with this blank. And that's actually the moment after that I texted Roe Walters, the unit production manager, about the negligent discharges on the show. And it's just a super unsafe environment.
Did it happen with the revolver or long rifle?
Revolver.
Both times was revolver?
Yeah.
Okay. And I know you said that you sent a letter to Roe, who's a unit production manager, if I have it correct.
Correct.
What was your concern? What all did you put in there in that
My
letter?
text message read, there have been 3 negligent discharges because I was including a prior special effects explosion on day 3. There have been 3 negligent discharges on the show so far. This is super unsafe. To which she responded to me, 2 guns went off, ? Awesome. Sounds good. The awesome sounds good was in relation to how long it was going to take us to wrap out that night, I believe. And then I said to her, yes, 2 today, 1 on day 1, or 1 on day 3, or week 1, sorry, 1 on week 1.
So the text message, regarding the negligent discharge, what did she reply to you? Who's in charge of, correcting such issue?
She is.
She's in charge of
the line producer, or Gabrielle Pickle, they're directly responsible for handling something like that. So our line of communication to the producers and the people in charge is the unit production manager. So I let the unit production manager know there have been 2, in the text message, it literally said there have been 3 negligent discharges on the show. This is super unsafe. And she responded to me asking about the guns going off. And I explained that there have been 2 today on October 16th and 1 in week 1, referring to the special effects explosion that went off on day 3. I was letting him know because he needed to they needed to fire her. It was there's only ever been one other negligent discharge that I've ever known personally about, which was on a show called The Unsettling, and that person was fired that moment. And I had worked on a show even years and years ago where there was an issue with a minigun that it tipped over, and the armorer was immediately fired, walked off the set, because you're dealing with something that doesn't matter. There's a reason why it's safety bulletin #1. This is a deadly thing. And so I was alerting the producers to this so that they could make a correction immediately. And it was, well.
What's your experience? How long have you been working as a 8-camera operator?
I've been an 8-camera first AC for the past 4 years as a department head.
Okay.
I've been in the business for 10 years, if you include my very first thing as a sound mixer in 12, but I've been working full-time in the film business for about 10 years. Been a member of the International Cinematographers Guild for 7 years.
Can you kind of just give me a guesstimate of how many films you've worked on?
Close to 60, 63, I think that last count. Shorts, features, television shows. If you include every episode of television I've worked on, which is almost considered a mini movie, you're in the hundreds.
And from your experience, like you were just saying, if gun was to accidentally go off, the armor would be terminated
on the spot. It's not even, hey, we're going to wait till the end of the day. It is an on the spot thing. And the show normally will stop for the day to reevaluate the safety procedures on the show. But I've never seen an armorer I've never heard of an armorer keeping their job whenever there's an issue with a firearm.
Okay. What other concern did you have with the rope? Did you type a letter other than the text message? Did you write a letter to production manager?
You in regards to like when I tendered my resignation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. When I gave my resignation letter at the end of the show on the 20th, I sent an email as soon as I got home, kind of explaining all the reasons why I wanted to leave the show. The first one being very lax COVID procedures. The second one being gun safety, lack of safety meetings, lack of explanations for what's going on the show, excuses being given about not having enough time. We don't have time to rehearse. We don't have time to worry about that. It's the third reason was we were missing paychecks on the show, or pay was just flat out incorrect. The fourth reason being a housing situation, which was kind of important to me just because I totaled my car driving home from Santa Fe after film.
Long hours. And
yeah, it wasn't even that. Once there was the longest day, it was a 13-hour day, and I sent my car off the road in 2018, and I completely totaled it. So I sent a resignation letter explaining all of this to Ro Walters, Gabrielle Pickle, going to research. Everybody in charge was copied on the email, except for the producers, which they block out their emails from us on the crew list. But otherwise, they were passing the letter. Joel Souza, the director, also was copied on the email.
okay.
Gabrielle did respond to the email the following day at call time, about 10 minutes after call, saying I needed to coordinate with her to not interrupt her day, but I had already been unloading stuff, and by the time she emailed me back.
Okay. I just want to show you something really quick, and Jake, you can also look at this. Is this the letter you sent? Is that just the double, or just the last part of it?
Yeah. Yeah. This is my resignation letter. Yes. Correct.
Okay. And at that point, I know you have an important role as a camera operator.
Yeah.
Did Reed take over that position?
No, Reed. So I'm a camera assistant. What I do is my primary role on the show is to keep the cameras in focus.
Mm-hmm.
But I also run all the day-to-day going-ons of everything. Reed is a proper camera operator. His job solely is framing the shot and working with Halyna for the creative side of things. You can kind of think of our department as having like almost two sub areas, whereas the camera operators are part of the creative side of everything, and the camera assistants are part of all the technical. And so I'm the head of the technical side of everything, whereas Reed, he's part of the creative side. So he was the lead camera operator. He stayed because Halyna legitimately begged him to stay, because he while we were unloading everything, came in the camera truck and was like, "Should I leave?" And I told him, like, "You can do whatever you like. I am not telling anybody to come with me. You can stay here, and if you need hours for your healthcare, stay on the show." It's the same thing I told everybody on the crew. Like, nobody come with me. It's I'm not trying to like get everybody to leave. It was purely just a personal choice.
And are you the owner of cameras that you took that day, or were they leased?
I never took any cameras that day. Cameras stayed on the show. The only thing I took were things that belonged to me that were subleased through the rental house. So it would be like my wireless follow focus. I took my personal monitors, which is a 7-inch monitor and a 17-inch monitor. And then just personal tools and equipment that are part of my box rental. Yeah, everything that was taken from set was all personally owned by myself.
Okay. Anything that was recorded during the time of film?
During the time of
filming the movie Rust, do you have any footage that you took home with you?
No.
Okay.
I'm not allowed to take footage, but I did have access to the footage on the JV service.
To your knowledge, do you know if for rehearsals, do they record these rehearsals, or is it rehearsal then?
It's rare they record rehearsals. Sometimes it's done on the camera, but most of the time, what they do, if there's a real rehearsal, there's actually a little bit of something to think about here. They have this thing called shooting the rehearsal, which is when you just roll on a rehearsal to see if you can capture the magic, which is often, it's just the first take. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just an excuse to rush. Is you don't show the crew, you're just gonna show them on the film. So we don't get an opportunity to stop, lay marks, mark my follow focus, know where anybody is, set frames. It's literally just like, all right, bring the set, roll on the rehearsal. That was this show. Like, there was no such thing as a rehearsal on the show. We would roll on the rehearsal, but that's just the first take. As far as do we record real rehearsals on other shows, the cameras won't, but we'll use something called a video operator on those kind of shows, which is another person that actually is in between the feed of the cameras and the video village. And what they're doing is they're recording everything so that somebody can watch it back later for purposes of matching.
Okay.
And whenever they record a rehearsal, those are the only people that record it. We don't actually put rehearsals on film unless you're on the show.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's so good.
No, I'm starting to.
It's an annoying misnomer. It bugs the hell out of me.
I'm starting to understand a little bit about the film industry, but I mean, there's so much that. Yeah, but I mean, it's crazy.
Start your own production company. Take people on, be safe.
I know, right? Do you know if the mics are ever on while rehearsal?
Not personally. It's not really my field that's not really my field. So I've heard of some people that, I should say the mics are always on. There's not always recording. They do, for the purposes of your investigation, eventually, if you ever get a hold of the footage, they do pre-roll. So technically the recorders are always recording. And when the sound recorder presses record, it actually writes the first 10 seconds prior to the button press. And it's just a kind of a safety thing, just in case they say rolling and the sound mixer doesn't hear it, and you can just jump really quick to it and start recording.
Okay, gotcha.
Pre-record 10 seconds worth.
Okay.
The cameras don't do that, but the sound does.
Okay.
But they don't usually run like a recording of sound during a rehearsal unless there is a video operator, and they shouldn't have one of those. Okay. Also, one thing is for the purposes of your investigation, I would definitely see if you can get a hold of those photographer stuff, because then she was on them.
Yeah, that was she wanted to speak to me.
Yes, she was there. She very specifically said, like, if you talk to them, please tell them to need to reach out to me.
Did you notice while you were there on set, did you notice any animosity towards, the actors or anybody else?
No, actually, it's really funny. I found Alec Baldwin. He was a bit of a bill to work with, but he was actually like a really nice guy. Like, when you say rolling, he kind of gets into his character. He gets pumped up. He would do push-ups and stuff, just trying to get himself amped up. And he'd have like a lot of energy. But he was actually really always safety conscious. There was at one point, and this is actually on the film, I know it's on the tape, he had yelled at a Steadicam operator to get out of the way of his pistol, because he'd come out and gun shooting on, it was October 16th actually, when we were leaving when we were at the cabin. His character comes up and runs up a hill while running and taking cover. And the Steadicam operator got a little too close with his shot, and he stopped and was like, "Are you leader? You from leader? I got a gun, man. Like, back up." And then he starts going back up to everybody else behind. And he was really actually pretty safety conscious about firearms. There's no animosity to the cast. The cast on the show was wonderful. Frances Fisher, she'd give everybody hugs. I was like, "Oh my God, that's Rose's mom in Titanic." She was like super cool. She was a sweetheart. And like in between takes, Alec Baldwin, he would all chat with us occasionally, especially with the people he worked with before from Georgia. But he was really nice. He was really nice. He was just a bill to work with, but he was really nice. Like the cast was super cool. Especially the kid. The kid was really cool. He was like fascinated by my job. Like the kid would always come and hang out with me.
Yeah.
And so like in between takes and setups, and when cameras said no, I should give him my follow focus and be like, all right, kid, you're in. You're doing the shot. He's like, oh no.
The kid that Alec was
Yeah,
supposed to be
yeah,
running with
yeah.
on. Okay.
He's in the Mighty Duck series.
Oh, okay. I'm starting to get the, what the script was of that film and what was supposed to happen. So
Yeah, it's ironic.
yeah.
The script of the movie. There's a lot of irony that happened in the show because on day one, the first assistant director plays an Undertaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was ironic. And then the arm, the props assistant shooting herself in the foot. That's ironic.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that the first assistant director worked on The Crow. There's a saying in the film industry called "The Curse of the Crow." The movies The Crow are cursed. And
So Dave Halls, who, through my investigation, I learned he was the first assistant director.
Correct.
He worked on The Crow?
He worked on The Crow Salvation, the second movie.
Oh, okay.
The person who died on that one was Trini, who used to play the Yellow Power Ranger.
Okay. Well,
It's just a saying in the film industry. Ed even said it a couple times on the show. It's like, oh, I got anyone on this one. It's like a curse of the crow.
thanks.
And then, yeah, that trust me, the meeting over. It's like, I've been sick in my stomach the whole time.
Anything else that you think you might want to get off your chest before we end this interview?
First one. Oh yeah, the special effects explosion on the third day of shooting. Everyone was present for that. So let me kind of paint a picture for how the goings on of this set worked. We had producers directly on set whose hands were in the day-to-day workings of things, kind of almost acting as an assistant director or acting as a unit production manager. Specifically, Ryan Winterstern and Nathaniel Klinger.
Mhm.
They had a hand in everything. They were on set every day. Both Will Walters and Ryan Winterstein would actually wear a walkie-talkie, which is completely alien for those positions to be done. So that means they were listening to Channel 1. They knew everything was going on at all times. So when any kind of discharge happens, it's a major safety concern. And so on day 3, when that special effects explosion went off, that should have also been something that caused the set to pause, and it didn't. What I really just want to drive home is there were so many people that were aware of everything that was going on, but did not actively do anything to change. But yeah, that happened on day 3. That's I'm sure most of does.
Yeah. They refer to it as the popper?
Yeah.
Special effects popper.
Popper, yeah, it's like a little gunpowder charge that explodes. It was loud, and my ears were ringing for all day, the rest of that day, and the following 2 days, like it would just come and go. I have kind of tinnitus already, but it just made it horribly unbearable.
Yeah.
Incredibly loud.
Another question that I do have is, on set, when you were on set and filming, assisting with filming, what's the process of the armor giving the gun to who and then to the actor? How did that work?
So in a normal show, the armor takes charge of the firearms 100% of the time, unless they're in the hands of the actor. What happens is, like in armor, in the system we're shooting, is oftentimes we will hand the firearms right before we roll, not earlier than that. It would be the moment before we roll. The armor will provide the actors with the firearm. They will announce to the entire set themselves that it's a hot weapon.
Who says that? It's a armor.
Armor, and then the first assistant director will usually repeat it.
Mhm.
But normally the armor is there on set playing an active role in the process, and everybody listens to them. And the same thing actually happens with special effects, except special effects says it's hot after we've been rolling, whereas the armor usually is happening right the moment before we're going to roll. And she'll announce that there's a hot weapon on set, and the actor will take charge of it. Roll the camera slate, start shooting the scene. Guns go off. They call cut, and it's the armor themselves who walks over and collects the firearms from them. They will clear the firearm. They will show the firearm to the first assistant director or anybody else if there is that it has been cleared and all of the rounds have been taken out. Then they will announce there's a cold firearm. Now that's if we're actually shooting. Now if they are using a real firearm as a prop, like that doesn't shoot, it's in a holster, they will still bring the firearm to set before we roll, not a moment before. They will open the chamber, shine a flashlight through the barrel, and they will show the camera operators, the first assistant director, and really anybody nearby that there's a cold weapon on set. And then they'll, reach it and put it in the holster as a prop. But they will always announce themselves, and usually echoed by the first assistant director, that there is a hot weapon or a cold weapon on set.
Okay. So from the armor, Hannah, in this case,
actor.
to the first AD or straight to the
The
actor?
first AD touching the firearm is a huge no-no. It is the armor to the actor to the armorer. That's it. Those are the only people who should ever have charge of a firearm. Because
really?
it goes from the armorer into a lockbox. Like the way a proper set works is firearms are the most dangerous thing we have, minus big explosions, big gasoline explosions, and those are rare. Firearms are the most common thing on set that can kill, maim, or injure, and so they take charge of those very seriously. I have a really good friend, Joshua Aragon, who, he's a prop master, and he has a literal gun lockup on his truck. It's a full-on lockup with combination locks out the wazoo. Guns are taken very seriously.
Yeah.
And so nobody ever should touch a firearm in between any of that. They're not allowed to. It's one, it's taboo. Two, it's against the industry-wide safety bulletin, number one, and number two, it's super important that chain of custody remain that way all the time.
Yeah. Did you see Hannah when they were doing these film shots? Did you see Hannah pass the gun to directly the actor? Every time?
Hannah Gutierrez had this thing where she would kind of load firearms and run around and just haphazardly place them in places. She was, we were filming a scene where Alec Baldwin and a kid kind of walking in on a horse, and we were shooting through a window, and she came in and just left a repeater rifle there and just ran off inside the building, just leaning against the wall. And even the 16th day of the misfire, she did the same thing where she left a repeater rifle in the, she just opened the door to the cabin, set it by the door, said, "Oh, this is a hot gun," and just runs off.
So left it unattended.
Yeah. Now there was guns unattended all the time on the set. There was also property assistants handling firearms and not just the armor.
Which is a big no-no.
Yeah, no, it's usually the armor.
Because the way I understood it, and like I said, I'm new to this, is that Hannah gives a gun to the first AD. The AD opens the cylinder, or he can open the cylinder and check.
It, but it's the armor is the one in charge of it.
Okay.
So an armor is there, the flashlight up the barrel and going through the cylinders. And with a repeater, like a six shooter, you go through the barrel 7 times, to make sure that you've gone all the way through. It doesn't leave the charge of the AD. Right, I'm sorry, the armor.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be in their hands. It's always supposed to be in their charge. And it's literally just there to limit exposure to the weapon. The weapons, proper weapons handling on a set is taken very seriously, and is literally the armor, the actor, from the actor to the armor. It doesn't wind up in other people's hands. It shouldn't wind up in other people's hands. It is very alien for it to wind up in other people's hands. It's very normal for the first assistant director to check it, but not physically in their hands and inspect it. So it's so outside of the realm of normality that it would surprise me if the first AD didn't know how to check a firearm.
Okay. And did you ever hear of them shooting cans? I know that there's this rumor going around in the media.
So yeah, the plinking thing. I never personally witnessed this. That being said, gunfire happened a lot on the set between setups, not while we're actively shooting. We had always assumed it was the National Guard armory. It's about 5 miles away. But kind of in hindsight, it would be very weird to hear small arms fire, handgun fire, because it always was pop, 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 pop. It was never a assault rifle or anything like that, or rapid fire. It was always pop, 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 pop. Handgun stuff.
The National Guard is close, and actually, from the time you guys were filming, we were having recalls.
Okay.
So
you guys were,
that might have been it, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, and I'm used to hearing it though. I'm used to hearing it at the closer to I-14 over by Santa Fe Studios. I hear it all the time there when you guys are shooting over there.
Yeah.
But that's much closer to Santa Fe, Maine, and all that stuff. But the thing is, where we're shooting at Bonanza Creek, there's just a big hill in between the National Guard Armory and Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Yeah.
But I will say in between takes, there were a lot of small arms fire, but I personally have never witnessed any clinking or any of that stuff. I personally was not witnessing that or knew about it going on.
Okay. Cool. Well,
Describe first explosion.
Describe the first explosion.
In more detail.
Yeah. So to describe what happened with the popper is we were in between setups and we were changing a battery on the camera. So it was myself, we had a day playing utility, Sean Smith, he was there. He was changing the battery. I was about 10 feet from the porch where the popper was. We had an operator there, and I think I know they were reloading to add another popper on, and it went off right over everybody's head. Freaked everybody out. My ears started ringing. I know my Amy started getting really upset. It comes down with a bunch of debris and stuff. It's filled with dust and has little pieces of wood and stuff, so it's hot all over us. And there was a special effects person there. He had a detonator in his hand. But to be aware, whenever there's special effects explosions between takes. They're not supposed to have any power to them. They're supposed to be pulled from power. And that happened. That was kind of like a description of what happened.
And it's not uncommon for stuff like that to happen on set.
No, it's very uncommon. Like I've never had it happen. I've never had any kind of special effects exposure. Like in my 10-year career, I've never had a special effects misfire, because all of their stuff is based on batteries. And the moment that they call cut, they make everything safe. Everything's key driven. You have to have a key to pop anything. So they pop the keys and then they pull the power.
Okay.
Everything is made to be incredibly safe around special effects, because they can go from small poppers all the way to big 50-gallon gasoline explosions.
Yeah.
And I've been a part of, you name it, I've been part of it. And I've never seen something like that. That was going to be a red flag. And should have been a red flag for the producers who were present.
Let's take a quick bathroom break.
Yeah. No, sure.
And then you can see to wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want.
Appreciate it.
Just like
I'm gonna go back live. Okay. Let me ask you this question. Did you at any time see the props master, props assistant manage those guns for Hannah, the armor?
I saw Nicole, the property assistant, handling firearms pretty regularly.
And by handling, was it just handing the gun off to the actor, or was it loading the gun?
And I never saw her load a weapon, but I definitely saw her running around with firearms. My assumption is, and this is my assumption, it'd be to hand out the firearms to the multiple extras and cast members who were there. But it regularly, it was more than just Hannah handling firearms. As a matter, like I said, the second accidental discharge was Nicole shooting herself in the foot.
With a blank?
Yeah.
Okay.
At close range, it still hurts.
I heard that. The powder in it kind of.
Exactly. Powder, lines, and sometimes it can kill because it is like a crimped shell. So the shell sometimes can rip.
Yeah. Is there any time, do they ever use live ammunition?
On a normal film set, you will never see live ammunition, and it is super important that it stays that way. It is every studio's policy that you can't even carry a firearm, that they ask you not to carry a firearm even in your car, just in case a round from your firearm winds up in a jacket pocket that winds up on the floor that then winds up in the. You just cannot carry live ammunition on a set. It is the rule everybody knows. It's just a flat no.
What about Dave Halls? Tell me more about him. What was his behavior on set?
Sure. Dave Halls is a very aloof man, very unaware, but very high strung. I've worked with Dave Halls on a previous show. He's not a good assistant director. He is always rushing. He's always trying to come in on time and rarely doing it. He loves to cut corners, like when it comes to rehearsals or safety meetings or explaining what's going on. During the course of the show, I actually had several serious conversations with Dave Hall about, we need rehearsals. We need to know what's going on. We need to know, why, like there was a day, October 8th, we were filming a Salute, I think it was the 8th, no. It was the 7th day of shooting, which I think was the 15th. I had a conversation with Dave Halls, 14th. I had a conversation with Dave Halls about why he was packing the set with background extras when we haven't even seen the shot. We don't even know what the shot is. We have no rehearsal of the actor. The actor's still getting hair and makeup done, but he's packing the set with everybody, and he tells me, "I'm just trying to get ahead." I'm like, "Well, you're putting us behind by doing this. Like, you don't set background unless you have a shot. Nothing is set before the camera knows what's going on." But in his mind, he would try and get ahead by doing that. He seemed sometimes confused. There was a conversation I had with him on Sunday, October 17th, October 17th, day of 10 shooter. We had a 12 p.m. call time. Our prelim for that day was 10:30, which was a good call time. 10:30 is a good call time. And I had a conversation with Dave Halls. Dave, why'd you push call time 2 hours? Because we were filming in a gully. It's about 12 feet deep, high sand walls. So obviously you lose your sun a lot faster because it goes behind the walls of the gully. And I asked Dave, because they were all panicking about light, Dave, why'd you push call time 2 hours? And he said, well, it's because I wanted more daylight. Dave, that's the wrong way. You pull call for that. Well, no, I wanted more daylight. Dave, 10:30 would have given us more daylight to use. So why did you push calls? You don't understand. It's this whole matrix of actor availability and you know, when we can shoot, the turnaround times, which none of that kind of stuff factored in. To my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, when he then said he wanted lunch to happen right at sunset, but you know, Dolly's, your sunset's 2 hours early.
Yeah.
And so Halyna had been complaining to me like about it, and that's kind of what spurred the conversation with Dave Halls, because you know, Halyna had been literally just like, we have no light, I have no time. And then later on in the day, it bit us as well, because we're limited to how long we can have a child actor. You can't push them past a certain time, and because we pushed our call time later, we lost our kid earlier. And so once again, at the end of the day, we were completely rushed. I remember every take having to move the camera. This is Western. You know, I got a 60-pound camera, got a 20-pound head, and 10-pound sticks. I'm having to carry it all as one, just everywhere, every single take, because we were so rushed at the end. Back is still in pain.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff to be carrying around.
Yeah. I had multiple conversations with Dave Hall about safety and about rehearsals and about slowing down so that we can speed up. You know what I mean? You know, do things right once instead of having to do them 10 times because we don't know what's going on, which is commonly what happened.
What was his response to that?
We don't have enough time. This is a 21-day shoot. I'm doing the best I have at 21 days. You know, it was very just immediately dismissive. There was a conversation on Wednesday, October 20th, I had with him because they sent us the lunch early at about 11:40. They sent us the lunch so that they could rehearse without the crew there. It's a common practice to have a private rehearsal with the director and the cast. It's very common. What's not common is them not marking that. So what we usually do, I brought up Dave, I was like, Dave, why don't you just keep the camera department here so we can lay marks and lock everything. I'm trying to get people turned back around after lunch faster. Okay, but it'll kind of help us all know what's going on. Because there's another scene with guns. The script goes off and somebody falls to their knees, and yeah, there's another gun scene.
We're back. We are back.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Robert Gillette.
Robert Gillette, next witness.
Do you have your?
Almost 20 minutes after the scheduled start time. FBI Explosives Unit.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillette.
And where are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Explosives Unit, which is part of the Laboratory Division.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I started with the FBI in 2009 as a contractor. I was hired on as an employee in 2012.
And what's your official title?
My official title is Chemist Forensic Examiner.
And how long have you been working as a chemist forensic examiner?
That looks like Leonard
For
Hofstadter.
about 11 years now.
All right. Can you give us
The Big Bang
a
Theory.
brief wrap up of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Chemistry from George Mason University. It's in Fairfax, Virginia.
And do you have any training and experience in chemist forensic examination?
Specifically, to become a qualified chemist forensic examiner, I had to complete a training program. That training program started with supervised casework, so casework where supervised either chemists or chemistry examiners oversaw my actions. It included knowledge checks on the different types of instruments that I used, and then competency tests for all of the different procedures that we had. So
Go ahead.
after that, I had to successfully complete multiple oral boards of examinations in topics that covered explosives, the chemistry of explosives, as well as the different analytical techniques that we use in the laboratory. And then after that came 2 different moot court exercises that I had to successfully complete, as well as supervised case reporting. And then I was a qualified chemist forensic examiner.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in this field in the past?
Yes, I have.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd move the court to recognize Mr. Gillette as an expert witness in the field of chemical forensic examination.
All right, an expert in chemical.
Oh, I guess that's a lawyer.
Examination.
That's it. All right, Mr. Gillette, how did you
That
become
woman at
involved
the
in this
defense
case?
table.
For this case, I was asked to perform explosives chemistry examinations on what were suspected to be ammunition propellant samples.
And what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
Well, that was it, the explosives chemistry examinations.
Can you describe exactly what that testing is?
Yes, it starts with a visual examination, literally looking at what we have to determine where it's going to fit within the different procedures that we have for examining explosives or materials used to make explosives. After that visual examination, it'll point me towards a specific procedure. And in this case, they ended up being what's known as, or they appeared to be what's called smokeless powders. It's a type of ammunition propellant. So we have a technical procedure specifically for that. And the first step is visual examination. So I continued my visual examination and used a microscope to look at the specific particles under a microscope, but also to take photographs and make measurements because that's part of our examination. After the visual examination came what's called a solvent extraction, literally using a liquid to ideally extract out the components of those individual particles so that they could be analyzed. And then I analyzed that solvent, that liquid, using an instrument called a gas chromatograph coupled to a mass spectrometer. A chromatograph is an instrument that simply or ideally separates out a mixture into its individual components so that each individual component can be identified.
Think of it as a
detected and
staged filter,
identified.
folks,
That's
or
what
like
the
a
mass
distillation
spectrometer
process.
does. And after that, those samples, after they had been extracted by the solvent, they were analyzed using a technique called Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. And spectroscopy techniques or spectroscopic techniques are just techniques where you have a known amount of energy that interacts with the sample, and those interactions can give information as to the specific, either the elements contained within the sample, or how those elements are bound to one another to give molecular, so structural information. And then the last step is a technique called a thermal susceptibility test. That's literally taking a small amount of material, introducing heat in the form of flame, and then seeing how
All
it
right,
reacts.
folks.
Thank you. Mr. Gillette, did you take any photographs as part of your examination in this case?
Yes, I took multiple photographs using one of our microscopes.
Great. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Gillette, would you please look at these 2 photographs and tell me if these are photographs that you took as part of your laboratory testing?
Yes, I took both of the photographs.
Great. Your Honor, Mr. Bowles and I have stipulated to the admission of States Exhibits 111A and 111B. May I move for entry of those and request to publish?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gillette, let's start with this image. I'll zoom out a little bit. Are you able to see that on your monitor?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, let's fix that.
No. Oh, there it is.
All right. Mr. Gillette, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a handful of the particles from item 4.
All right. When you say item 4, can you explain what item 4 is?
Item 4 is one of the samples that I received with respect to this case.
What was the form of item 4?
What do you mean by form?
Was it a cartridge of live ammunition?
It was a disassembled cartridge. I don't recall specifically every single component within the container that contained item 4, but I was focused on the suspected ammunition propellant.
Great. And did you examine some other items that had a smokeless powder that looked just like this? Yes,
I did.
And what were those items?
Those would have been items 4 through 7, and there was a 5th one. I don't recall the item number.
Would it help you refresh your recollection if you look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Please take a look at your report.
Okay.
Do you now know what the 5th item was?
Yes, it was item 13-1.
All right. And do you know where these items were sourced from?
Specifically, I don't recall the sources for every single item, but it was either from a cart, a bandolier, a holster, and I believe a tray.
Okay. And all 5 of these items, they have this identical smokeless powder composition in them. Is that correct?
Well, they have this physical appearance.
Right.
And the shape and size and color.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 111B. What can you tell me about this photograph?
This is another photograph I took using a microscope. This is item 24-1.
All right, and what does this picture show?
The appearance and the physical characteristics, what we call the morphology, the shape, size, color of this specific powder.
And did you examine more than one item that had this type of powder?
Yes, I did. There were 6 that had this morphology.
And do you know what the source of those 6 items was?
The source?
Where they were found?
I recall in one of the laboratory examination requests that received, the source wasn't specifically a location for 2 of them. It was a name, and then the others had a street address in Albuquerque.
Do you recall what the name was?
I believe the name was Seth Kenny.
And do you recall the address?
The specific address, no, I think it was Monroe Street in Albuquerque.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do now, and before I do this, all 6 of the cartridges or the disassembled cartridges that were either identified as coming from Seth Kenny or from the Monroe Street address have smokeless powder that looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now I'd like to put these kind of side to side. And if you can, I know that it's kind of obvious, but could you explain to the jurors kind of what some of the visual differences between these 2 different types of smokeless powders are?
They both have generically the same shape. We would call that disc-shaped. However, the ones on the left are slightly smaller and they're darker in color. The ones on the right are slightly larger and have a single perforation.
Great. Aside from their visual appearance, did you conduct any testing to see if they were different chemically?
Yes, I conducted the explosives chemistry examinations that identified them both as smokeless powders, but with different chemical constituents.
And for those on the left, what were your conclusions?
The items on the left were identified as a double base smokeless powder.
And for the right?
A single base smokeless powder. They were both disc shaped, but the ones on the right were obviously they had a single perforation.
All right. And what sort of conclusions are you able to draw from both the visual analysis and your chemical analysis between these 2 different types of smokeless powders?
Between the 2, they are both physically and chemically different from one another.
All right. Is it fair to say that these probably came from 2 different manufacturers?
Oh, I couldn't say that because one manufacturer might make a whole bunch of different types of smokeless powder.
Sure, understandable. All right, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gillette.
Good afternoon.
So the number of items you tested in this case, that was 11 different items, right?
Correct.
Okay. And these items that you tested were all cartridges that were given to you by Santa Fe, by law enforcement, right?
No, specifically, I didn't test any cartridges. It was the suspected ammunition propellant.
But you received cartridges.
I received, yes, I did.
And your role in this was not to make sure that, I guess what I'm trying to say is you had no role in selecting which cartridges or which powders you were going to test, right? You tested what they gave you.
Correct.
And you received, is it true? It's the form you received them in. It was 11 Ziploc bags, right?
Yes, I believe they were zipper lock style bags.
And each of the bags had a bullet, a casing, and a screw top container with some powder in it. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was.
So then when you received these items, these cartridges, they weren't intact.
That is correct. They were not intact.
The powder was already removed out.
That is correct.
And do you know who removed the powder out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, FBI laboratory, that's where you said you worked on direct. Are you aware of a Mr. Ziegler that works in the FBI laboratory as well?
Yes, Bryce Ziegler was the assigned examiner in the firearms and tool marks unit.
Okay. And was he the one who had these items prior to you testing them?
I believe so, yes.
And you don't know if Mr. Ziegler is the one that removed the powder or if somebody else removed the powder?
I'm not certain that it was Mr. Ziegler. I would assume that it was him.
Okay. So you can't say if the powder from these cartridges was all of it there, or if it was just part of the powder from the cartridges, if it was just a sampling. You don't have no way of knowing that, right?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if the powder actually came, in addition, you don't know if a powder actually came from the particular cartridge that it was in parts in the Ziploc either. It could have come from a different one.
Well, since I didn't disassemble them specifically, no, I can't say where they specifically came from.
Right. And your testing, you talked about the source of the 11 items you got being part of them from an individual named Seth Kinney, right?
Correct, yes.
Hey.
I should say that's what was on one of the communications that we got.
It's also on your report, right? Or is it not on your report?
I don't recall it being on the report.
So do you have any idea where Seth Kinney got these rounds from?
No.
Do you know how it is that Seth Kinney selected these specific rounds to provide to law enforcement to provide to you?
I don't know that he even provided them to law enforcement.
You just know they came from him, right?
I just know that in the one of the incoming communications we had, his name was stated as the either the source or where it was collected.
Okay. What about the timing? Do you know when these rounds that indicate they come from Seth Kinney? Do you know when those rounds came from Seth Kinney? If it was a month after the shooting, a day, 2 months, do you have any idea?
There would have been a date associated with that laboratory examination request, that incoming communication. So I could maybe assume around a specific time, but specifically no.
Okay, well, your report was dated May 3rd, 2012, right?
2020.
I mean, 2022.
Yeah.
May 3rd, 2022.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Ziegler or somebody else had already disassembled these items before you got them, right? So you know.
Yes, they were disassembled before I got them.
So did you review Mr. Ziegler's report to determine when they were submitted to him?
No, I did not.
But you would have received these items after Mr. Ziegler then, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you're not actually able to tell us whether two powders that you receive are from different, if the two powders from different locations actually originated from the same source?
What do you mean by source?
Like if they're from the same source of a cartridge.
No, I couldn't specifically. I can just say what I received and what my examination results were.
Well, but you can't say that they originated from the same source. You can only say that they're consistent, right?
If I was if I was trying to associate two things together, like comparing two things together, but in this case, both of the two powders within this submission, they were physically and chemically distinct from one another. So they wouldn't be able to be from the same source.
Well, but you have a way to, you can only say that they're consistent. You can't say that they are from the same source.
Oh, if say that these two powders were not different, both physically and chemically, the best I could say then was that they are physically and chemically consistent with one another, if that were even the case, which is not the way it is.
Now I've seen, so it appears that there were several
This is awful.
cartridges that were sent to the FBI
It's
laboratory for
incoherent.
testing beyond the 11. And I just want to make sure you don't have an additional report, or you didn't test any of the other cartridges that went to the FBI lab other than these 11.
That's correct. I was only given 11 samples to examine.
And so it seems like the purpose of your work is to determine whether there's smokeless powder present, right?
Well, I would say the purpose is to determine whether or not the suspected ammunition propellant is ammunition propellant.
And that would be one type of ammunition propellant is smokeless powder that you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to do that, you used this whole scientific process you just talked about on direct to determine whether these were live rounds, right? You actually had to look at the chemical composition of the powder in order to tell the difference, right?
No, I never made a determination as to whether or not something was a live round. From my explosives chemistry examinations, I determined whether or not they were explosives, specifically ammunition propellant, specifically smokeless powder.
Right, but in order to do that, you actually had to do a chemical composition of the powder to tell the difference, right?
Correct.
And the technique that you had to do to do that is, and you were trying to tell if this was, I think you said what, visual microscopic inspection first, right?
Correct.
And then you also did a thermal susceptibility test.
Correct.
And then infrared, like
spectroscopy.
Yeah, but the spectroscopic techniques.
Correct.
Is that what? Okay.
She's
And
going to end up
then,
in his hotel room tonight.
There was one more. It was the gas chromatography. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that sounds very scientific here. These tests are all
Just
done
like
in
a
a
full sleeve
laboratory,
hats.
right?
Correct.
And that is the way that you determine if this powder is in fact an ammunition propellant. Is this all scientific in the lab kind of stuff?
Correct. By following the specific technical procedure that we have.
And your procedure also produced over 100 pages of notes, didn't it?
Not specifically notes, I would say case notes. They were probably shorter than that, maybe a dozen or so, but all of the instrument data, definitely over 100 pages.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to, you were asked some questions about the manufacturer. And isn't it true that it's actually possible to determine the brand of a powder?
If there's enough identifying physical and chemical characteristics, it potentially could be possible, yes.
Okay. And that's something that you are able to perform, but you weren't asked to do that in this case?
No, we weren't asked to do that.
In fact, does the FBI have a standard operating procedure for smokeless powder analysis that discusses brand determination?
Not specifically brand determination, but trying to find a specific type of smokeless powder, yes.
Are you saying there's no FBI SOP that talks brand determination?
I don't recall specifically brand determination being in it, but maybe it is. But there are ways, and we do even have a database of several hundred different smokeless powders. But that we could compare results to, but we weren't asked to do that. And
This guy has the whole 50 Shades
sort
of Grey
as
series
you
on his
alluded to,
Kindle.
it's very, very
Reads it
hard
on the
to
plane.
say that two things are the same technically. It would be very, very hard for us to say these two powders are these specific type of brand. But if there were enough physical and chemical distinct characteristics within them that we could hopefully at best narrow it down to a brand and maybe like a line of products.
Right. And in fact, what you just said with the FBI's laboratory having a database with smokeless powders that can assist in brand name determination, that's in the SOP, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't asked to go through that database in this case or to do that.
No, there was no request to try to determine the specific manufacturer.
Okay.
He's Daddy
so let's
Heisenberg.
talk about, I think you also took some measurements, right, of the diameter of the particles?
Correct.
And the purpose of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's you can, in taking the diameter, you can compare the similarities and differences of the diameters, right? That's a purpose. But in this case, you weren't asked to perform an associations analysis?
Oh, we don't have an associations analysis.
Okay.
But we could, I did differentiate between the two different types of
The gunpowder
powders that were
components reach
identified.
9 inches wide.
Right, but in terms of actually comparing them, let's talk about the weighing. You didn't weigh the powder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that would be another way, would you agree, to differentiate the different particles by weighing it?
But by how one specific particle weighs?
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't know because you didn't weigh them, I guess, if these were partially full or completely full, the cartridges when the powder was in them.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't do any sort of weight examination, no.
But wouldn't weight tell you, weighing the powder would tell you how much was in the cartridge, right?
Yes, in terms of weight, yes.
Now, I think we were talking a little bit about timeline earlier. I think you said that your work in this case, your report was dated in May of 2022, but your work is actually done in like April of 2022. Is that right?
Correct. I believe I started in April of 2022.
And how soon would you start? And I mean, you can tell me, can you extrapolate from that? If you started your work in April, did your report in May, when these items were received by you?
By me, I would have to look at the chain of custody.
Okay. Would it be close to April of 2022?
I would expect it to be April of 2022.
Okay. So you weren't provided with these until April of 2022?
I would have to look at the chain of custody to be certain, but I believe I received them in April of 2022.
All right. And I mean, you said you're the chemist, you did all the tests here, but you have no personal knowledge about where these were on October 21st of 2021, right?
You know, there's places to impeach an expert, but not this guy, not here. He's not going to have made any mistakes. Well, she's done. Thank God.
Redirect.
Would you say
Mr.
you're
Gillette,
smarter than
does
that?
the FBI and your lab in particular have procedures and policies in place that discuss cross-contamination of evidence?
Objection, right outside the scope.
She asked him,
I never asked about cross-contamination.
Overruled.
go ahead and answer.
Yes, we do.
Can you describe those policies and procedures to the jury, please?
Specifically within the explosives unit, we minimize, reduce, and eliminate cross-contamination a number of different ways. When we start our examinations, wherever we're working, we done clean PPE, so lab coat, gloves, safety glasses, but we have to clean our work surface typically with isopropanol, so rubbing alcohol, and then put down clean butcher paper so that the surface we're working on is clean and not contaminated, and that we, anytime we handle a different sample, we either do that, change our gloves, just, those sort of procedures to make sure we're not introducing anything into the sample that isn't part of the sample.
Do you ever work on two samples at the same time?
Yes.
In what circumstances would you work on two samples at the same time?
Or I can contain them and keep them separated from one another.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Geraldine Conway.
Another FBI forensics person. This guy's DNA. Oh, girl, I guess is DNA. Geraldine. FBI DNA forensics examiner. Quantico.
Law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
They certainly all look like FBI agents.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Geraldine Conway. It's spelled JerrylynConway.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI laboratory.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a DNA examiner?
As an examiner, I basically manage a case. When a case comes to our unit for DNA testing, I determine what testing we're going to do on those items of evidence, and then a team of biologists will do the testing for that case. I'll review the results of that test. I'll determine if more tests need to be conducted, and then I'll do comparisons and write a report, and then testify as needed.
Great. Tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Genetics from Texas A&M University and a Master's of Science in Molecular Biology from New Mexico State University.
And prior to working at the FBI, what kind of experience did you have?
I worked in a genetics lab at New Mexico State University working on cotton genetics testing.
Great. And you may have already said, I missed it, how long have you been working at the FBI?
I've been there since 2000, so almost 24 years.
Great. And have you attended any specialized training for the position you currently hold at the FBI?
I did. I went through about a 2-year training program. I took moot court examinations so that I could be sure to be able to explain my results to a group of jurors. And then I also took oral board examinations in the fields of serology, genetics, and statistics.
Great. And have you ever been recognized by a court previously as an expert witness in this field?
I have, yes.
Great. Your Honor, I move that the court recognize Ms. Conway as an expert witness in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Wow.
All right.
All right.
I'm so admitted, I don't want to have to repeat that one. I sneezed and couldn't hear some of it. All right.
Forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Thank you. Admitted.
All right. Thank you. What is forensic serology?
Forensic serology is the identification of body fluids such as blood on items of evidence.
And how do you perform serological examination on items of evidence?
When a biologist looks at an item of evidence, they'll look for areas of staining. So those areas of staining then will be tested with chemicals. A small portion of that stain will be swabbed using a swab is like a Q-tip with just the cotton on one end. That moistened Q-tip will be used to sample a small portion of that stain. And then chemicals will be added to that swab and a color change will be expected. If it's positive, that means that blood might be present on that item. It's considered a presumptive test. And if it's negative, then blood was not detected on that item.
Great. And can you give us just a general description of what exactly is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it acts as our genetic blueprint. We inherit our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mother and half from our father. And so we basically have 2 copies of our DNA.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in our cells, and our cells are the building blocks of our bodies. And if you think of a cell like an egg, then the yolk of the egg, we call that the nucleus. And the nuclear DNA is what we test in our forensic testing.
And how can DNA be used to differentiate between different individuals?
Most of our DNA is the same. However, there is a small portion that is different among us. Some of those portions are tested in our forensic testing, and those portions are called STRs, which stands for short tandem repeats. These repeats are pieces of DNA that are repeated over and over. When we do DNA testing, we determine how many repeats an individual has in their DNA, and then we're able to look at those areas that differ among individuals.
Can you describe for the jury what's the procedure that you use to develop a DNA type?
The procedure goes through a step-by-step process in the laboratory. And when the biologist sees that there's a stain to be tested, then they can either cut that stain or they might use another swab to swab a portion of that stain. That stain or that swab will be cut and put into a tube that's barcoded and then moves through the rest of the process. After it's collected, then it's extracted, and extraction just means that the DNA is purified away from the rest of the material. So the material it was collected on, and then any other cellular material that might be present. The next step is quantitation, where a portion of that sample is put into an instrument to determine how much DNA is present in that sample. And then a portion of the sample is taken based on that quantitation to the next step, which is amplification. The amplification means that there are those pieces that we're interested in, those STRs, are amplified so that they can be detected in an instrument. So after the amplification is complete, then a small portion of that sample is moved onto an instrument to separate it out by size. After it's sized, then I can look at that resulting data and determine the DNA profile from that sample.
And what's a reference sample?
A reference sample is a sample from an individual, and we know whose DNA that is. So it goes through all of the same processes to get a DNA profile at the end. But in this case, I know whose DNA is present in that sample, and I can use it for a comparison.
Great. And what does a DNA profile look like?
A DNA profile basically looks like peaks on a graph. So that instrument that separates it out by size, when those pieces move through that instrument, then they are recorded by the instrument. And then I can look at that data. Basically, we look at 21 different locations to determine a person's DNA profile. Those 21 different locations have results at those locations, which end up just being numbers. And remember, we get half of our DNA from mom and half from dad, which means that at any given location, a person might have one result, which means they got the same number of repeats from mom and dad, or they have two results. So they get two different numbers of repeats from mom and dad.
And what is a mixed profile?
So a mixed DNA profile means that more than one person's DNA is detected on the sample that has been analyzed. And I can tell that it's a mixture when I see more than two results at any of those locations that I test.
So after you develop a profile, what's your next step in terms of how do you do your comparison?
So my next step is to look at the DNA types from the reference sample from someone whose DNA I know it came from, and compare that to the sample that I got from the evidence. When I do that comparison, I might have enough information that I can exclude that person outright. If I can, then I will do that. If not, then I'll use a statistical program to assess how common or rare the DNA types are in the sample, and also could this person be a contributor to that DNA profile.
So aside from that, what other conclusions can you draw from a comparison?
So once I've used my statistical analysis, I have a result that's called a likelihood ratio. This likelihood ratio is basically a comparison of two different explanations for the DNA evidence. One explanation is that the person who I'm comparing to is a contributor to that profile.
And the other explanation is that person is not a contributor, and rather an unknown, unrelated person is a contributor to that evidence.
How do you calculate the significance of a match?
That likelihood ratio gives me a number, and that number, the higher it is, the more support I have for one of those explanations over the other. So remember, if the likelihood ratio is high, then the explanation that that person is a contributor is more supported than the explanation that that person is not a contributor.
And do you do any sort of ongoing testing to make sure that your results are reliable?
I know that my results are reliable because our laboratory goes through, there's a number of quality assurance procedures that are in place at the laboratory. We use controls to ensure that the results, we use a positive control to show that our tests are working and we get an expected result from a positive control. And then we also use negative controls to ensure that we have no contamination in our reagents or chemicals that we use. We also, our biologists are highly trained. They're qualified to do the work, and they also wear personal protective equipment. They wear lab coats, they wear gloves, they wear masks and goggles to ensure that they don't contaminate the evidence they're working on either.
Thank you. Ms. Conway, how did you become involved in this case?
So this case was submitted to the DNA casework unit, and then I determined that the samples in this case needed to go through testing, and that testing was then conducted by the biologist. Following that testing, I then reviewed those results and wrote the report.
And exactly what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
We did both serology and DNA testing in this case.
All right. And what was the item that you tested?
We tested a revolver.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Is your monitor on over there?
It is.
All right. Does this appear to be a photograph of the revolver that you performed your testing on?
It does.
Okay, great. Was your lab able to detect and obtain a usable DNA reference sample from this revolver?
We obtained a profile from a sample that was taken from the revolver, yes.
Okay. And did you have comparators to check the reference sample against?
We compared this to 4 reference samples that were submitted in this case.
And do you know who those 4 are?
Yes, I do. We got a reference sample from Alec Baldwin, a reference sample from Hannah Gutierrez, a reference sample from David Halls, and a reference sample from Sarah Zachary.
And what were the results of your comparisons? Were you able to include or exclude any of these reference individuals?
Yes, for each of those individuals, I developed a likelihood ratio, and the likelihood ratio is different for each person. So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Baldwin, the DNA results from the sample from the revolver are 110,000 times more likely if Mr. Baldwin and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample.
And with regard to Ms. Gutierrez, what were your findings?
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez, the DNA results from that sample from the revolver are equally likely if Ms. Gutierrez and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample. This means that the DNA analysis the likelihood ratio was 1, and that DNA analysis was uninformative.
Okay. So is it fair to say you can't say for sure whether Ms. Gutierrez handled this gun?
I can't say for sure whether her DNA was detected in the sample that I analyzed.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. That's fair. I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you now about the DNA testing of cartridge casings. What can you tell the jury about the FBI policy of testing cartridge casings?
The policy at the FBI is to not conduct DNA testing on cartridge casings.
And why is that?
There's a limited chance that DNA would be obtained from those cartridge casings, especially if they have been fired. The heat from firing a weapon is significant enough that DNA can be very degraded and broken down from that heat.
And is the policy the same even if the cartridge hasn't been fired?
That's right. It's not our policy to test cartridge casings.
Okay, so if the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office had sent you some casings to test, what would you have done with those?
We would not have tested them.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So are you saying that the FBI policy is never to test cartridges for DNA?
Our general policy is to not test them. That's right.
Our general policy. So does that mean it ever happens?
I believe it has happened in some cases, but our policy is to not accept those cases.
Okay, well, for example, a terrorism case comes through. Very important terrorism case is presented to you. They say, we need you to test cartridges for DNA. Has something like that ever happened at the FBI?
I'm not aware specifically of a case where they have been tested.
Okay, but you are aware that the FBI can do that. They have the capability to test cartridges for DNA.
It's possible to test them, yes, but there's a number of reasons that we do not, and our case acceptance is to not test them.
Okay, and the allocation of resources, whatever that may be, but you can do that as a unit, as the FBI. You're not telling the jury the FBI can't test rounds for DNA, are you?
Testing for DNA requires that a sample in our lab would be swabbed, and that would also destroy any latent fingerprints that might be present. And so our policy is to leave those samples for latent fingerprints.
Okay, so you would prefer latent fingerprints be collected from those?
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, in this case, you received 4 names, 4 DNA buccal swabs.
I did.
And a buccal swab for the jury, is that inside your?
It's a cheek swab from the inside of your cheek.
Okay, and that gets the DNA that you can use later for the comparison.
That's right.
Okay, now you did not receive Seth Kenny buccal swab, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And you did not receive anybody else other than those 4 individuals?
That's correct.
And so your primary conclusion in this case was that Baldwin likely touched the revolver, correct?
My primary conclusion is that the DNA that I tested supports the inclusion of Mr. Baldwin as a contributor to that DNA. Yes.
Okay. And the other part I didn't quite understand, the 3 unknown contributors, but the bottom line is likelihood he touched it. Obviously, he said he did.
His DNA is consistent with the DNA that I found on the gun. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you. You're excused. Sure.
Scintillating. By the way, it seems that one of the defense lawyers, Todd Bullion, is not there at the defense table today. And he was pretty good. He's better than Jason Bowles, the lead counsel. He's way better than this female attorney they have for the defense today. I wonder what happened to Todd. Where in the world is Todd?
We're going to take a 5-minute break on conferring. I think it's easier if you just stay here instead of transported back and forth, but certainly stand, stretch, drink some water.
A 5-minute break.
We're not going to stand for you, though, for now.
All right. I took care of that. Let's see. There was another motion I want. Oh, the judge isn't leaving. So it may really be just 5 minutes. Well, another opportunity for me to remind all of you that today's show is sponsored by CCW Safe. CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. In effect, they promise their members to cover their members' legal expenses, civil liability, and much more if the member is involved in a use of force event. And those legal expenses can get quick, fast, folks. Most of the killing cases, the manslaughter murder cases that are claimed self-defense that I work on, can easily spend $200,000 before they even get to trial. So unless you have that kind of money stuffed in your mattress, you might want to consider CCW Safe. There are other companies that purport to offer similar services. I've looked at all of them, as you might imagine, and I found that CCW Safe is the best fit for me. They're the organization I trust for myself and for my wife, Emily. I'm personally a member, as is she, of CCW Safe. They do much more than just pay your expenses. They have a private investigative team that's airdropped into your use of force event to be your investigators. So it's not only the police and the district attorney that have investigators working on the case. They have Don West, Attorney Don West, as their national trial counsel. He was one of the defense lawyers for George Zimmerman, a perfect legal defense. I think the world of Don. I do quite a bit of partnering for CCW Safe. I don't work for them. I'm not employed by them, but I partner quite a bit with them. I think they're a great team of people. And they are by far my choice. So if you'd like to learn why they're my choice, why I trust them, you can point your browser to lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I have a little video there that explains exactly why I chose them. And at that same URL, lawofselfdefense.com/trust, you also get a 10% discount code. So you can save 10% when you become a CCW Safe member like me. So check them out, lawofselfdefense.com/trust. All right, so I had another one, another interesting, let's see, state's motion. So where's the state's argument? There's the motorcycle accident. Okay. No, that's too late. It's sooner than that. The state had a motion having to do with, I already covered the defense expert. Well, there's the defense reply. That's not what I'm looking for. Defendant's reply to state response to motion for dismissal to suppress disclosures. Oh, here we go. February 9th. Let me see how, oh, it's 17 pages long. I won't have time. I probably have to do a show just on this. Oh, that's not right. That's the defendant's reply. That's not what I'm looking for. Well, I thought it was shorter than this. The there's communications between the lawyer Bowles, Jason Bowles, and Hannah Gutierrez Rees Oh, here it is. State's response. All right. I have found it now. And it's only 2 pages. All right. So if we take an afternoon break, I will read this 2-page response. It's not the one I'm looking for. Darn it. All right, let me take a look at the chat. Philip, Law Self-Defense member Philip says, summary of the last 4 FBI witnesses. We really have nothing relevant to this case. Not very much. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, they had to bring in the DNA person because the defense is making a big deal out of the fact that the investigators didn't ask for the cartridges to be DNA tested. So the state's trying to take that argument off the table for all the reasons just stated by this witness. So gas chromatography is basically a filtering mechanism where you whoop, looks like we're back. Never mind. I'll leave the science explanation to some later date. I'd like to know where Todd Bullion went. Defense attorney Todd Bullion. He's been pretty good the first couple days of trial. He was great on cross. Looks like he changed gender. We going to get his name?
Law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Adiego.
Spell your last name if you would.
Addiego.
He must be a
Mr.
set
Adiego,
witness.
how are you currently employed?
As a Dolly grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dolly grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes, rigging a camera to vehicles, I assist them in any way that I can as a representative from the grip department.
You do this on movie sets?
Movie sets, television sets, music videos, commercials. Yes.
Give us a little bit of an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when we talk about film credits, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
On a TV show, we wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie. But online, there's a database, internet movie database that kind of tracks not only the productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under. So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
Okay. So your total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment, yes.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as the A-camera dolly grip on a little movie called Rust.
So when you say a camera, is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had two cameras, an A camera and a B camera.
And is that common?
It is very much common, yes.
Have you ever worked on films that had more than two cameras?
Yes.
And have you worked on films that had only one camera?
Yes.
So as the A camera dolly grip, can you just kind of walk us through what you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the director of photography capture the director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the western town or the beautiful environment we were in. A lot of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment used in lieu of a tripod or another stable or static camera support apparatus. So the dolly typically has 8 wheels, different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system. So I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Halyna Hutchins.
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on his shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
On that project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And then we also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of our sets and locations.
So how long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks, are we talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day weeks, but at some point our weeks shifted. I think we were doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule. So we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
Okay, because you had weekends.
We did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours or some such.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why would a production company hire an armorer?
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of set armor are?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. May we approach on this?
Sure.
He's been working on this novel for 45 years. It's almost done. It's almost done. Yeah, he's not an expert on that. I mean, I guess he has a personal opinion based on experience of what an armorer should do.
Based on your experience
Right.
working on films with armorers, do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My understanding of the armorer's responsibilities is any working firearms and any ammunition is under their control.
And when you say that working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control, let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to lack of foundation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
You've testified that you have worked on 12 movie sets with armorers. Is that correct?
It is correct.
12 or more.
At least 12.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe are the industry protocols for armorers on movie sets?
Your Honor, again, I'll object.
Counsel approach.
I mean, experience can provide a degree of expertise, right? You don't have to be, have a PhD to be expert on a subject or share your experience on a subject. I mean, you could rephrase it as movies you've worked on. In those movies, what has been the armorer's responsibility? Maybe not what's an armorer's responsibility on movies generally. He hasn't been on every movie. So if you scope it down to his personal experience, it may be permissible. Maybe that's what she's going to say, based on movies you've been on.
Mr. Audiego, in the films that you worked on where there was an armorer, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust. Did you notice certain safety protocols that you yourself saw armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the movie Rust.
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you about those. In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how, under what circumstances in your experience, can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a scene?
Your Honor, I'm also going to object to relevance. What happened on other movies has no relevance to what happened on Rust.
Response.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Oh, I found the state motion I was looking for about the attorney-client privileged communication. And it is 15 pages long, so that's too long for a break. Maybe I'll do a special show just on that. Or maybe I'll cover it tomorrow during the lunch hour. Let's see.
All right, Mr. Adiego, let's proceed. Do you recall the question?
If you give it to me again, please.
Walk us through your experience with safety protocols by film set armorers when the armorer brings a weapon onto set to be used in the filming of a scene prior to your experience on the set of Rust.
My experience has been that typically the armorers would have some sort of safety meeting or lecture before any of firearms are going to be used in the filming of a scene.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety meeting, who is the person on set in your experience who usually calls for the safety meeting?
The first assistant director.
And that would not be Ms. Gutierrez.
No, it would not.
Who was the first assistant director in this case?
The first assistant director on Rust is Dave Halls.
Okay. So you mentioned one of the first things that happens is there's a safety meeting.
Typically, we would discuss, I guess I should back up. Typically, when we receive our call sheets, an email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would include a call sheet that would list who will be on set both cast and crew. It'll tell us what scenes we're doing. It'll tell us locations, kind of general information for the day, weather, what time the sun goes up and down, whatever production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are the sides, the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather. And then on the day of filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting. And potentially the armor may have something to say as far as what we're doing if we're firing blanks. Here's the...
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there. So hypothetically, if the scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what your understanding is about the difference in the different loads of blanks?
In my experience, the armor would tell us if we're using dummies or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise and a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there certain, is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be the firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
Certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would at the very least be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens with special acrylics like Lexan, bulletproof glass, essentially. So yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm, but the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what the, I guess the props people that make them put a little BB in there. So the armor can shake that dummy and you would hear a little BB rattle in there. And that's supposed to let us know that that particular bullet or round is safe.
So Is this the information that you would receive at a safety meeting?
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the safety bulletins put out by IATSE.
And what is IATSE?
IATSE is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IATSE?
Typically, no.
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to. Yes. Is
IATSE the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is. Yes.
Okay. Now, the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Is someone in production would generate that and get it out to us in whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that?
Not with what I know.
And you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard to safety bulletins, was there a difference between the way that safety bulletins were handled on the set of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated in that had firearms and armorers?
Yes.
Tell us the difference.
So in those emails that I referred to earlier, it typically would say, please, would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
You don't recall ever getting a single one?
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin from Rust Productions, no.
Let's jump to safety meetings. On the other sets that you worked on that had guns and armorers, how frequently would a safety meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
I don't know that I was invited to more than one during our couple of weeks on Rust.
So for the entire 2 weeks, you are only aware of one safety meeting?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so we've talked about safety bulletins and safety meetings. Go ahead and continue to walk us through, in your experience, the protocol of an armor with firearms.
In my experience, the armors are usually well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set, because they literally have people's lives in their hands. They don't joke around. They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement and have some sort of background with firearms.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as serious or professional as I'm accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times, and firearms and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is any ammo they use, blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other plastic type ammo container. So.
Now, in terms of you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
It was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. The armor, some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around cart with drawers that they can lock. A drawer that potentially has the individual's actor's or character's name on that drawer. So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary that those firearms weren't secured.
And why is it concerning that the firearms aren't secured?
Well, I don't know that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
And what's your understanding of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So.
Okay. Now, based on your experience, just generally, what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator, and he's asking to give expert testimony on what armors.
He's not, sorry.
This is based upon his personal experience only, and as long as it stays there, it's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
If you don't mind the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's responsibilities on a movie set?
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks that take place when an armorer is bringing a firearm onto the set for filming?
Typically, the first AD, the first assistant director, would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene. Whether they're loaded or not, they would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm onto set. And then typically the armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks. Whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds, to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power, and then making sure that anybody that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need, and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel. Why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't cleaned in firearms and a blank was fired and whatever debris was in that barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
So with regard to your experiences with Ms. Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
Well, they call them safety checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
With regard to the sequence that you described where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, does the armorer hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo. So if a particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round or another.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured, you would have one of potentially 3 indicators that it is not a live round. One being a hole drilled in potentially one side or 2 sides of the brass. So you'd actually see a hole in the bullet. Sometimes the primer is either already struck by something or it's removed altogether, the primer being the end of the bullet. Or they would shake them like you'd hear like a rattle because there's a BB inside that brass or steel case.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
The armorer.
And on the set of Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
In your experience on other movies, when is the gun loaded with the ammunition by the armorer? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be within moments of that safety check where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armorers, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go. And then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew.
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her or taking note of her loading the gun in the presence of cast or crew?
I think there were a couple of times on set where we were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it back to our actors.
And when you say she was put in a position, who would have put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
And with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
Give me just one moment. Were you present for the filming of every scene that was filmed on the set of Rust during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
So the scene may require a couple of, each time we roll the camera and cut, that would be considered one take. So depending on what the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their performance, we would potentially do multiple takes as we worked our way through the different angles of a scene. So it may be from one actor to the next, you know, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next actor that's in that same scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded, were you present for every single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay. In terms of the way that you've experienced this on other movie sets, how does the armorer behave with regard to if the armorer provides a gun to an actor? In your experience on other movie sets, does the armorer just walk away?
In my experience, the armorer's never out of eyesight of whatever weapons or ammo they're in charge of.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that particular issue, that being the armorer always staying within eyesight of the gun.
I don't know that the armorer was always within eyesight of the firearms.
And do you recall being present on the set of Rust on a day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns?
Yes.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall happening?
I think the first one was the, I don't know if the prop master was loading or unloading.
And let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah, I think her name was Sarah Zachary. I believe was her name. We were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it, and she seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Can you tell us, in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
It made a bang, but it didn't, I don't know if there was a bullet or not, because I don't know if it hit her foot. But it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple of horses on set, and again, it was unannounced, so it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
Were you preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
So when that accidental discharge happened, I mean, what did it sound like?
A gun going off?
Okay. And you indicated that this accidental discharge occurred because that gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
And can you describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as Harlan Rust's cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Harlan Rust?
Harlan Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
I believe it was Alec's stunt double, so somebody dressed up to look like Alec, was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be a gun, some gunfire, and I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that firearm, and again, unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
And what did it sound like?
A loud gun going off.
And if you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
And in your experience on other movies with armorers, are accidental discharges common?
No.
Have you ever experienced an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll start again at 2:45. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, negligent discharge, not accidental discharge. But of course, the lawyer doesn't know this stuff either. So, close that. So I've been talking about this this motion by the state. So the defense was upset because the state was introducing text communications between
2:45 on time.
Hannah Gutierrez and her lawyer. So 15 minutes, folks. Let me put a banner up for that. The defense was upset because the state was introducing text communications between Hannah Gutierrez and her lawyer, Jason Bowles. And the lawyer, Jason Bowles, was saying, I don't want this stuff admitted. I object. I'm filing a motion in limine to get that evidence excluded from the trial. And this was the state's response from, I'm sure by the language, it was Carrie Morrissey who wrote this personally. Well, the whole motion is not 17 pages. But it's still 10 pages. Oh no, it says it was authored by Jason Lewis. I'm surprised. It's got the snarky tone of Carrie Morrissey. But I'm not going to read the whole thing. We don't have time in 15 minutes, but I'll read just the first couple of pages to give you a sense of the tone, and maybe I'll cover it in its entirety during lunch tomorrow. I need to find a place to put this. Let's see. Where is it? Yes, all right. It is here. Well, I don't want to put it there. I want to put it here. From yesterday. All right. So, just the first little bit to give you a taste. And we'll see if people like it enough to cover the whole thing. State's response to the defendant's motion for dismissal. So to dismiss the whole case, or in the alternative, to suppress all disclosures and use of attorney-client communications, and for recusal of the prosecutors. So the defense here is alleging such grievous misconduct on the part of these prosecutors that either the entire case should be dismissed, or at least these prosecutors should be pulled from the case. This is dated, well, this is the state's response, but this has been within like a week before, 2 weeks before trial starts. Or at least to suppress the attorney-client materials they're talking about here. Introduction. Defendant Gutierrez raises serious issues concerning the disclosure of attorney-client privileged communications and seeks the most severe relief from this court in the form of a complete dismissal of the charges against her, or alternatively, recusal of the prosecutors. She, the defendant, asserts that serious misconduct was afoot, causing these disclosures, and the state agrees. The disclosures were the result of serious misconduct, with one difference. The state believes and can prove the misconduct is attributable to one person, and that person is the defendant's own counsel. Because these disclosures were the direct result of cavalier legal representation by the defendant's counsel, a dismissal of the charges and all other relief requested by defendant is unwarranted, and the defendant's motion to have these communications suppressed should be denied. Facts. On December 7th, 2021, so just a couple of months after the shooting, defendant and her legal counsel, Jason Bowles, this is her lead legal counsel in this courtroom, signed a consent to search authorization form provided by the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, permitting the office to obtain a complete forensic download of defendant's iPhone cellular telephone. A copy of the signed form is attached here too as Exhibit 1. Now, first of all, why is her defense lawyer allowing this? Now, in fairness, if they didn't allow it, the sheriff's office would have gotten a subpoena, so they would have gotten the download anyway. But, you know, ask Hillary Clinton. Sometimes cell phones get hammered. In any case, the language in the form is clear and unequivocal. Quote, if you consent to a search, anything of evidentiary value seized in the course of the search can and may be introduced into evidence in a court of law against you. Close quote. The form further states, quote, I authorize the deputies, detectives of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to seize any article of questionable nature or contraband from my vehicle, residence, property, or any items that may be deemed to be of evidentiary value. Close quote. And quote, I give consent, permission freely and voluntarily, without threats or promises of any kind, either express or implied, made to me or someone close to me to convince me to grant consent permission to search the property described above. Close quote. The form also contains a space on which additional notes may be written, such as any limitations on the scope of extraction or on the subsequent filters applied to the extraction. Defendant made no notes in this area limiting the scope of the search, although the space does contain a notation that the extraction search may be done without defendant being present. Thus, a written contractual agreement was formed, which allowed a complete forensic download extraction of defendant's iPhone and which expressly disavows that any other promises were made to defendant or anyone close to defendant to induce permission to search the phone. Now, this form was signed with the permission of Jason Bowles, Hannah Gutierrez's attorney. When the special prosecutors viewed the forensic download report obtained from the downloading agency, it was clear large swaths of conversations were missing because conversations were incomplete, disjointed, and there were significant periods of time where no messages appeared. Consequently, the state requested a second filter of the messages. Importantly, this request was not for a second search of the phone. Rather, it was to take the existing extraction from the initial search and remove any keyword filters that had been applied during the first report. The second report was much more complete and contained many of the suspected missing messages. By the way, folks, anything you delete on electronic devices is not deleted. When I consult on a case and I get the discovery file, there's deleted content in that discovery file every time I get a discovery file. Just be aware. Continuing now. This second report analysis was received by the state on July 11th, 2023. Shortly after receiving the second report, the state received an inspection of public records request from Seth Kenny, the owner of PDQ Props. This report fell into the parameters of the request and was consequently provided as required by law to Seth Kenny. The state provided the report to Mr. Kenny approximately 1 day later. Given the press of other business at the time, the state did not immediately begin reading the report in full and instead read portions of the report over many days. Based on undersigned counsel's memory, this is the prosecution, 10,000 pages long. And it took approximately 2 weeks before the state discovered the report contained messages between Mr. Bowles, the defense attorney, and the defendant. The state immediately stopped reading the report and on July 25th, 2023, notified Mr. Bowles of the existence of the report messages. The state also contacted Mr. Kenny, who agreed in writing to delete his copy of the report, although he had already provided a copy of the report to his attorney. The state never read the content of any of the messages between the defendant and her attorney, nor has it attempted to use any of the messages in any way. The state immediately deleted the report from its prosecution servers and email accounts. In comparison, the defendant let the report sit on the defense server for 1 month and only asked that it be deleted after the state reminded defense counsel for a second time on August 25th, 2023, that they had yet to give permission to delete the report. Meaning, when they say defense server here, this is a server maintained for the purposes of the trial. So it's where the state would put records for the defense, for example. So the state has access to this. And the state is telling defense counsel, hey, you don't want this available, you have to delete it. We're not going to delete your stuff, what's your stuff, off the server. You might claim we're hiding evidence. In the state's second notice, again, this is just sloppy by the defense. In the state's second notice to defense counsel, the state reminded Mr. Bowles, defense counsel, the report was uploaded to the defense server and that the report would be deleted immediately upon their request, but would not be deleted without their approval to avoid the state being accused of attempting to hide or destroy evidence. The state presumed defense counsel would want to download a copy of the report to determine the extent of the disclosure and then immediately have the report deleted. Instead, defense counsel waited 1 month to approve the deletion request and only did so after a second notice from the state. Despite defendant currently arguing these communications were of vital importance and an egregious violation of the defendant's rights, her lackadaisical approach to both the initial search and leaving them on the defense server for 1 month shows that the state was treating the communications with more care and concern than was defense counsel. Boom, 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 boom. Again, looks like shoddy work by the defense. Just more of the same. I don't get it. All right, let's take a look at some Q&A. Now, this Q&A, of course, is only from the Law of Self-Defense members. That's where we get our questions. Fortunately, it's easy to be a Law of Self-Defense member. It costs only 99 cents. Get a 2-week trial. 2-week trial membership to be a Law of Self-Defense member for only 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. That'll cover you for the whole trial. You can watch the stream on YouTube if you want, but you'll have access to the member chat, which is the only place I look to for questions and comments from our Law of Self-Defense members. And after the 2-week trial for 99 cents, the standard membership is still only 30 cents a day, about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law of Self-Defense member. But at least try the 2-week trial for 99 cents, lawofselfdefense.com/trial. And the Law of Self-Defense chat has a lot of fun, not just posting comments and questions to me, but interacting with each other as well. So let me take a look at what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, summary of the last 4 FBI witnesses. We really have nothing relevant to this case. I guess the most relevant stuff was just the was between the tool mark guy and the gunpowder guy, the chemist, because the state's arguing is trying to exclude Seth Kenney as the source of this live ammo, and the fact that the rounds were morphologically shaped different, the bullets were shaped different. The brass was different, the head stamp was different, and the gunpowder was different between the bullets from the PDQ and the live rounds found on the set would argue that the bullets from PDQ was not the source of that live ammo. Let's see. And therefore that Seth Kenney, who got deeply involved in this investigation very early on, concerned about his own liability, and Sarah Zachary, who was the props master on the set, but an employee of Seth Kenney at PDQ, it would run counter to the defense suggestion that perhaps they tampered with evidence to try to pin things on Hannah Gutierrez. Tim says, as someone who works in the film industry, you get a solid idea of what everyone else's job entails on set. He would 100% know what her job was. Philip says, I don't recall hearing that the blanks had different power levels, amounts of powder in previous history. Not here, but when Alec Baldwin did talk about that, quarter loads and half loads when he was interrogated by police the day of the shooting. Some of what this guy's testimony was, I think, could be cast helpfully to Hannah. I mean, if Hannah was a 35-year-old male experienced armorer, this would all bury her, because there's no way he wouldn't know what the industry best practices were, and he would have done 50 movies as an armorer, and only really gross negligence could explain away his violation of those well-established industry standards. But this is not a mature man with 50 films under his belt. This is a 24-year-old. It's her second gig as full-time armorer on a movie with a ton of guns. I mean, a Western. It's not like this is some kind of, romantic thriller where there's one bad dude with one gun. Or, we can imagine all kinds of movies where there's not a lot of guns, not a lot of shooting happening. But in a Western, it's all guns, all shooting, all the time. And what do they have? They have a part-time armorer with virtually no experience. One movie before this one as head armorer. And the least powerful person on the set. A lot of this stuff was, who sends out the bulletins, the safety bulletins? That's the assistant director does that, not Hannah Gutierrez. Who announces when there's going to be a gun on the set? It's not the armorer. It's the first AD that announces all that. So I think the defense can use much of this testimony to their advantage in building a kind of an emotional defense of Hannah Gutierrez. If we were just treating all armorers as all equally capable and responsible, she's cooked, obviously. But I think they're going to appeal. That's why they prettied her up for this trial, is to try to make an emotional appeal to the jury. And it might work. It might work. There's a reason why women serve substantially lesser sentences for similar crimes than do men, and are less likely to be convicted on similar facts than are men. Let's see what else. Yeah, and you can tell this is a production that was under intense time pressure, right? They had limited budget. They had very limited time, 21 days to shoot. That was it. And then everyone was going home. And if the movie's not done, if it needed 22 days to shoot, you don't have a movie. It was all for nothing. So there's a lot of time pressure. And what did they do in response to the time pressure? Well, instead of allowing for more time or cutting back in other ways, they cut back on safety. They got a part-time armorer with virtually no experience. And they cut short all the safety briefings. I mean, this stuff for the production, for civil suits, this is killer for the plaintiff's attorneys suing the production. I mean, they did everything wrong. Every other movie everyone's been on, they did a safety bulletin virtually every day. Even if it was about, like, we're going to have inclement weather. We're in New Mexico. Watch out for rattlesnakes. Even if there wasn't going to be a gun on the set. And sometimes they'd have safety briefings multiple times a day. Like if they were going to shoot multiple scenes with guns before every scene, they'd set it up and then they'd have a safety briefing right there. And on Rust, the most I've heard is one. Most witnesses or interrogations I've seen, they said never. Never happened. This guy said, well, maybe one. It's crazy. Andrew and Doc are a good idea. Moss will present a video during training classes to help save his voice and avoid a very personal subject. I adopted this strategy during my classes during lunch and to save my voice at all. Plus, it kept the students on their toes. So he's talking about Masada Ayub, who, by the way, wrote the foreword to my book. I've known Moss 30 years, very good friends, good colleagues. I got into law of self-defense because of Masada Ayub. I took what he then called his Lethal Force Institute 1 course. He calls it the MAG 40 course now. It's a 40-hour course of instruction, full week of instruction, about half classroom, half range time. And in the classroom portion, when I took it, he made a lot of use of VHS tapes. That's how long ago it was. I think it was 1996. Today, of course, I'm sure maybe he's still using VHS tapes. I don't know. It is Moss. You never know with him. But yeah, a good portion of the class was video. So he would get half an hour or an hour off with his voice. And it is smart. So when I teach my full day law of self-defense course, the advanced course, I teach it live twice a year. And when is the next one? I think it's in April. Do I have a little banner for that? I can't believe I don't. Anyway, when I teach that full day course, I just talk for the whole 6-7 hours. And yeah, the next day my voice is gone for sure. Let's see if I have it up here for anyone who would care to sign up. April 20th, I'll put a banner up. A new banner. Great banner. I think we still have the 50% discount. It's Saturday. They're always Saturdays because it's 6-7 hours. Lawofselfdefense.com advanced. There you go. Did that show up? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, so that is a good idea. Maybe I should start doing some of that. It is pretty tough talking for 6 or 7 hours straight. Tim writes, I work as a drone operator on film sets. In safety meetings, the AD will always give me an opportunity to talk through my SOP and safety measures with any cast or crew member. They will also film on a cell phone the entire presentation to have proof that the crew members were present. Oh, that's pretty cool. Lance says, Ayub's MAG 20 course is also very good, 20 hours of classroom. Yeah, so it's the half of MAG 40 that's not on the range, is my understanding. Hey, if you got a chance to take a class with Mas Ayub, you should absolutely do it. It's a life-changing event. Let's see. Yeah, it's quite possible. You know, again, 24-year-old, virtually no experience, least powerful movie on the set, and both Alec Baldwin and Assistant Director David Halls were breathing down everyone's neck. No rehearsals for the camera crew, no safety bulletins, preventing the armorer from doing her job correctly, taking the gun, the assistant director taking the gun from the armorer to hand to actors. When often the armorer wouldn't hand a gun to actors. This guy says often the armorer would put the gun right in the actor's holster for him. Smart. And then she'd have to reload the gun quickly between sets. Maybe that's why she's pulling rounds out of a fanny pack instead of bringing the guns back to the cart where she has the plastic bins with organized ammo. Ever says they should have the caterer testify next based on his experience. Let's see. Law Self-Defense member D says the LOSD class, that's the one I have up in the banner here. I've taken it 3 times. It's like looking at a tree from different angles, a different perspective each time. Yeah, I hear that all the time. We have many, many students who've taken that Law Self-Defense advanced class 3, 4, 5 times. And they tell me, because it's such a fire hose of information, it's difficult to absorb it all in one sitting. And they tell me they learn more stuff every time they take it, even though they know it's basically the same course every time. But they learn new stuff every time. Many, many students take it more than once. That's how much value there is in it. In fact, if you look at the website for it, let me share this instead, just to give you guys a sense. So this is lawselfdefense.com/advanced. I've got a little video there talking about it and the options for signing up. Yeah, $149 right now to sign up. And we literally answer more than 100 questions. All these red bullet points are questions that we answer in the course of this class. And I'm scrolling fast because the court should be back any minute, but just go to lawselfdefense.com/advanced and you can look at all this stuff on your leisure. So the major sections, how and why the legal system prosecutes self-defense, what makes something an attractive target for prosecution for the state. You don't want to look like that. You don't want to look like food to a prosecutor. The 5 elements of self-defense, innocence, imminence. We answer 10 or 12 very specific legal questions about each of these. These are the required elements for any claim of self-defense. If you're missing any one of those required elements, you don't have a claim of self-defense. These are the targets of attack for a prosecutor. These 5 elements. If he can defeat any one of them, you lose self-defense, and it's an easy conviction. Innocence, imminence, proportionality, avoidance, reasonableness. We talk about defense of others and defense of property. Again, more questions for each of those. Consciousness of guilt and self-defense immunity. If you shoot someone outside your house, make sure you drag them in the door before you call the police. That's going to get you manslaughter, folks. So learn what consciousness of guilt evidence is and don't do those things. Self-defense immunity, interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the say nothing to the police approach? Can your silence be used against you in a court of law? You'll be surprised. Crafting a legally sound self-defense strategy. Ways that you can build a customized self-defense strategy for yourself that's both tactically sound and legally sound, so you're hard to kill and hard to convict. And then the last section, was it worth it? If you're thinking about going to the gun, you want to be doing that thinking before you're in the crisis of the moment, not in the crisis of the moment. And this is advice for how to go about doing that. And then the last block is just Q&A, but Q&A is often more than an hour by itself. So again, this is all at lawselfdefense.com/advanced. April 20th. We only teach this one twice a year, folks. twice a year. Do I have the date there? Yeah, twice a year. Become a self-defense expert in one day. April 20th, and then it'll be at least another 6 months before I do it again. By the way, I've told all of you the story about the platinum member legal consult I'm doing right now, right? Platinum member went to his gun. Now he's charged with 2 felonies. Is going to be on his way to trial, been prosecuted, retained an attorney, called our hotline. So I'm in contact with his attorney doing a consult on the case. He signed up to be a platinum member in November of last year. He's been a platinum member for a couple months when he got involved in the use of force event. And he's getting the legal consult I typically charge $10,000 or more for. He's getting it for free because he's a platinum member. So if you're interested in this class and you're interested in being a platinum member, one option you might consider is this option. The 82 cents a day offer. For just 82 cents a day, you get platinum member coverage, that free legal consult from me if you're involved in a use of force event for 5 years. You qualify for that. And you get $3,000 of our educational content, books, courses, plus 2 tickets to this April 20th live class. So instead of paying $150 at once, pay 82 cents a day. And you're a platinum member for 5 years. You get 2 tickets to that live class. So that's a $300 value right there. And you get every course that we've ever done. Learn more about that opportunity at lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents. It's tough to beat, folks, 82 cents. But people make their own choices. Oh, I was just going to say, so imagine if you waited till April 20th to become a platinum member, but you have to defend yourself in March. And then you want to call up and get a consult. We don't even take outside consults anymore. So it's not that I would charge you a lot of money for the consult. You don't qualify. You have to be a platinum member to get a legal consult from us. So you decide, you know what, I'm going to hear what he has to say in April, and then I'll make my decision. And then in March, you have to shoot somebody or threaten somebody with a gun, and you're facing felony counts. And you call us, and I say, I can't help you. Or for 82 cents a day, you could make sure that doesn't happen and get 2 tickets to the advanced class in April. Or you can wait. I mean, do you know when you're going to get attacked? Do you know on what day you're going to be compelled to use force to defend yourself, your family, your property? That's not up to you, is it? That's up to the bad guy. The bad guy makes that decision. He picks the schedule, not you. Pays to be ready before that day comes. Platinum membership doesn't work retroactively. Learning this stuff doesn't work retroactively. Okay. Let's see what we have in the comments. It looks like this judge is never on time coming back from the breaks. Let's see. Oh, someone's hitting the Buffalo Trace. Well, it is getting to be 5 o'clock on the East Coast. Let's see. If she takes a stand, she should definitely cry. she should cry like a young distressed woman for sure. Blame it all on the mean men, the big adults, the millionaires. That's what I would do. Leroy in North Carolina says, this will be my 4th time attending the Law Self-Defense Advanced class. The value goes up each time. Catching new things each time. And Lance says the Law Self-Defense instructor program was also very good. Yes, I like the instructor program a great deal. So the instructor program was set up to be what a law school seminar on self-defense law would look like if any law school taught this stuff at that level. Unfortunately, they don't, but it's like a semester-long course of instruction. You don't have to take 3 months to do it. You can do it at your own pace. Although I do recommend you take like one class a week at best. And there's about 15, I believe there's 12 to 15 modules in it. And it's a super deep dive into self-defense law, how to read case law and understand it, how to brief it, how to understand statutes and jury instructions, much deeper dive into how the criminal justice system actually works. And it's intended for people who are self-defense instructors, right? NRA instructors, whatever, who'd like a lawyer level understanding of self-defense law. And yeah, the people who take it, if you pass it, so there is a final exam at the end. You don't have to take the final exam. You can just walk away with the education. But if you want to get certified, you have to pass the final exam. So every certified law and self-defense instructor has taken a pretty tough final exam. Now, it shouldn't be tough for the students because we designed the final exam. So, I mean, if you actually did each class and thought about it, you shouldn't have any trouble passing the final exam. But if you just signed up and didn't do the classes, you're not going to pass that final exam. There's no way. Impossible. Yeah. So between the failure to limit the search on the cell phone, which they could have done, and now objecting that somehow this was state misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct. And the other thing we covered earlier, the what the heck was it? There's so much happening. There's that one. Oh, there's even more. There's the motorcycle accident one. I almost forgot about that one. So, by the way, the defense made this motion, of course, for a dismissal of the case and recusal of the prosecutors. Obviously, the prosecutors are in this case, so the judge denied all that. The judge denied all of that. Oh, the failure to secure an armor expert by the defense. I mean, these look like one, and the judge sided with the state there too, as we read during lunch. The defense seems to be making these various self goals that have no strategic purpose. It just looks like ineffective assistance of counsel. I mean, they look incompetent. They just look incompetent, which frankly makes me feel bad for Hannah Gutierrez. I mean, whatever you may think of her as a person, as a criminal defendant, she's entitled to effective assistance of counsel, and it doesn't look to me like she's getting it. Not one little bit. Not one little bit. Well, the court was supposed to be in recess until 4:45 p.m. Eastern time, and it's now 5:01 Eastern time. I don't know what they're doing, but they should be doing better. 2 more hours. And I guess we may still have more direct on this guy. We still haven't started cross with him. This is the Dolly grip, I guess is what we call him. Dolly grip, right? So we'll have cross, and then we'll definitely have Kerry Morrissey seems to always come back for redirect every single time. Oh, we're back. I'm still a member with CCW Safe. And if you want to know why I trust them, go to lawofselfdefense.com/trust. Right there. lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I have a little video explaining why I prioritize CCW Safe over their competitors.
But probably hot, right?
He's hot. He's so hot, he's orange.
Okay. Are we back on the record?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Audiego, I think that when we broke, you had just finished describing the accidental discharges to us. In your experience in the film industry and your opinion, who is responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Again, his opinion is he's not an expert. He has no idea, and we don't even know what set being talked about.
He's not being tendered as an expert.
You shouldn't have said opinion, Carrie. That's what triggered defense counsel. Just say in your experience. The jury doesn't understand the difference. They'll take it as his opinion. She must be getting tired. Long day for lawyers like this. All day, day after day. It's a long day for me, and I'm just sitting at my desk observing. Just say, just your experience. Just your experience. Leave out the in your opinion. Man, if I were Bowles, I'd be really worried about getting sued for malpractice. Frankly, if I were the state, not that there's anything the state can do about it, but I would be thinking, Jesus, one of my big risks here now is that this gets appealed and ineffective and it works. It's one of the rare cases where ineffective assistance of counsel works on appeal. She's got such a bungling defense attorney. It looks like to me. I've never met Mr. Bowles personally. Yeah, she tried to slip an opinion before defense could notice. Opinion is the trigger word. It's the one thing defense is listening for.
Now I'm hearing things. I apologize. Mr. Adiego, do you recall the question that was asked you've been permitted to answer?
If you don't mind asking again, please.
In your experience and in your opinion, working in the film industry, what member of the crew is responsible for an accidental discharge?
I would say first and foremost, the armor.
All right. Did the accidental discharges that you described cause you concern?
Yes,
Did you articulate that concern to anyone on set?
I did.
Who?
Both the first AD and his second in command on set, the second AD.
And when you say the first AD, who are you referring to?
Dave Halls.
And what did you say to Mr. Halls?
I don't recall my exact
What the F, dude?
words to Mr. Hall, but
There's guns going
expressed
off.
my frustration and anger.
That dummy just shot herself in the
fact
foot.
that, safety seemed to be secondary to the production clock.
Yep.
And
It was.
without saying what Mr. Halls said, was Mr. Halls responsive to your concerns?
Mr. Halls ignored me and walked away.
And what did you do then?
I went to his second, Anne, I don't recall Anne's last name, and expressed my anger and frustration and asked that this be put on the production report. So
What's a production report?
the production report is essentially the diary of everything that happens throughout production on the film set.
Do you know whether or not this was ever included in the production report?
I do not.
Thank you.
It's just a desk pop. That was intentional. The desk pop was intentional. I love that movie. The other guys, when they give him the wooden gun after that.
To the morning of October 21st, 2021. Were you working on set that day?
I was.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived on set?
Pretty early. I believe our call was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. that day.
And what does that mean, your call?
So on that call sheet we've discussed, those emails would tell me specifically what time my department requires my presence on the set for each day. So that would be my call time for the day.
And when you arrived on set, did anything unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
the camera department had decided to leave the show due to safety concerns and some other concerns they had.
And if you can describe for the jurors what effect that had on the production and filming that day.
I would say it threw us into more of a state of chaos than we already were on that film that day.
Okay, so let's back up. You said it threw you into more of a state of chaos. Generally speaking, what was the state of speed in terms of chaoticness or not on this movie set generally?
I mean, at times we would, well, I guess we'd say we were moving at ludicrous speeds, that we've just trying to race the production clock because we understood that we had a finite amount of time to complete a very ambitious schedule. So we seem to always be rushed and under the gun to get stuff done and move on.
Is there a saying in the film industry, something about making your day?
Yes.
What does it mean in the film industry to make your day?
So if we know that on that call sheet we've been given that there are, for example, 4 scenes and production's budgeted 12 hours to complete that work in a day, if we complete that, we've made our day. Otherwise, production has to figure out where else to schedule that work to be completed.
Why is making your day or not making your day problematic on a film set?
My understanding of Rust Productions is they were budgetarily restricted to the number of days. Whatever deals happen that I'm not aware of that are not privy to me, we had, Halyna and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete their ambitious schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
Okay, so you didn't have enough time.
In a nutshell, we certainly didn't have enough time to do what was being asked.
So you indicated that the camera crew walking off created more of a chaotic environment. Can you give the jurors a little bit more of a description about how not having them there was affecting things? And were they replaced?
Well, yes, they were replaced. So on most projects, but certainly on a small project where you're moving that fast, we all count on each other and become close in that short amount of time. And so the camera department had counted on me and I had counted on them and knew that I could trust them. And Halyna had handpicked us all to make up her crew. So when suddenly, I think it was roughly 6 people of that crew decided to leave, that was certainly a disruptive thing. And I think we soon learned that their replacements weren't as qualified as they were. And also they only replaced one of the camera teams. So it also meant to me that this schedule is going to get much more intense because we now have half the equipment to do the same amount of work.
It was a train wreck.
I want to just get an idea from you in the days of filming leading up to the 21st. Is it typical for the director of photography to be operating an actual camera?
Not typically, no. They hire an appropriate number of operators based on the cameras they have.
Where does the director of photography usually spend his or her time during filming?
Mostly on set with the crew and the cast. Occasionally they will go to what we would refer to as like the video village, which is where the monitors are set up for the producers, the writer, or maybe cast members that aren't involved in the scene to watch what's actually going on set.
So the 6 people that left, how many people came in to replace them?
My recollection is 2 to 3.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Souza or Ms. Hutchins about making that day?
Yes.
And without saying what they said, what was your part of that conversation?
I think they were both concerned that potentially would, prevent us from completing that day, maybe even completing the movie. So I just tried to reassure them that the operator that stayed and I would, get them through the day, that we would, continue on and try to continue making the best film we could with the resources we were provided.
So you indicated one operator stayed. Is that a camera operator?
Correct.
And what was that person's name?
Reed Russell.
Thank you. So what was the first scene that you all were filming on October 21st? Just describe it to us generally. It doesn't have to be huge.
Yeah. I believe it was a couple of the lawmen riding into this Western town where we were filming with some kids, and it's supposed to be an average morning in a Western town, whatever that is. So people going about their day. I think we had some animals on set, and I think it was the lawmen ride into town in pursuit of Harlan Rust.
And when you say you had some animals on set, what kind of animals would you have on this movie set?
Well, certainly the lawmen rode in on horseback, and I think we had some just kind of farm type livestock. Every day kind of changed a little bit. There may have been some chickens, some goats, some cows, mules. There may have been other horses just tied up as, prop horses. Again, this was supposed to resemble a lively working Western town.
In terms of those animals, are there specific crew members that are put in charge of managing and caring for those animals?
Yes.
Is there a name for those people?
They're typically called animal wranglers.
Okay. And were there animal wranglers employed on this movie set?
My recollection is there was a number of them, yes.
Okay. So were you all able to complete the filming of that scene with the children and the animals?
As far as I recall, we had completed that scene.
Do you recall, was there gunfire in that scene?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I know.
And we don't want you to assume.
No, the lawmen that rode into town were certainly armed as lawmen, but I don't recall any gunfire in that scene.
Okay, there wasn't a scene that required shootouts and blanks and stuff like that?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. And what then was the next scene that you all were going to be filming on that day?
I believe we moved to the church upon completion of that scene.
And what was your understanding of the scene that was to be filmed and perhaps was indeed filmed inside the church that morning?
That part of the story we were filming that day was, I think at that point in the story, Harlan Rust had been injured in one of the previous shootouts, story-wise, and he finds this church or happens upon this church. So he knows he's being pursued by the law. And I think it was story-wise that he goes to essentially hide in the church and in the hopes that he gets the draw on the lawmen when they enter the church. Kind of a last stand, if you will.
And was that scene actually filmed prior to the lunch hour that day?
Pieces of it.
Pieces of it were. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see those short clips?
I think I saw one piece of that footage, yes, that was covered with the Steadicam.
Okay, because this isn't the first time you've met me.
It's not.
Okay. So I think that we have a stipulation to, let's start with State's Exhibit 112, if you can help me, Mr. Bowe. We'll get set up.
Chad Bowe. Chad Bowe. I think it's his real name. Chad Bowe. That's the state's IT guy or AV guy, whatever you want to call him. This will probably be the video clip of Baldwin in the pew practicing his cross draw with his finger on the trigger. I wonder if she'll freeze frame it.
I would ask for the court to admit State's Exhibit 112 and permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's 112.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, he needs a better fitting suit. That's definitely an off the rack suit that he didn't bother getting tailored.
Let's see if it works. Okay. If it doesn't, well, okay, I forgot about that. I'm back to my Apple computer. These are short clips. Hopefully it won't freeze. Fingers crossed. Do you see what's on your screen there, Mr. Adiego?
I do.
And can you, what is this thing that we see before these movie takes? What's the information on that and what's it called?
That would be considered the sound slate. So it's a slate provided by the sound department.
Just a pet peeve, folks. This looks like Carrie Morrissey's, either her personal or her general work computer. There's a bunch of folders and stuff behind here. If you're an attorney and you're going to be in a publicly televised trial, especially, buy a new laptop. Buy a blank laptop with nothing on it except the materials for that case.
And that is used in editing, and the script supervisor also uses it to keep track of scenes and takes.
And does it tell you the scene and the take? What's the handwritten stuff at the top? It looks like it says 26 and 118B1. Do you know what that means?
Mostly. So I can tell you that, of course, it has the title Rust. It tells you on the left corner the director's name, Joel Souza, and on the bottom right, it has the director of photography's name, Halyna Hutchins. And then it signifies that A signifies that it's the A camera. And I don't.
Is it A or is it B?
It appears to be a red A.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
would be
Sorry.
the A camera. And then it looks like on the top right corner, that would be take number 1. And the other numbers typically would be a scene number. So it potentially is scene 26. And then
You don't need a new laptop for every case. You need a case laptop. You buy it once. Between cases, you completely erase it and use it for the next case.
I think 118B would be the note the script supervisor uses for the editors and the writers, and that stuff I don't really get involved with.
And who was the script supervisor for this film?
Our script supervisor was Mimi Mitchell, I believe was her last name.
Okay. And what is that the time? What numbers are we seeing there in red?
So it's time code, and depending on how the sound mixer and production wants to keep track of that, sometimes it's elapsed time. So if we started at 6 a.m. and we're 6 hours into the day, it would show you, that it's 6.00. Sometimes it's date and time, and I don't often deal with the details of the slate. So those numbers are generated by the sound department.
Okay.
And fed to the camera.
And this scene is taking place where?
This is it appears to be the church on Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, leap of faith. We're going to press play and hope we don't have any technical difficulties. Let me start that again.
Nope. Yeah.
We don't have any sound.
I don't think there was any sound.
Give me just one moment.
The clips I've seen, there wasn't any sound.
Hang on just a second.
Hang on. It just has it's a laptop for just stuff you're going to show to the jury. That's all. It doesn't have to have everything about the case on it. Just whatever you're going to show to the jury, mostly videos and photos, right? And it ought to be something, you're in the same courts all the time. It ought to be something works with the court's IT or AV or whatever you want to call it. Carrie Morrissey does a good job, actually. But she has this issue with her Apple computer working with the court stuff. It happened the first day of the trial too. So they know this. So this is a self goal here. This should not be happening.
Let Mr. Lewis try to sort out this technical issue, and we're going to continue with your testimony, and we'll come back to it as soon as we're ready. Go ahead. He can put it on that. Okay. He's going to need it. Okay, I apologize for that. The scene that was being filmed prior to the lunch hour that we're working up to showing, describe what this scene was supposed to be. What was your understanding of what was going to be filmed?
That Harlan Rust was going to be laying in wait in this church for the lawmen that he knew were pursuing him, and I think at this point in the story, rapidly catching up to him.
I'm sorry, with regard to firearms, what was your understanding about what, if any, firearms were going to be present and used during the filming of that scene?
What I understood was that we were going to finish the piece we started looking at, where it's the Harlan Rust's reaction to the lawmen coming in. And then we were going to film one more piece that we would refer to as an ECU, an extreme close-up, where you see Harlan Rust contemplating pulling his gun or not, kind of rubbing his hands, and then he starts to draw the firearm. My understanding is once we had that piece filmed, we were going to do what we would call a turnaround. So we'd then be filming from behind Harlan Rust, Alec Baldwin, seeing the I think it was 2 lawmen come into the church, and then the shootout would ensue from there.
So during the scene in the morning, was Mr. Baldwin armed with his prop gun?
Yes.
And what was your understanding about whether that was a real gun or a replica, meaning a rubber gun or plastic gun?
My understanding is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to use his, what we refer to as his hero props. So I understood it to be a real cold gun at that point.
And when you say cold gun, explain to the jurors what you mean.
Cold gun would indicate that the armor and potentially first AD had deemed that weapon safe to be used on set. Cold referring to the fact that the trigger could be pulled and nothing would happen.
Did you know whether the gun in the morning was, whether it had dummies in it or whether it was just empty?
I don't know.
Okay. So how did you see for the morning session who brought Mr. Baldwin the gun?
I did not.
And how did that morning session inside the church go? Was it relatively uneventful? How was it?
I mean, other than the previously stated kind of state of rushed chaos we were in, I would say yes, mostly uneventful.
And then when you had completed those couple of takes that we're going to show here shortly, what happened then?
I think that's when we broke for lunch for the day.
And approximately how long was your lunch?
I think we were doing half-hour lunches. Maybe they might have been a little longer because where lunch was a little bit of a van ride from where we were filming.
And when you say a little bit of a van ride, how far away how was that set up?
I think that, so the production clock for us works on 0.6 of an hour. So it may have been 6 minutes away. So if it was a half-hour lunch, it may have ended up being approximately 42 minutes, for that travel both ways to and from catering.
And is the food just provided for you all right there on set?
But there's a caterer and a catering tent. Yeah, if not on set, on the facility where we were filming, yes.
So approximately what time, if you know, would you have completed lunch and come back into the church to continue filming?
Again,
the Alec Baldwin trial will be in front of this judge, same judge. That's normal when cases are so similar in terms of facts.
And I think we started between 6 or 7, so lunch would have been called at 12 or 1 and 42 minutes after that. So for argument's sake, 2 o'clock-ish.
Okay. And what was your understanding of anything that was going to take place immediately after lunch and perhaps before filming? Can you explain to the jurors?
I believe the decision was made. So we were, for parts of that scene, we were using a Steadicam, which is a camera apparatus affixed to the camera operator. And I don't think they were getting quite what they wanted as far as how the photography was portraying the story. So I brought the dolly in so we could mount the camera on the dolly and give them a more stable platform.
Whisper.
Technical difficulties abound. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
I think that was it for the.
Okay.
And they put her on the stand, all the drug use comes in.
So while these gentlemen were speaking to me, did you explain that this was going to be a blocking?
I did not.
Let's go there. Explain what the blocking is.
So the decision was made to go from Steadicam to the dolly. So once we it takes a moment to convert that camera over from one use to another. So I'm getting the dolly close to the pew where Mr. Baldwin, Harlan Rust would be sitting, and working with the camera operator, Reed. Halyna had kind of mentioned where she wanted us, but I believe her and her gaffer were starting to prepare for the turnaround of when the lawmen came into the church. So we were just trying to find, blocking the shot, we would call it, trying to find the shot that best told the story in that moment that the director wanted to tell, which was to be, my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec starting to draw his weapon. And then from what I know in the edit, his cut would have been, you as the audience, see that weapon start to leave his holster. And then we were going to then put the camera behind him to see the lawmen enter the church. And that's when this shootout would have begun in the church.
So were cameras rolling?
No, we were still blocking the shot.
And were you present in the church when Ms. Gutierrez brought the firearm into the church?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you saw and or heard.
I never saw the interaction between Hannah and Dave in the church, but I could hear Hannah telling Dave that the firearm had been checked before lunch and had been locked up during lunch. And then Dave called out cold gun or cold weapon. I heard the word cold, and that's when I went back to focusing on my task at hand, helping Reed and Halyna find that insert shot.
Let's see what's on the server. I'm still trying to iron out this issue. Thank you, Mr. Adiego.
Mm-hmm.
So do you recall who said cold gun? Did you describe that?
I did. I heard Dave Hall's call. I don't recall if it was cold gun or cold weapon, but I heard the word cold, which typically for me is what I need to hear.
And cold gun means it's not going to go bang.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to Ms. Gutierrez's statement that you overheard about her not having checked the gun since lunch, did that cause you any concern?
It didn't.
Why?
Just accustomed to armors checking those guns again on a regular basis. And we had a break. And typically that any firearm that's brought on set is checked, even if it had been checked previously.
Do you know how the gun got from Ms. Gutierrez to Mr. Baldwin?
I do not.
So after you heard Ms. Gutierrez's voice and you heard Mr. Hall's call out cold gun, where was the gun the next time you saw it?
In Mr. Baldwin's holster on his left side.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I don't recall seeing her in the church after lunch, no.
So go ahead and walk us through. Mr. Baldwin now has the gun. Where is he sitting? What is he doing? Take us through this.
Mr. Baldwin's seated in a church pew, and Reed and I are trying to find an angle, looking kind of over his his right elbow or right bicep to see his hands in his lap transition from his lap to that firearm that's kind of hidden in a holster under the coat that he's wearing.
So if you can stand up, if you don't mind, and demonstrate what you believed Mr. Baldwin was supposed to do for the blocking.
My understanding was it was just to reveal that part of, the part of the gun that holds the bullets coming out of the holster. And then that portion of the, that piece of photography was finished. Once we saw that gun coming out of the holster, it would again give the audience the idea in that story that that Harlan Rust is about to defend himself or try to shoot the lawmen before they shoot him as they enter the church.
How close were the cameras to Mr. Baldwin?
The only camera we had in the church was, I think at that point I had the lens within a foot of Mr. Baldwin.
And do you recall where Ms. Hutchins was?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Would you explain?
So directly, if I'm sitting in the pew as Harlan Rust, Halyna Hutchins was essentially directly in front of Rust, having a conversation with her gaffer. So there was maybe a couple of feet of air in between Mr. Baldwin and the pew that Halyna and Serge were standing behind, directly in front of Mr. Baldwin.
And let me stop you. What's a gaffer? We don't know these terms.
My apologies. Gaffer is the head of the lighting department. So he was discussing with the director of photography. My understanding, of course, is they were discussing what we were going to do when we turned around to see the lawmen, because we were already lit for the direction that we were filming.
Do you remember the gaffer's name?
Serge is his first name. I believe his last name, and I don't want to slaughter it, but I think it was Savetne.
Okay.
I believe is his last name.
Could you understand the conversation between Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Svetnoy? That's my
Thank you.
My best try.
So often none of us could understand because they often conversed in either Russian or Ukrainian, as they were both born and raised in that part of the world. So,
do you know where Mr. Souza was at this point in time?
Mr. Souza was shoulder to shoulder, just to my right. He was looking at my Dolly monitor so he could see what the camera was seeing.
So why would the director be in the room looking at your monitor? Well, let me ask it this way. Would the director normally be looking at that vantage point from Video Village?
Depends on the director and the situation. Sometimes they'll work with us more closely where they will be shoulder to shoulder, and we'll look at my monitor. We were still waiting for the new camera assistants to finish converting from Steadicam to what we'd call studio mode. So I don't believe the camera actually had a monitor. And potentially that's why he was looking over my shoulder instead of a bit removed in the Video Village.
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
We think we're going to be able to watch these videos, and that's going to give everybody a much better idea of what was going on in there. Hope springs eternal.
Now the batteries will be done.
So we've already gone through the slate and et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to go ahead and play the video. This video will be marked as State's Exhibit 112. What's that noise we hear? That
I'm not actually sure. I was trying to figure that out myself.
Okay.
Alan Russ? Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. Ain't no iteration.
Who is the person speaking? Whose voice are we hearing?
It sounds like Jensen Ackles.
And is he an actor?
He is an actor in Rust playing one of the lawmen, is my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Stand up slowly and toss in guns.
Okay, we're gonna do it again. And set, and action.
Alan Russ? Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. There ain't no iteration when you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss them guns.
Okay, and set. Put it up. Okay, so
There's
you want
the
to
answer to
go
your
back.
question. That's the answer to your question earlier, that sound.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing?
So what you just saw for a brief moment was one of the effects department people coming in to spray at what we'd call atmosphere. So dust or whatever I don't know what's in their spray can, but that is what that sound was. And that's what they were doing, was adding atmosphere that makes it look a little foggy. And if hard light comes through those windows, you would kind of see those lights, the rays of light in that fog.
And I just backed this video up to 1 minute, 6 seconds so that I can ask you the position that Mr. Baldwin is sitting in this video. Is that the same or similar position that he was in the blocking scene after lunch?
Yes, similar.
Okay.
It was murder smoke.
Okay, so if you want to go lower than that.
Well, is there any way you can come up and see me open my eyes, or you know what? You know, let's say I'm down here like this, and when he says Harlan Russ, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
You got to come down here for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if we can do that. Ready? Here we go.
You want
On another take. Here we go. Ready?
All right, another take. And set. Ready. And action.
Harlan Russ? Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any guns you have. There ain't no iteration when you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss some weapons. Russ.
All right, let's flip the sensor.
Can we try this?
So let me ask you, just so that we get an idea, where we see Mr. Baldwin sitting in the church pew, where is the door to the church?
Behind the camera.
From Mr. Baldwin's perspective, is it in front of him?
In front of Mr. Baldwin, yes.
And where is Mr. Ackles, the gentleman who is speaking in the scene?
It sounds as though he's just to the left of the camera.
So where would that be in relation to the door?
Jensen would be in between Mr. Baldwin and the door.
Okay, and if you can estimate how many feet, how big is this room, and how many feet are there from where Mr. Baldwin is sitting to the door?
In that instance, because we had moved the pews around a little, so in that instance, Mr. Baldwin's less than 20 feet from the door would be my guesstimation.
Okay, and who's this gentleman here that we can see in the video?
That is Dave Halls.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish it just for completeness, and then we'll move on to our next one.
Have George on.
All right. I am now going to play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 112A. I would ask the court to go ahead and admit 112A and give permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 112A is admitted. You may publish.
Okay. Work. And set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ? Did you stand up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Again, ready?
Little too wide. And set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ? Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
One more. You good? Ready?
Set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ? Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
What help can I get right there?
So the only way to give you that line.
Man, it seems so tedious, doesn't it?
Cameraman.
Yep.
Set, this one.
Take 48.
Okay, which way? Camera right or left? So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready?
Get it all greased.
Okay,
Get
ready?
it greased.
Ready.
And set, ready, and action.
Arlen Russ?
Finger on the trigger. Right there.
And set, ready, and action.
It's going to happen again.
Arlen Russ?
Right there.
Nice.
Nice. You didn't kill anybody. Good job, Alec.
Okay. So the blocking, you can take these. Thank you, Shad. The blocking that you were describing, as a person who was working in the room, were you expecting Mr. Baldwin to pull the gun all the way out? Like what we just saw in those clips?
In the blocking of the ECU,
What's the ECU?
extreme close up,
Okay.
I was not.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
My understanding was it was just to kind of reveal that weapon coming out of the holster to the camera.
So I think that we may have ended your description of what was going on in the after lunch session where Mr. Souza was standing. And were there other people in the church also?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many people were in there?
Myself, Reed, the camera operator, Zach, the boom guy was.
When you say the boom guy, what is the boom?
Sorry, guys. The sound. The person holding the sound boom. So recording sound for the sound mixer was in the church. Joel was shoulder to shoulder, like I had described, looking at my monitor. I believe Mamie Mitchell was to his right. Wardrobe, a woman named Doran was in there, I think, looking over Mimi's shoulder at the monitor. Halyna, Serge, my direct boss, Reese Price, who's the key grip, he's the head of the grip department, had just come in to work with Halyna and Serge. Dave Halls, and maybe one of the effects guys, I recall, was kind of in and out, keeping an eye on things because they had pre-rigged some of their effects stuff in the ceiling, again in preparation for the big turnaround that we were about to do.
Okay.
So I didn't give you a number, but I think that works out to 12-ish.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So they had room for wardrobe in the church, but they didn't have room for the armorer in the church. These civil suits are going to be a slaughter. Why is it? There we go.
Keep walking us through it. What happens next?
So we, I guess Reed and I are trying to find the camera angle that Joel, the director, is happy with, that he feels will tell that piece of the story. I think, like I mentioned earlier, I believe Halyna and Serge were discussing how to change the lighting for the turnaround. Reese, my boss, Reese Price, was in there. I think he had just brought in a bounce card, maybe for that insert, maybe for the next shot.
We don't know what a bounce card is.
Lighting apparatus. So he was going to use some of the light coming through one of the windows and potentially reflect that back towards Mr. Baldwin to help illuminate him. I think Joel, the director, and Alec had some brief conversation back and forth about what the goal was for that shot. And I think Alec had drawn it once to kind of audition what he thought his action should be for Joel. And then he drew it again, and it went off. And, instantly, I mean, a firearm went off in a small wooden church. So the concussion, ears ringing, that moment of panic in everybody. I think the first person I made eye contact with was Halyna, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side. And then I think that Joel let out some sort of scream or made some noise that, to indicate he was also injured. And I think I just my attention went to Joel because he was the closest to me. I think I recall Reed and Serge moving Pew out of the way to help Halyna get basically to lay Halyna down and start tending to her, figure out what her injuries were, or injury. And I started attending to Joel. I think I yelled out that if you can't help us, get the fuck out of here. And someone called 911. And I do recall Mimi's voice in the distance talking to 911 and telling where we're at. And I tried to calm Joel down. We had a good rapport, so I just tried to calm him down and let him know that we were going to get through it, because I didn't know what else to do in that moment. And then soon after, the medic and the best boy electric came into the church.
And I'm going to stop you real quick.
Mhm.
The medic, do you recall her name?
Her first name was Cher. I don't recall her last name.
Okay, and who was the other person you said? Best boy?
The best boy electric, Matt Hemmer, I believe was his last name. He was Surge's second in command, is what a best boy is. So the gaffer and the key grip each have a best boy, and then the rest of their department. And my understanding was Matt had some combat medical training. So he came in to assist the medic, Cher. And I think
when right after the gun went off, do you recall seeing Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I do not.
And did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
He sat down in that same pew, I think, in that moment when I yelled out that if you can't help us, you need to, get out of here. I think he sat down, and then at some point, I know I looked over and he was gone. So.
Okay. And in terms of your attention to Mr. Souza, what were you doing to him? Were you touching his body? What were you doing?
I was. So Joel was wearing kind of a thick hoodie, and I believe he had a t-shirt or a couple shirts on underneath. So it was start to figure out where Joel had been injured. He was certainly at that point writhing in pain and concerned for himself, asking me how Halyna was, and I think coming to the realization that he had been shot. So I was trying to find where he was wounded. So started pulling back his hoodie to reveal what appeared to be a circular wound in his right shoulder. And at that point, I think the Cher and Matt came in. They had gloved hands. I didn't, so I had some of his blood on my hands. And I think I helped them roll Joel over. One of them had trauma shears to cut his shirt off. And then I helped roll him over, and I was in a position to see that what appeared to be a bullet just under the skin, basically where his right shoulder blade was. And he was in a great deal of pain. And I think that Cher gave me some gauze to just put some pressure on the wound while they attended to Halyna's injuries, which I gathered at that time were certainly much more severe because of her proximity to the firearm.
And could you hear Ms. Hutchins? I know you indicated that Mr. Souza was kind of yelling out in pain. Did you hear anything from Ms. Hutchins?
If I did, it was just, the groaning and discomfort from being shot by a firearm. I don't remember anything verbal from Halyna.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
And if you know, at some point, was Ms. Hutchins taken for medical care offset?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I stayed with Joel until they carried him out, and what I observed was they were trying to stabilize her. I heard them call for a life flight. So they were trying to stabilize her to get her in a helicopter and get her to whatever ER they felt was appropriate.
And at some point in time, were you notified that Ms. Hutchins had passed?
Yes.
Mr. Adiego, when you heard the gunshot and you saw these people fall, did it occur to you in that moment that it was a live round, that there was a real bullet in that gun?
I don't, maybe not in that moment. I think it became clear when, like I mentioned, I rolled Joel over, helped roll Joel over to see what very much looked like a large caliber bullet just being barely held in by his skin.
Okay. And is this the first time in your life that you've ever seen a bullet?
No.
Okay, so you knew a bullet when you saw one?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez after the gunshot went off?
Not until today.
Okay. And I want to back up.
Very common for bullets to get caught just under the skin on the far side.
The camera crew that walked off.
Skin is very
that
elastic.
morning, did you know those people?
As well as you can know anyone in 2 weeks. Sure.
Based on your time on set and everything that you knew about what was going on that movie set, do you have any reason to believe that any of those people planted live ammunition on set?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation, lack of foundation, and whether he knows anyone.
Well, I think he can answer the question whether he has any reason to believe that they did or not.
Counsel approach.
Yeah, I mean, if you had any reason to believe, would be how you establish foundation. This was obviously just another COVID death. Philip says, I'm a 10-year USPSA CRO, had been an IDP SO and NRA RSO. Those are safety officer positions. For competitive shooting, whenever I get a new shooter says they've been shooting for 10 years, I get nervous. Yep, me too. I don't trust strangers with guns. Guns out. At least in competitive matches, they're supposed to be cold. Although I've worked as an IDPA SO and I've had shooters come to the line with a hot gun. Chamber was empty, but they had a full mag in the gun. Old guy, shooting in 1911, probably been shooting it, if you asked him, all his life. Asked him if the gun was empty, he said yes. Then we told him to go hot, and he just cycled the slide.
Sir,
Didn't have to put a mag in.
Do you have any reason to believe that live ammunition was planted by disgruntled crew members who left that morning?
I do not.
And based on everything that you heard when you were in the church after lunch, do you have any understanding of who the person was that loaded that gun?
Yes,
Who is the person that you believe loaded the gun?
the armor,
And who's that person?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you see her sitting in court today?
I have seen her. She's behind you. Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, can you point out what Ms. Gutierrez is wearing?
Gray blazer with a black collar, hair in a ponytail.
Will the record reflect that the defendant has been identified?
Yes.
At any point in time when you were in the church after lunch, did you hear anyone tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
That's it for direct.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, when you started your testimony, early on in your testimony, you talked about being on 12 prior movies with armor or something like that. Recall that?
Yes.
And you talked about you're used to seeing ex-cops, ex-military. Remember that?
Yes.
As the armor, primary, were those all males?
I can't give you a definitive on that. I think there may have been a female or two, female armor that I worked with in the past.
But you just didn't, you weren't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor, were you? A female.
I wasn't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor.
A female.
That doesn't play into it for me. So whether male or female doesn't really matter in that case.
Okay, and I want to get into another, and we'll work through these topics, but you've talked a lot about things that you think Ms. Gutierrez Reed did. One of the things you didn't tell the jury is that you've sued Russ Production and Alec Baldwin, haven't you?
I have.
You what?
Yes.
You have a pending lawsuit right now, don't you?
As far as I know, it's pending. Yes, sir.
And your attorney's in the courtroom?
He is indeed.
Been watching your testimony?
Clearly.
See how you do?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Okay. And you've sued Alec Baldwin and Russ Production, but you have not sued Hannah Gutierrez Reed, have you?
Again, you'd have to talk to my counsel about who I've actually sued.
Have you read the lawsuit?
I perused it.
You perused it. What does that mean? Did you read it, all the paragraphs, or did you just read page one and just said, knock yourself out, lawyer, go ahead?
I think I got past page one, but since I'm not in your industry, I don't understand what a lot of that is. And I trust my counsel to represent me.
It seems like you're making a lot of opinions earlier on what armors do. You filed a lawsuit. It seems like you could have read your lawsuit, right?
Objection, relevance to whether or not he read his lawsuit?
Well, I want to ask if he's read these paragraphs, because he has a totally different story in his lawsuit that he did today. So I want to ask him if he's read and adopted this lawsuit.
And I think he's already answered that.
Did you approve your lawsuit being filed?
I must have.
Because it was filed, right? Okay. And in that lawsuit, you're suing for a variety of things, punitive damages, right?
Again, I'm not a lawyer, sir, so you'd have to discuss that with my counsel.
Well, you know you're suing for loss of enjoyment of life.
Certainly.
Right? Okay. And you know you're suing for medical expenses and non-medical expenses, right?
I understood that to be the case, yes.
So out of this tragedy, you claim that you have a blast injury, right?
I believe that's in the documents you're referring to. Yes, sir.
Did you go to the doctor for a blast injury?
I have talked to my physician about what happened that day. Yes.
You've talked to your physician. What, did they do any tests? Did they take any x-rays? Did you just tell him I was in this? And
I described the incident and he did what he felt was appropriate.
What was that?
I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you, sir.
Okay. Well, so you're, in any event, you're suing Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, right?
Yes.
And you're here telling this jury all about Miss Gutierrez Reed, but in your lawsuit, you talk about defendants, Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, cut corners and cut costs and it endangered the cast and crew. So you believe that, right? Rest Production?
I do.
And you believe that their hiring of Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters to manage the budget was not a good idea because they have cost-cutting problems on prior sets. You believe that?
Correct.
Okay. And you also believe that David Halls had prior safety issues, correct?
Yes.
On a prior set, he didn't manage that safely, did he?
That was my understanding.
Okay. You also believe, you knew that Miss Gutierrez Reed had asked for more training days as an armorer. You knew that.
I don't.
To the form of question, there needs to be a question. It sounds like a statement.
You were
Overruled.
okay. You're aware that Miss Gutierrez Reed asked Gabrielle Pickle for more time as an armorer, more training days, and more armorer days. You're aware of that.
I became aware of that after 2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you were. It's in your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this: are you hoping that you can come in and testify here today, and something happens to Miss Gutierrez Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice, sir.
For
2
yourself.
people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
And you want money for that?
I want justice.
You want money. Your lawsuit doesn't say justice; it says money.
Again,
it says
you'd
you're
have
suing
to.
for money. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Halls needs to let the witness answer the question. That he's being argumentative. This needs to be a cross.
I'll let him answer. I agree. You're suing for money.
I asked my lawyer to help bring justice in this case. And if that doesn't mean criminal, then I would assume that means some sort of monetary justice.
Yes. Okay. Now, you also understood
is
that
very
Mr. Halls did not
disingenuous of the
post the
defense.
safety bulletins onto any of the call sheets.
This guy is looking for justice, he would say, if he was more articulate. He's looking for justice in this criminal proceeding, and he's looking for compensation for his damages in civil proceedings, which is exactly how the system's supposed to work.
Correct?
I understood that production did not furnish us with safety bulletins, sir.
Okay, so production. So that may not have been Mr. Halls. It may have been somebody else in production.
Again, production is all encompassing of Mr. Halls and the other ADs that would generate that information.
And you also indicate that Mr. Halls was the overall safety coordinator on set, correct?
That's typically one of the many jobs of the first assistant director. Yes, sir.
And so it's his responsibility to convene the safety meetings you testified to, right?
Typically it is, yes.
And in this particular set, he did not do that on every day of the filming, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And in fact, the day that this, you described it as the camera crew walked off the day of the shooting incident. You described it as more chaotic than it had been. And that day, there was no safety meeting convened by Mr. Halls, was there?
Not that I was invited to.
You've indicated that Mr. Baldwin didn't follow gun safety rules. You believe that, right?
I do.
And you believe that Miss Gutierrez Reed was operating in 2 jobs in props and armor, and you thought that was dangerous, that production did that, didn't you?
I did.
And you felt it was dangerous and part of your lawsuit that they should not have put her in those 2 positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, sir, you've never been on all of your 12 prior movies with armors. You've never been on a set where an armorer was part-time, right?
I don't recall ever working on a set that had a part-time armorer. No, sir.
Okay. So this would be your first one on the Rust set where they had part-time.
Potentially.
Okay. And in fact, because it's in your suit, you thought that was a terrible idea, right?
If it says so in the suit, then I must have said that, yes.
Okay. And this was a gun-heavy set with guns operating on 17 of the 21 scheduled film days, yet you knew that they weren't paying Miss Gutierrez-Reed for more than 8 armor days, right?
I had no idea what they were paying Miss Gutierrez.
Were you aware that whether her armor days had run out by the time of the shooting incident?
I was not privy to that information, sir.
Okay. And you're probably not also privy to the fact that she was regularly performing props duties as part of her daily duties on the set. Were you aware of that? Did you see her doing those prop duties?
I believe that it was noted on the call sheet that she had more than one responsibility.
Did you ever see her, for example, rolling cowboy cigarettes, having her do jobs like that in her props duties?
Can't say that I did.
So you didn't see her all the time then?
No, because my job takes a lot of focus and I have essentially 5 bosses at any given moment. So I have to focus on my tasks at hand.
Well, that's what you said also, that you didn't see who was in the church, or you didn't see what was happening because you have to focus on your job. You have to focus on your camera and what you're doing with that, right? So you're not always seeing everything else around you.
I'm not necessarily seeing, but I'm trying to watch and listen to everything that I can on set.
Let me ask you about that, listening to everything. You talked about what the negligent discharge by Sarah Zachary, nothing being called out in terms of a gun being operated. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Now, what radio channel were you using on set? Would you regularly use?
I'm a grip, so I'm always on channel 8, sir.
Channel 8. And do you understand, or did you understand that the armor operates on channel 1? And that's when that's called out on channel 1 and it goes to David Halls. Did you know that?
If it only goes to channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
And were you aware then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Halls's responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? That when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
I don't understand your question. I wasn't on the wrong channel. I'm on channel 8 where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay, well then the failure was not Miss Gutierrez-Reed's, which you wanted to imply to the jury. It was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Miss Gutierrez-Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the negligent discharge with Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay. And you have no idea, but you said earlier you don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
I saw a bullet in Joel Souza's shoulder.
I'm not talking about that. And I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit, but I'm talking about Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge.
I have to object to Mr. Bowles' tone, indicating
Just
this.
please, no commentary.
Yes, I
All
won't,
right,
Your Honor.
all
I
right,
won't.
thank you.
So with regard to Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk a lot throughout your testimony about all these failures you find in Miss Gutierrez-Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin. Can you explain that? Why you talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit and not Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir.
Because
I didn't write that lawsuit. So
Okay.
I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
You went after the people with money for the lawsuit, right? And
I
then
went after production, the people responsible for hiring the people that killed and shot someone on a film set.
And you, as part of that, talk about that the decision to hire Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was motivated by production desire to have a quick and cheap production. That was part of their desire to hire a cheaper position in that role, make her do 2 jobs, right?
Apparently that's what it says. That's what it says.
Okay. And you indicated that this was constantly rushed and reckless and chaotic on set, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Baldwin a couple of times at least rushing people and telling them to move, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Halls do that also?
I did.
Did you ever stand up to Mr. Baldwin and say, no, we're not going to move this fast?
That's not my job, sir.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody else stand up to Mr. Baldwin, tell him not to move that fast?
I don't recall anybody standing up to Mr. Baldwin on the set of Rust, sir.
Wasn't going to happen, was it?
Objection to the form of question calls for speculation.
You never saw anybody.
Restate the question.
Yes, Your Honor. You were aware, based on your seeing Mr. Baldwin, how he interacted with everybody, it was your perception nobody was going to stand up to him, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Because he's running the show. He's the big boss, right?
He's both, well, he's the producer, one of the writers, and on the call sheet, he's number 1. So yes.
So wouldn't you find it difficult for a 24-year-old female armor in her, as you call it, her second movie, with everybody else, grown men, not standing up to Mr. Baldwin? Wouldn't you find that difficult for her also?
I wasn't in her position.
Now, you also talk about the IATSE armor. You knew that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was not yet in the union.
Actually, my understanding was it was a union show and the crew was union.
But you didn't know whether she was not union. She's not union. You didn't know that.
Mr. Bowles is testifying, Your Honor.
No.
I'm asking if he's aware of it.
No.
But
You
he's
are
not.
testifying. You said she's not in the union. Okay, that's your testimony.
Well, I'm
So
asking
ask it as a question rather than testifying.
Yes. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is not union?
I was under the impression that we were doing a union movie. Everybody on the crew was union. I didn't learn that she was not yet in the union until after.
So you did learn that after?
Correct.
Okay. And you know from your experience in over 100 credits and being on a movie, having the union behind you makes it likely that you can stand up. I mean, in other words, if there's a safety issue and you have your union behind you, you can raise that because you've got the union.
On a union movie, any crew member has the support of a union, whether they're union or not. They are represented by IATSE.
Well, could you have stopped the whole production if you wanted to, if you saw all these safety issues?
I certainly could have voiced my opinion. Whether or not they would have honored that and stopped anything, I cannot say.
Okay, so you did say on the negligent discharges, you went to Mr. Halls and you told him you were concerned, and you told him you're concerned about safety. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also told his second AD, Ann. You told both of them, right?
Ann was his second, just to be clear. But yes, I did
second.
mention it to Ann as well, that I was concerned and that this needed to be on the daily production report, knowing that the other producers typically read the production reports, as would the insurance company or whoever's bonding the film.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody do anything after you made those complaints?
I wouldn't necessarily see anybody do anything because they would potentially be on Channel 1 having that conversation amongst themselves.
Well, did you see anything happen, like additional training, any kind of actions taken by Mr. Halls that you saw?
I didn't see anything change.
Okay. So the day of the incident, the day of the shooting, you indicated to Miss Morrissey on direct that you didn't see Miss Gutierrez read in the church, but you didn't have concerns or words to that effect, that after the firearm had come into the church, you didn't have concerns, because I think you testified the armorer would check that. Is that what you said?
I believe that misstates the testimony.
Well, tell me what you said. I may have misheard it. Tell me what you said.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what you want me to
Well,
restate, sir.
Let me ask you, you didn't see Miss Gutierrez read in the church?
I only heard her in the church.
Did you look around and after you heard her to see if you could see her in the church?
No.
Okay. So did you see if anybody else, Sarah Zachary from props, was in the church?
I think we've already covered this, and no, I don't recall
okay.
anybody from the props department seeing anybody from the props department in the church.
Okay. Now, Sarah Zachary, I want to talk about her for a minute. You knew, or were you aware that she would load firearms too at times?
I became aware when she had a negligent discharge on set.
Okay. Did you also ever see her loading firearms on set?
I don't recall beyond that incident, her really dealing with firearms, if at all.
You know that Sarah Zachary was Hannah Gutierrez Reed's boss?
I do.
As props master? Mm-hmm. Okay. And now earlier you talked about your understanding of armor, but isn't it true that props department is in charge of the ammunition? Those are props.
That's my understanding of how the props department works, sure.
Okay. So when you said earlier that the guns and ammo would be the armor, in reality, the ammunition falls under the props department. It's a prop.
My understanding is live ammunition is absolutely the armorer's responsibility. Any other ammunition that may be used in belts or bandoliers or strewn about on set is falls under props.
Well, live ammunition is never supposed to be on the set.
When I say live ammunition, I'm referring to blanks, something that can go bang and hurt someone.
Okay, so let's be clear. You're not, a blank is not a round with a projectile. It's not a real bullet. It's a blank that shoots powder, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My understanding of blanks are, it looks very much like a real bullet. They're crimped differently at the end, so they don't actually contain a bullet. But beyond that, I don't know that I would, I don't know if they're marked in any other way other than seeing the ends crimped.
Okay. And you've never been an armorer yourself?
I've never been in the props department at all, no.
Or the props department. So when you make opinions about what you think, you really have no idea because you've never served in that role. It's just what you've seen over other movies?
It's what I've learned in almost 30 years in the film industry, yes.
Okay. Now, when you talked about guns being left out on the cart, I want to ask your experience in prior movies. Have you seen carts that are professional looking that can be locked up, that an armor can use to lock up those weapons on it?
Yes, and I believe I described that earlier.
Okay. And this cart in this set was not like that.
I believe it was just kind of a more of what I would be accustomed to seeing craft services use, like an open gray plastic cart.
And were you aware that it took over a week for the props department even to get that cart?
I'm not in the props department. I'm not really aware of what they do.
Okay.
In that sense.
So this cart that they had on set that they were supposed to use for their firearms, on this Rust set, it wouldn't lock. It was more like something you would see in the crafts department. So and production provides that, right?
Again, I don't know what the props department brought or what they were provided. A lot of us rent the production companies our appropriate gear. Some of that may be carts, some of that may be tools.
Okay, so you don't know.
No.
You also don't know if the firearms that you said were laying out from time to time on the cart were real firearms or were plastic, were replica. You don't know that for sure.
I can tell you that the firearms certainly looked real as they would reflect the sunlight. They were certainly metal firearms. Whether they were actual firing guns, no, I don't know. But my experience is any firearm, even rubber dummy, at the very least in some sort of soft firearms case, a bag, somehow protected and not laying on top of a cart that's not secured.
Well, you saw the gun socks they have, the protective cloth carrying for the guns. You saw those, didn't you?
There may have been a long gun or two that had some sort of sock or some soft covering on them, sure.
And the handguns had the socks too. You never saw those?
I don't recall seeing the handguns in any kind of container, sir.
Did you ever hear Hannah call out the load amounts? You testified earlier you didn't, but you weren't always around those scenes when Hannah Gutierrez Reed was dealing with the firearms, were you?
I was on set 95% or more of the time, so there may have been an instance where she called out whatever power that blank load would have been, and I missed it.
And again, if she's calling it out on channel 1, and Mr. Halls is supposed to then communicate that, and you're on another channel, she may have called it out and you didn't hear it.
Well, the protocols on set typically is the armor would call that out verbally. What she does on her radio, I don't know. I'm not on that channel. And then the first assistant director would parrot that and let us all know to make sure there was redundancy and that we heard it was hot or cold.
And sir, are you sitting now under oath telling this jury that Hannah never called out the loads that were used on that set? Are you going to tell them that under oath, that you never heard that?
Objection, Your Honor. That has not been his testimony, and he's already answered this question.
It's been asked and answered.
So other than reporting to Mr. Halls and the second, did you ever report this to anybody else if you were so concerned about it? Did you report it to Gabrielle Pickle? Did you report it to anybody else? Did you report it to Joel Souza?
I believe that Joel Souza and Halyna, before she was killed, had a conversation about some of the safety issues,
that was my
payroll
question.
issues, and I did notify Local 80, which was the union that represented me while I was making that movie.
When did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date, sir.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
Well,
Shoot up.
if you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen. Ask the question about the date. He said he didn't remember, and then you started to tell him you weren't going to ask that person and that he was going to tell you in so many words, okay?
Yes.
So let's not be argumentative. Let's just ask him. You can ask him one more time.
So do you have any idea what date you may have contacted Local 80?
I believe it was in the first week of production.
Okay. So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
That doesn't mean I wasn't concerned about safety.
And I understand, and my question was not that. I understand you were concerned. My question was, that was before any of the accidental discharges.
I don't recall exactly if that was before or after, but once I contact Local 80, that doesn't mean I stopped talking to Local 80 throughout production. So I think we had more than one conversation about it.
Because you're contacting Local 80, did they do anything about it?
My understanding was they contacted the New Mexico local, which is 480, and a representative from 480 showed up, and possibly a representative from the camera union, Local 600, also showed up.
What happened at that point? Did they do anything?
They have conversations that I'm not part of,
Right.
sir. Yeah.
Ultimately, the camera crew was disgruntled and they walked off the day before the shooting. Part of that was their hotel situation. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I don't know about disgruntled, but I know that they were promised hotels or housing, and those promises never came to fruition.
Okay. And so they left, and the next day when there had to be a new camera crew, they had to get some more people. You were aware Video Village was down?
I was not.
You didn't know Video Village was down at all?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Counsel Coach.
I forgot I had myself turned off. No need for this defense lawyer to be this combative. This is a bad strategy. This is a low IQ strategy. He could get plenty of value out of this witness by being sympathetic. The witness said plenty on direct that was helpful for his client. No, I was here. I just had my camera turned off. I've been listening the whole time. Just a bad approach, stupid approach. Bowles, I'm concluding, is just not a very good lawyer, which is too bad for Gutierrez. She needs
sir,
a good
you
lawyer.
said earlier, Baldwin always wanted to use his hero props, or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And by that, you meant he wanted to use the real, for example, the real revolver?
That was my understanding of his the way he liked to perform. Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that also include, sir, the knife, those kind of, is that what you're meaning by hero props?
My recollection is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to be ready to call rolling when he was ready. So hero props in his wardrobe, essentially ready to go.
Okay. And everybody else had to be ready to go when he was ready.
Yes.
Okay. So that, sir, it was your understanding, and you may have said this, and I just want to go back over it, but that Mr. Baldwin did not, that scene or that rehearsal did not require the draw. Was that your understanding?
My understanding was it was really just the initiation of that movement was the part of the story that Joel Souza wanted to tell.
Okay. And that, I think you called it an extreme close-up shot of his hand. Coming out, okay. So it would be coming out of his holster, and there would be an extreme close-up on that.
Correct. The frame would have been essentially his right hand going into his coat to draw his firearm.
Okay, sir. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Yeah.
I need a moment to get smarter, Your Honor. He's going to fire himself off the case.
Your Honor, that's all the questions we have.
That's it.
Redirect.
Oh, yeah. Carrie Morrissey is definitely going to redirect.
Mr. Audiego, if you are aware, are you the only person suing Mr. Baldwin and Russ Productions?
Not from my understanding.
There are others, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bowles asked you in your lawsuit, you claimed that you have lost enjoyment of your life as a result of the incident. Is that correct?
Yes, it is absolutely correct.
Just to be clear, did you receive a subpoena for your testimony today?
I believe that my counsel received a subpoena from both sides for today. Yes.
Do you know, sir, did anyone force Ms. Gutierrez to accept a job as an armorer and props assistant?
Force her? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you know if anyone forced Ms. Gutierrez to continue working on the set of Rust when things were chaotic and difficult?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is Mr. Baldwin on trial today?
It appears that he is a bit, yes.
I'm asking you, is this the trial of Mr. Baldwin?
No, it's not.
Is this the trial of Rust Productions?
No, it's not.
Is Mr. Halls on trial today?
He is not.
On October 21st, 2021, did Ms. Gutierrez show the dummy rounds to the cast and crew as you have indicated is proper safety protocol for armorers?
Not when I was on set, no.
Did Ms. Gutierrez shake the dummy rounds for the cast and crew?
Not when I was on set, no.
If Ms. Gutierrez had shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, what do you think would have happened?
We
If he has an opinion, if he knows based upon his personal knowledge.
In your opinion, working on this movie set with Ms. Gutierrez and working on other movie sets with other armorers, if she had taken the dummies, rattled them, showed them to the cast and crew, do you think that live round would have been discovered?
No.
You don't?
Wrong answer.
Pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we would have known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made the decision not to show the cast and crew the dummy rounds prior to handing the gun to anyone in the church?
I would guess the armor or.
Again, he's just guessing.
He is.
All right, that's his answer. He guessed, so we'll strike it. Okay. He guessed.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Gutierrez loaded that gun?
It is.
Sorry, did you all hear me because my mic was off? Yes, you're all saying yes. Okay.
In your opinion, would Ms. Hutchins be alive today if Ms. Gutierrez had not put a live round in the gun?
I'm going to strike that. You didn't get an answer, so.
All right.
I don't like those but-for arguments.
Who is the person on the set of a movie who is in charge of firearms?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know why your civil lawsuit doesn't include Ms. Gutierrez?
You'd have to refer to my counsel for that answer. I don't know.
She's got no money.
Have you testified today in order to further your civil lawsuit?
I've testified today to bring justice for the death of my friend.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to break for the evening. Follow the bailiff directions. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't read anything.
Is it really almost 7 o'clock? All right. Okay.
Production, this case. Don't look anything up. Don't do any research. Thank you.
End of day, folks.
Where
End
were
of
we gonna,
day.
Brian, did you have them in a different location in the morning?
No.
Okay. All right. So downstairs, 8:30. Okay. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All rise. 8:30 tomorrow.
George, were you gonna?
10:30 Eastern time. Let's see. I thought this witness was good for Gutierrez. Very bad for Baldwin.
Thank you.
Good for Gutierrez on the emotional appeal. That if the defense is smart, they'll make. Who knows what they're going to do. I don't know. We'll see. Just want to wait and see if there's any final closing comments by the judge. Law Self-Defense member Lee says, I was wondering about Ms. Hutchins' injuries and found the autopsy report. I actually haven't seen the autopsy report. Lee, if you could send that to me, I'd appreciate it. Or DM me or email me or send it to support@lawselfdefense.com. That would be great. I'd appreciate that. Just a link. Yeah, no, it was, she was dead the moment the bullet hit her. Cross body, cross chest, armpit to armpit. Both lungs, heart. I mean, that's just a non-survivable wound. Oh, she took a hit to the spine. Ugh. I see. So not armpit to armpit. Armpit in, hit the spine, went out the back. Yeah, she drowned in her own blood. Well, it looks like that's it for court. It looks like that is it. So I'll take that down. Remind everybody for the last time that today's show is brought to us by none other than CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships. They pay their members' legal expenses and provide civil coverage of the members involved in a use of force event. Various companies out there offer this kind of service, but CCW Safe is the one I trust. I'm personally a member. My wife, Emily, is personally a member. If you'd like to learn why I think they're the best option for me and perhaps the best option for you, go to lawselfdefense.com/trust, and I have a little video there explaining why I chose CCW Safe. So you can make an informed decision too. And there's a discount code there. You can save 10% off your membership when you become a member of CCW Safe. Check it out at lawofselfdefense.com/CCW Safe. All right. Let's take a look at the member comments again. So far, the prosecution has objected more in 1 hour than the defense has in 3 days. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times you don't object for strategic reasons, but I'm beginning to think this defense counsel, they don't have any strategy at all. Yeah, I mean, if I were suing, I probably would have sued Gutierrez too, but she so obviously has no money. I mean, there's no point getting a judgment against her. And the things they'll be suing over are really, she worked for the production company, so you don't gain anything more by suing her. The production company is responsible for her faults. Respondeat superior. Yeah, a heart shot. Lee says, according to John Hearn, who does great work, John Hearn, Hearne. If you don't know him, learn about him. He does really good work. According to him, the survival record is 5 rounds to the heart. A heart shot is not an immediate incapacitating shot. Well, for sure. We know that from the 1980s Miami shootout, right, with the FBI. One of the bank robbers they were chasing got shot in the heart early in the fight and killed 2 more FBI agents after that injury. Yeah, I thought Bowles was terrible on that cross. Just terrible. Lee says, that's funny, Andrew. I just told our accountant, she ain't got no money. No, this last witness did not have direct knowledge of who actually loaded the gun. He just said it would be the armorer's job. And Lee says, I'm a member of CCW Safe also, and my personal defense attorney is on their list. All right, folks. So if you're a Law of Self-Defense member, I'll put the replay version of today's 8.5 long show up on the blog for members. Another good reason to become a Law of Self-Defense member, folks. What I'll do is I chop up the stream into the testimony of each witness. So it's broken up so you can focus on one witness at a time if there's something you want to follow up on. But that's for Law of Self-Defense members only. So you might want to spend 99 cents and become a Law of Self-Defense member. 99 cents gets you a 2-week trial membership. We'll cover the entirety of this trial for sure. At lawofselfdefense.com/trial for the trial membership. After that, if you stay a member, it's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law of Self-Defense member, folks. And get all the benefits of being a member, get the live chat where I address questions and comments for free, interact with other members of the Law of Self-Defense community, get transcripts of most of our shows. I don't do transcripts for these 8-9 hour shows. That would be crazy. But most of our hour-long shows, we have a transcript you can download for your records, as well as if you prefer to read rather than watch me on video. All that and much more. Try it out for 99 cents. lawofselfdefense.com/trial. I think you'll like it. Everyone who gets a trial, 95% of people, stay members for 30 cents a day afterwards. All right, folks. With that out of the way, I'll just remind all of you that if you carry a gun so you're hard to kill, carry a knife, carry pepper spray, study jujitsu so you're hard to kill. I do all those things so I'm hard to kill, so my family is hard to kill. Then you also owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you know the law so you're hard to convict as well. Until tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we'll be back with day 4 of this trial. But until then, I remain Attorney Andrew Branker for Law of Self-Defense. Stay safe.